The drop of water philosophy. You hold a single drop of water on your fingertip. It seems small, insignificant. But look closer. That drop contains the exact same molecular structure as the entire ocean. 2 hydrogen atoms, 1 oxygen atom, arranged in the same pattern, whether you're examining a raindrop or the Pacific. This is the drop of water philosophy, and it points to something profound about you. At its core, this idea suggests that completeness isn't about size or accumulation. You don't need to become more, gather more, or transform into something else to be whole. You already contain everything necessary within your current form. The drop doesn't need to become the ocean to be valid water. It already is water, fully and completely. This philosophy has roots in both Eastern and Western thought. Taoist teachers spoke of the microcosm reflecting the macrocosm. Hermeticists wrote, "As above, so below." Modern physics discovered that the fundamental forces governing a single atom are the same ones governing entire galaxies. The pattern repeats at every scale. In practical terms, the drop of water philosophy challenges our culture of constant self-improvement. It asks whether you're actually incomplete or whether you've simply been taught to believe you are. When you feel you're not enough, not successful enough, not enlightened enough, this philosophy whispers a different truth. You already possess the essential structure of wholeness. The drop doesn't compare itself to the ocean. It doesn't feel inadequate for being small. It simply exists, complete in its own nature, reflecting the same chemical truth as every body of water on Earth. Perhaps you can do the same. The uncarved block. Before a sculptor touches marble, the stone sits whole and undefined. It could become anything: a figure, a fountain. 1,000 different possibilities live inside that block, waiting. The Taoist concept of Pu, the uncarved block, points to the state of pure potential that exists before choice, before shaping, before the world tells you what you should become. In Taoist philosophy, the uncarved block represents the original nature of things, simple, genuine, undefined by labels or expectations. When you were born, you arrived as an uncarved block. No job title, no personality tests, no fixed identity, just raw potential and natural responsiveness to the world around you. Then carving begins. Family, education, culture, all of these forces start chipping away, shaping you into a recognizable form. This isn't necessarily bad. Carving creates definition, skill, identity, but something gets lost in the process. That original flexibility, that openness to any possibility, narrows with each cut of the chisel. The uncarved block philosophy doesn't ask you to erase your shape or reject growth. Instead, it invites you to remember what existed before. Somewhere beneath, all the carved patterns, all the roles you play, and identities you formed, that original potential still exists, untouched, undefined, still capable of becoming something entirely different. This idea appears across traditions. Zen Buddhists call it beginner's mind. Existentialists talk about radical freedom. The language changes, but the core insight remains. You are not fixed. The carving never fully removes the potential that was there at the start. When life feels too rigid or predetermined, the uncarved block reminds you that underneath every definition is something undefined, still waiting, still possible. The space between breaths. Right now, breathe in, hold it, then breathe out. And in that brief moment before you inhale again, there's a pause. Not breathing in, not breathing out. Just a tiny pocket of stillness between the two. That space, often unnoticed, contains something most people miss their entire lives: perfect stillness. The space between breaths is one of the oldest focal points in meditation practice. Yogic traditions call it the kumbhaka, the retention point where external movement stops and internal awareness sharpens. It's not about holding your breath forcefully. It's about noticing that natural pause that already exists in your breathing cycle, the moment where everything stops before starting again. In that space, something shifts. The constant mental chatter that accompanies breathing, moving, doing, all of it goes quiet for just a fraction of a second. Your mind isn't processing intake or output. It simply is. This philosophy suggests that true peace doesn't exist in action or even in rest, but in that liminal space between the two. Buddhist teachers have used this space as a doorway to understanding impermanence. Each breath is born, exists, and dies. In the gap between breaths, nothing is happening, no becoming, no ceasing, just pure presence. Western contemplatives discover the same thing, calling it the still point of the turn-in world. Practically, you don't need to change anything to experience this. You're already breathing. The space is already there, occurring thousands of times a day, mostly unnoticed. The philosophy simply asks you to pay attention. Between this breath and the next, there's a moment where nothing is required of you. No past, no future, no identity. Just that borderless instant of pure stillness, available anytime you remember to notice it. The river's wisdom: watch a river encounter a boulder. The water doesn't stop. It doesn't push against the rock with force, trying to move it through sheer effort. Instead, it does something simpler. It flows around. Over time, year after year, the river continues this gentle persistence, and eventually, the rock itself begins to change. Smoothed, reshaped, sometimes worn down completely. This is the river's wisdom. Ancient Taoist philosophy observed this pattern in nature and recognized its application to human life. The Tao Te Ching famously states that nothing is softer than water, yet nothing is better at overcoming the hard and strong, not through confrontation, but through adaptability. The river teaches that resistance isn't the only response to obstacles. Sometimes the most powerful approach is flexibility. This philosophy challenges a common cultural belief that problems require force to solve. We're taught to push harder, fight back, overcome through strength. But the river suggests a different strategy. When you encounter something unmovable, maybe the answer isn't to break it down. Maybe it's to find the path of least resistance, to adjust your course without abandoning your direction. The river doesn't fight the rocks, because fighting would stop its flow. Its power comes from continuing, from never stopping movement, from remaining fluid in the face of rigidity. Over decades, the water wins not through a single dramatic victory, but through persistent, gentle presence. In practical terms, this means recognizing when you're pushing against something that won't move, a person who won't change, a situation beyond your control. The river's wisdom asks whether there's another way forward, one that doesn't require you to break yourself against unmovable things. Flow continues. Force exhausts itself. Sometimes the strongest thing you can do is remain soft, adaptive, and patient. The empty cup. A Zen master pours tea for a visiting scholar. The scholar's cup fills, but the master keeps pouring. Tea spills over the sides, onto the table, pooling on the floor. The scholar jumps back. Stop. The cup is full. It can't hold any more. The master smiles. Like this cup, you are full of your own opinions and speculations. How can I show you Zen unless you first empty your cup? The empty cup philosophy points to a simple truth. You cannot fill what is already full. When your mind is packed with assumptions, certainties, and fixed beliefs, there's no space for anything new to enter. Learning requires emptiness. Understanding requires room. This isn't about abandoning everything you know or pretending you're ignorant. It's about holding knowledge lightly enough that new information can find a place. The cup doesn't need to stay empty forever. It just needs to be emptied regularly. Each time you approach something new, a conversation, an idea, an experience, you have a choice. Come with a full cup, already knowing what you'll find, or come with an empty one, ready to receive. Western philosophy touched this through Socratic method. Socrates claimed the only thing he knew was that he knew nothing. That admission of emptiness created space for inquiry, for dialogue, for discovering what was actually true rather than defending what he already believed. His cup stayed empty by design. In daily life, the full cup shows up as certainty. I already know how this works. People like that always act this way. This situation will definitely turn out like the last one. Each of these statements fills the cup before anything is poured. The empty cup philosophy asks whether those assumptions help or hinder, whether being right matters more than being open. When you empty your cup, you make room not just for new tea, but for new understanding. The practice isn't one time. It's continuous. Empty, fill, taste. Empty again. The mountain's patience. A mountain stands. Yesterday it stood. Tomorrow it will stand. In 100 years, 1,000 years, it will still be there, essentially unchanged. It doesn't strain to grow taller. It doesn't measure itself against neighboring peaks. Through countless sunrises and sunsets, through storms and calm, it simply exists. This is the mountain's patience, and it offers a radically different approach to time than the one most of us live by. Modern life operates on urgency. Goals have deadlines. Progress must be visible. Growth should be constant and measurable. We are taught that standing still equals falling behind. But the mountain suggests otherwise. It suggests that presence, not progress, might be the deepest form of strength. Geologically, mountains do grow. Tectonic forces push them upward, millimeter by millimeter. But this happens so slowly that from a human perspective, they appear eternal and unchanging. The mountain doesn't experience anxiety about its growth rate. It doesn't compare its height to what it was last year. The process unfolds at its own pace, indifferent to observation or impatience. Buddhist teachers often use mountains as symbols of immovable stability. In meditation, practitioners are sometimes told to sit like a mountain, embodying that quality of groundedness that doesn't waver with changing conditions. Weather moves around the mountain. Seasons transform its appearance, but the mountain itself remains fundamentally itself. This philosophy asks you to consider what might happen if you stopped rushing your own becoming. What if growth isn't something you force, but something that occurs naturally when conditions are right? What if your job isn't to constantly push upward, but simply to remain present, solid, while time does its work? The mountain doesn't hurry because it understands something we often forget. Genuine transformation happens slowly, beneath the surface, invisible until suddenly it's undeniable. Patience isn't passive. It's the active choice to exist fully in each moment, trusting the process that unfolds beyond your control. The candle's teaching: light a candle in a dark room, immediately shadows retreat. You can see, others can see, the space transforms. And here's what's remarkable: the candle doesn't lose anything by giving light. The flame doesn't diminish itself to illuminate others. It simply burns, and light naturally radiates outward. This is the candle's teaching, and it reframes how we think about generosity, service, and what it means to help others. Most of us learned a different model. Giving means losing. If you help someone else, you have less for yourself. Energy, time, resources, all of these seem finite. So generosity becomes a calculation, a sacrifice, something that costs you something to provide. But the candle reveals a different truth. When you share what you naturally have, what emerges from your core being, the sharing doesn't deplete you. A teacher shares knowledge and still possesses that knowledge. An artist creates beauty, and the beauty multiplies rather than divides. A person offers kindness and often finds they have more kindness available, not less. This idea appears in spiritual traditions worldwide. Christianity speaks of light shining in darkness. Buddhism talks about the lamp that lights other lamps without diminishing its own flame. The imagery repeats because the principle resonates. Some things grow through sharing rather than shrink. The candle's teaching doesn't apply to everything. Physical resources do divide. Money given away is money you no longer have. But the candle points to a category of gifts that operate differently: presence, attention, wisdom, creativity, love. These aren't scarce. They don't follow the rules of material economics. When you light others' paths, you don't walk in more darkness. When you offer what burns naturally within you, the flame doesn't go out. It simply spreads. The candle teaches that the most sustainable form of giving isn't sacrifice. It's overflow, the natural radiation of what already exists in abundance. The mirror, lake, stand at the edge of a perfectly still lake at dawn. The water's surface becomes a flawless mirror. Trees, clouds, mountains, everything above appears below with crystal clarity. The reflection is so precise, you could mistake it for the thing itself. But disturb that surface, toss in a single stone, and the image shatters into ripples. The sky is still there, but you can no longer see it reflected. This is the mirror lake philosophy, and it speaks directly to the nature of perception and truth. The lake doesn't create what it reflects. It doesn't add or interpret or distort. When the surface is still, it simply shows what is. The clarity isn't earned through effort. It's the natural result of undisturbed stillness. But the moment agitation enters, ripples spread, and the reflection becomes fragmented, unclear, misleading. Ancient philosophers noticed this pattern in human consciousness. Chuang-Tzu, a Taoist sage, wrote about the Ming, or clarity, that comes when the mind is like still water, not empty, but calm enough to reflect reality without distortion. Hindu philosophy uses the same metaphor, describing the mind as a lake that must settle before truth can be clearly seen. In everyday life, your mind is usually more like a lake during a storm. Thoughts churn, emotions create waves, worries splash across the surface. In this state, you still see the world, but you see it through distortion. Your reflection of reality becomes mixed with your mental turbulence. You can't tell what's actually there, versus what's being created by your own internal weather. The mirror lake doesn't tell you to empty your mind or stop thinking. It simply suggests that stillness reveals truth more clearly than agitation does. When you're overwhelmed, confused, or caught in mental loops, the answer might not be thinking harder or analyzing more. It might be becoming still enough that reality can reflect itself clearly. The lake doesn't try to be a mirror. Stillness makes it one naturally. The falling leaf. Autumn arrives and a leaf releases from its branch. It doesn't cling. It doesn't tense against gravity. As wind catches it, the leaf doesn't resist the current or plot a course to a preferred landing spot. It simply moves with what moves it, spinning, gliding, dancing in air, completely surrendered to forces beyond its control. This is the falling leaf philosophy, and it offers a masterclass in letting go. Watch how a leaf falls. There's no rigidity in it, no panic. When wind pushes it left, it goes left. When air currents lift it briefly upward, it rises. The leaf doesn't fear the ground or mourn the branch. It doesn't wonder if it's falling correctly or compare its descent to other leaves. It's fully present to the act of falling, moment by moment, until it comes to rest. This philosophy challenges the human instinct toward control. We grip, we plan, we resist transitions, especially ones we didn't choose. Loss of a job, end of a relationship, aging, mortality. All of these are like being pulled from the branch. The natural response is to fight, to tense up, to demand things stay as they were. But the falling leaf suggests a different approach. Not passive resignation, but active grace. The leaf doesn't fight gravity because gravity isn't the enemy. It's simply what is. The leaf's power lies not in resistance, but in how it moves through the inevitable. Taoist philosophy captured this in the concept of wu wei, effortless action, not doing nothing, but moving in harmony with natural forces rather than against them. Zen Buddhism speaks of non-attachment, the freedom that comes from releasing the illusion of control. The leaf embodies both teachings perfectly. In practical terms, this means recognizing which battles are worth fighting and which are simply resistance to reality. When change comes, when transitions arrive uninvited, you can make yourself rigid and crash to the ground, or you can move like the leaf, finding grace within what cannot be stopped. The ground will arrive either way. The question is how you fall. The seed's faith. Press a seed into dark soil, cover it completely. Now it's buried, cut off from light, surrounded by pressure and darkness. By all appearances, it's trapped, finished. But the seed doesn't panic. It doesn't doubt. Something inside it knows that this darkness isn't a tomb, but a womb. Without question, without proof, the seed begins to transform. This is the seed's faith, and it speaks to trust in processes we cannot see. The seed has never seen sunlight. It has no memory of other seeds breaking through soil. It possesses no evidence that pushing upward will lead to anything but more darkness. Yet it grows anyway. Roots extend downward. A shoot pushes upward. The seed literally breaks itself apart, dissolving its old form to become something new. All of this happens in complete darkness, driven by something deeper than knowledge. This philosophy addresses one of the most difficult human experiences, being in the dark. Times when you can't see the way forward. Periods when you're buried under circumstances, lost in confusion, unsure if there's any point to continuing. The seed suggests that darkness isn't evidence of wrongness. Sometimes it's the necessary condition for transformation. Religious traditions often speak about faith in similar terms. Abraham leaving his homeland without knowing the destination. Jesus in the tomb before resurrection. The Quran's reminder that with hardship comes ease. These stories acknowledge that growth frequently requires a period of invisible work, buried time when nothing seems to be happening, but everything is changing. The seed doesn't need optimism. It doesn't require positive thinking or self-help mantras. It has something simpler and deeper, a built-in knowledge that its nature is to grow, regardless of current conditions. The darkness doesn't change what it is or what it's becoming. When you're in your own dark soil, the seed's faith doesn't promise immediate breakthrough. It just reminds you that buried doesn't mean dead. Sometimes being covered is exactly what's needed for roots to form and new life to gather strength before breaking into light. The spider's web watch. A spider begins its work. There's no blueprint, no sketch laid out beforehand, just a single thread stretched across empty space. Then another, and another. Hour by hour, strand by strand, something appears that wasn't there before. A geometric marvel, strong enough to catch prey, delicate enough to glisten with morning dew. The spider doesn't rush. It doesn't skip steps. Each thread connects to the last, and slowly, patiently, something magnificent emerges from nothing. The spider's web philosophy speaks to the power of incremental creation. We live in a culture obsessed with finished products, dramatic breakthroughs, overnight success. But the spider knows a different truth. Great things are built in small, unglamorous increments. One strand doesn't look like much. 10 strands barely register. But connect enough of them with patience and precision, and suddenly you have something extraordinary. What makes this philosophy particularly powerful is that the spider starts with nothing visible. It produces the silk from within itself, then uses that raw material to construct something external. Creation begins internally, becomes externalized through consistent effort, and eventually forms a structure that serves a purpose far beyond the individual threads. Buddhist teachers sometimes use spiderwebs as meditation objects. The impermanence is built in. A single branch falling, a strong wind, or a careless passerby can destroy hours of work in seconds. Yet the spider doesn't mourn or rage. It simply begins again. This resilience comes from understanding that the process is the point, not the preservation of any single web. In practical terms, the spider's approach challenges impatience. When you're building something, a skill, a relationship, a body of work, it rarely looks impressive in the early stages. One thread isn't a web. One workout isn't fitness. One conversation isn't a friendship. But each thread connects, and if you keep going, keep placing strands with care, something eventually forms that's stronger and more beautiful than you could have forced into existence. The spider doesn't need to see the completed web before starting. It just needs to place the next strand, the horizon line. You stand on a beach staring at the horizon. That line where sky meets ocean pulls at something inside you. So you start walking toward it. You walk for an hour, then 2, then 10. Yet no matter how far you travel, the horizon remains exactly the same distance away, always visible, never reachable. This is the horizon line philosophy, and it reveals something profound about desire, purpose, and the destinations we chase. Some things exist not to be reached, but to give direction. The horizon never promised to get closer. That was never its function. Its purpose is to orient you, to provide a reference point, to keep you moving forward. If you could actually reach it, it would cease being a horizon. It would become just another spot you've already passed. Ancient navigators understood this intuitively. They used the horizon to guide their ships, but never expected to arrive at it. The destination was always somewhere else, some island or port that appeared along the way. While following that unreachable line, the horizon's value was directional, not locational. This philosophy challenges achievement-oriented thinking. We're taught to set goals and reach them. Finish lines should be crossable. Targets should be hittable. But some of the most important things we pursue work differently. Becoming a better person, creating meaningful work, understanding truth. These aren't destinations you arrive at and check off. They're horizons that move with you, always ahead, always pulling you forward. The frustration comes when you mistake a horizon for a finish line. When you expect that chasing happiness, success, or enlightenment will eventually lead to arrival. But what if these things are meant to guide your direction rather than mark your destination? What if the point isn't reaching them, but who you become while moving toward them? The horizon line doesn't mock you with its unreachability. It serves you by staying visible, by remaining clear, even when everything else becomes confusing. Some goals are meant to be pursued, not possessed. Some destinations exist only to keep you oriented while you journey toward things you couldn't have imagined when you started walking. The morning dew. Before sunrise burns it away, dew collects on grass blades and leaves. Each droplet, tiny and temporary, catches the light. And if you look closely at a single drop, you'll see something impossible. The entire sun, that massive burning star, reflected perfectly in something you could barely feel on your fingertip. This is the morning dew philosophy. Small moments contain infinite beauty. The paradox is real. How does something so vast fit into something so small? The answer is that wholeness doesn't require size. The sun's reflection in a dewdrop is no less complete than its reflection in an ocean. Both capture the full image. Both contain the total light available in that moment. The dewdrop doesn't need to be bigger to hold something infinite. Persian poets, particularly Rumi and Hafiz, wrote extensively about this phenomenon. They saw in dew a metaphor for the soul's relationship to the divine. The divine, like the sun, is vast and overwhelming. But each individual consciousness, like a dewdrop, can contain a complete reflection of that vastness. You don't need to become the ocean to hold oceanic depth. Western philosophy touched this through Leibniz's concept of monads, individual units that each reflect the entire universe from their unique perspective. The same truth approached through mathematics rather than mysticism. Each point contains the whole, just viewed from a different angle. In daily life, we often discount small moments. A brief conversation, a quiet morning, a simple meal. We are waiting for the big moments, the significant events, the experiences that feel worthy of the vastness we're seeking. But the morning dew suggests we're looking in the wrong place. Infinity isn't hiding in grand gestures. It's available in every tiny moment, every brief exchange, every transient experience. The dewdrop doesn't last long. By mid-morning, it evaporates. But while it exists, it holds everything. This philosophy asks whether you're present enough to see the wholeness in small things. or whether you're always looking past them towards something bigger. The sun is there, complete, in the smallest reflection. You just have to look closely enough to see it. The stone in the stream. A rough stone sits in a stream bed. Water flows over it constantly, day after day, year after year. The water isn't trying to change the stone. It's simply moving, doing what water does. But slowly, imperceptibly, the stone transforms. Sharp edges round, rough surfaces smooth. After enough time, the stone becomes something entirely different, polished and gentle, shaped by nothing more than patient contact with flowing water. This is the stone in the stream philosophy, and it speaks to transformation through persistence rather than force. The water doesn't slam against the stone trying to break it. It doesn't avoid the stone either. It just continues, touching it thousands upon thousands of times, and that gentle repetition creates change that violence never could. Chinese philosophy recognized this pattern early. Lao Tzu wrote that soft overcomes hard, yielding overcomes rigid. Not through confrontation, but through sustained, gentle presence. The stream doesn't defeat the stone. It befriends it over such a long timeline that resistance becomes irrelevant. This applies to personal transformation in powerful ways. When you try to force change in yourself or others, you usually create resistance, push hard against a habit, and the habit pushes back. Demand someone change immediately, and they often dig in deeper. Force creates friction, creates failure. But gentle persistence works differently. Small, consistent actions repeated over time create change that feels almost miraculous when you finally notice it. 10 minutes of daily practice seems insignificant, but do it for a year, 5 years, 10 years, and you've been transformed as surely as the stone in the stream. The change happens so gradually, you don't notice day to day. Then one day, you look back and realize you're completely different. The philosophy also addresses how to approach difficult people or situations. Sometimes, the answer isn't a dramatic confrontation or clever strategy. Sometimes, it's just showing up consistently, offering the same steady presence, letting time and repetition do work that effort cannot. The stream doesn't wonder if it's working. It doesn't measure the stone daily to check for progress. It simply flows, trusts the process, and lets patience accomplish what force never could. The bird's flight. A bird launches from a branch into open air. Watch what it doesn't do. It doesn't carry the branch with it, just in case the air fails. It doesn't test the air first with scientific instruments to verify it will provide lift. It doesn't cling to the tree out of fear that nothing will hold it once it lets go. It simply releases and flies, trusting completely in something invisible. This is the bird's flight philosophy, and it addresses the deepest human struggle with trust and letting go. The air is always there. It was there yesterday. It's there today. It will be there tomorrow. But the bird can't see it, can't hold it, can't prove it will work until the moment of release. Flight requires a kind of faith that doesn't wait for evidence. The bird doesn't leap, hoping the air will appear. It leaps knowing the air is already present, has always been present, and will support what it has always supported. Religious and spiritual traditions return to this image constantly. Jesus telling his followers to consider the birds, who neither sow nor reap, yet are provided for. Rumi writing about lovers leaping off cliffs and growing wings on the way down. Hindu scriptures describing the soul that flies free when it stops clinging to branches of false security. The metaphor works because it captures something universal about the relationship between control and freedom. We spend enormous energy carrying branches, security blankets, backup plans, safety nets, proof that we'll be okay before we risk anything. The bird's flight doesn't criticize prudence, but it does point out what we sacrifice by over-preparing. Wings only work in air. You can't fly while gripping the branch. At some point, trust isn't optional if you want to move. This philosophy appears in moments of transition, leaving a stable job for meaningful work, ending a relationship that's safe but dead, starting something creative with no guarantee of success. Every significant move requires releasing something solid for something invisible, the ground for the air, the known for the uncertain. The bird doesn't fly because it's reckless. It flies because it understands its nature and trusts the nature of air. When those two things align, release isn't scary. It's inevitable. The shadow's truth. Stand in sunlight and look down. There's your shadow cast on the ground, perfectly mimicking your shape. You don't create it intentionally. You don't have to think about it or work to maintain it. As long as light shines and you stand in its way, the shadow simply appears. This is the shadow's truth, and it reveals something most people spend their lives trying to deny. Darkness isn't the opposite of light. It's light's natural companion. The shadow exists because you exist. It's not a flaw or a failure. It's not something that shouldn't be there. Every solid object creates shadow when light hits it. That's just physics. But metaphorically, the shadow represents something deeper, the parts of yourself you don't show, the aspects of life that feel uncomfortable or unwelcome, the difficulty that accompanies every good thing. Carl Jung brought this idea into psychology with his concept of the shadow self, the hidden aspects of personality that consciousness rejects but can't eliminate. He argued that denying your shadow doesn't make it disappear. It just makes it operate outside your awareness, influencing you in ways you don't recognize or control. Integration, not elimination, was his answer. Acknowledge the shadow, understand it, even befriend it. Eastern philosophy approached the same truth through different language, yin and yang, dark and light, both necessary, both natural, neither evil. Darkness isn't light's enemy, it's light's definition. Without shadow, you couldn't perceive form or depth. A world of only light would be flat, featureless, impossible to navigate. In practical terms, the shadow's truth asks you to stop fighting the darker parts of existence. Sadness isn't a malfunction of happiness. Doubt isn't a failure of faith. Weakness isn't a betrayal of strength. These things accompany their opposites naturally, the way shadows accompany objects in light. Trying to live without them is like trying to stand in sunlight without casting a shadow. You can't. The attempt just makes you less aware of where your shadow actually falls. The shadow follows you without effort because it's not separate from you. It's part of how you exist in the light. Accept it, and it loses its power to frighten. Deny it, and it grows in the dark. The bamboo's flexibility. A storm approaches, trees brace themselves, trunks thick and rigid, roots gripping earth tightly. They stand firm against the wind, strong and immovable. Many snap. Their rigidity becomes their breaking point. Meanwhile, bamboo bends. Wind pushes it nearly horizontal, and it curves without resistance. The storm passes. The bamboo straightens, completely intact. This is bamboo's flexibility, and it teaches that rigidity, so often mistaken for strength, is actually a form of fragility. Bamboo survives conditions that destroy stronger-looking plants because it doesn't confuse strength with inflexibility. When force comes, bamboo doesn't meet it with counterforce. It yields. The wood is strong enough to support structures, resilient enough to grow in difficult conditions, but wise enough not to stand rigid against what it cannot overcome. This philosophy appears across martial arts traditions. Aikido redirects an opponent's energy rather than blocking it directly. Tai Chi teaches that softness defeats hardness through flow rather than resistance. Judo literally means gentle way, built on the principle that flexibility and leverage overcome brute strength. These aren't metaphorical lessons. They're practical applications of bamboo's wisdom translated into physical practice. The challenge for humans is that rigidity often feels safer. Fixed beliefs, unchanging routines, stubborn positions. These create an illusion of stability. If nothing bends, nothing breaks, right? But bamboo reveals the flaw in that logic. What doesn't bend eventually snaps under sufficient pressure. What can't adapt dies when conditions change. In relationships, work, or personal growth, rigidity shows up as refusal to change, to admit error, to consider other perspectives. It feels like strength, like having a backbone, like standing on principle. But watch what happens when life's inevitable storms arrive. Rigid people break under stress. Flexible people bend, absorb the impact, and return to center once conditions calm. Bamboo's flexibility isn't weakness, it's strategic resilience. The plant survives precisely because it knows when to yield. It doesn't compromise its nature or its roots. It just refuses to break itself by fighting forces it can't control. When the wind comes, bend. When the wind passes, straighten. That's not surrender. That's wisdom. The starlight paradox. Look up at the night sky. Pick any star. The light hitting your eye right now didn't leave that star tonight. It left years ago, decades ago. For distant stars, centuries or millennia ago, the star you're seeing might not even exist anymore. It could have exploded, collapsed, disappeared. But its light continues traveling, and right now, in this present moment, you're seeing its ancient past. This is the starlight paradox, and it reveals something disorienting about time. The present is always touching the past. Physics explains this simply. Light travels at a fixed speed. Distance equals time. The farther away something is, the older the light you receive from it. When you look at the sun, you see it as it was 8 minutes ago. The nearest star system shows you a view from 4 years in the past. Look deep enough into space, and you're literally looking backward in time. But the philosophical implication runs deeper than astronomy. Everything you perceive arrives with a delay. Sound takes time to reach your ears. Light takes time to hit your retinas. Your brain takes time to process sensory information. By the time you experience anything consciously, it's already past. You're never experiencing the present moment. You're experiencing the very recent past, packaged and presented by your nervous system as now. Buddhist philosophy wrestled with this through different language. The concept of impermanence, the teaching that everything is always already changing by the time you notice it. You never step in the same river twice because both you and the river are different in each moment. The past doesn't stay past. It constantly bleeds into what you call present. This paradox becomes personal when you realize it applies to memory and identity. Who you are now carries light from your past self. Experiences from years ago still shape current reactions. Childhood moments echo in adult behavior. You look at yourself and see something present, but you're really seeing light that left its source long ago. The starlight paradox doesn't solve anything. It just reveals the strange truth about temporal experience. Past and present aren't separate boxes. They're woven together in every moment of perception. You're always seeing backwards, even when you think you're seeing now. The acorn's dream. An acorn falls from an oak tree and lands in soil. It has never seen an oak. It possesses no blueprint, no instruction manual, no image of what it's supposed to become. From the acorn's perspective, if it has one, there's no evidence that it's anything other than what it currently is. A small, hard seed. Yet something inside it knows. Not consciously, not intellectually, but knows nonetheless. And so it begins growing, transforming into something it has never witnessed and cannot imagine. This is the acorn's dream, and it speaks to the mystery of potential. The acorn doesn't need a vision board. It doesn't set intentions or visualize success. It simply contains, encoded in its cells, the complete information for becoming an oak. The future tree is already present in the seed, not as a finished form, but as a set of instructions that'll unfold under the right conditions. Water, soil, time, these activate what's already there. Aristotle wrote about this distinction between actuality and potentiality. The acorn is actually an acorn but potentially an oak. Both statements are simultaneously true. What the acorn is and what the acorn can become exist in the same small package. Growth is the process of actualizing potential, making visible what was always present invisibly. This philosophy challenges the idea that you need to know your destination before starting. The acorn doesn't debate whether it should become an oak or question if it has what it takes. It just grows. The information is already there. The capacity is built in. What's needed isn't certainty about the outcome, but willingness to begin the process. In human terms, this means trusting that you contain more than you currently express. That growth isn't about becoming something foreign to your nature, but about unfolding what's already encoded within you. You might not see the oak, but that doesn't mean it isn't there, waiting in potential form. The acorn's dream isn't really a dream in the conscious sense. It's more like a biological certainty operating beneath awareness. Yet it grows anyway, becoming something magnificent, not through understanding, but through trust in its own nature. Sometimes that's enough. The tide's rhythm. Stand at the shore and watch the tide come in. Water advances up the beach, covering sand, reaching toward your feet. Then, without explanation or announcement, it stops. Begins retreating, moving back out toward the horizon. Hours later, it reverses again. Twice a day, every day, this rhythm continues. Advance and retreat. Expansion and contraction. The tide's rhythm never fails, and it teaches one of nature's most consistent lessons. All things ebb and flow. The tide doesn't apologize for retreating. It doesn't struggle to maintain high water constantly. It follows its nature, pulled by the moon, responding to gravitational forces beyond its control. The advance is temporary. The retreat is temporary. Both are necessary parts of a larger cycle. Neither is failure. Ancient cultures built their understanding of time around cycles like tides. Eastern philosophy in particular emphasized that reality operates through rhythmic patterns, not linear progress. What rises will fall. What falls will rise. Energy that expands must eventually contract. The Tao Te Ching states this plainly. Returning is the motion of the Tao. Everything cycles back. This conflicts with modern Western thinking, which tends to view life as linear progress. Careers should advance, not retreat. Relationships should deepen, not pull back. Health should improve, not decline. Any reversal feels like failure. But the tide suggests that's a misunderstanding of how things actually work. Retreat isn't failure. It's part of the pattern. In practical experience, this rhythm shows up constantly. Energy cycles. Enthusiasm waxes and wanes. Productivity has peaks and valleys. Relationships have periods of closeness and distance. Trying to maintain constant high tide exhausts you because it fights natural rhythm. The tide doesn't fight its own retreat. It allows it, knowing the advance will come again. This philosophy offers permission to rest when energy ebbs, to pull back when extension feels forced, to accept that not every day, week, or year will be expansive. The retreat isn't backward movement, it's part of forward rhythm, just like the tide pulls back to gather strength for the next advance. Watch the tide long enough and you stop judging each movement. You start seeing the pattern. Ebb and flow aren't opposites fighting, they're partners dancing. The snowflake's uniqueness. Scientists estimate that a septillion snowflakes fall each winter. That's a 1 followed by 24 zeros. Yet despite this incomprehensible number, despite identical starting conditions of water vapor and freezing temperatures, no two snowflakes have ever been found that are exactly alike. Each one forms its own pattern, influenced by the unique path it takes through the atmosphere. This is the snowflake's uniqueness, and it points to something profound about human consciousness. 6 billion people on this planet, and no two minds are identical. Your perspective is unrepeatable. The conditions for making a person are relatively consistent. DNA, neurons, sensory organs, language acquisition. Yet like snowflakes forming from the same basic elements, each consciousness develops into something utterly unique. Your specific combination of genetics, experiences, memories, the exact sequence of moments you've lived through has never occurred before and will never occur again. Even identical twins sharing DNA and often environments develop different inner worlds. This isn't just poetic language, it's neurological fact. Your brain has roughly 86 billion neurons, each potentially connecting to thousands of others. The number of possible neural configurations exceeds the number of atoms in the universe. The particular pattern that creates your consciousness, your way of seeing, feeling, and understanding the world, is genuinely one of a kind. Philosophers have wrestled with this through concepts like qualia, the subjective experience of being you. When you see red, feel sadness, or taste chocolate, that experience happens in a way that's inaccessible to anyone else. They can see red too, but they can't see your red. They can't feel your feelings or think your thoughts. Each person lives inside a perspective that's fundamentally private, unreplicable, and singular. This creates both isolation and value. You're alone in your experience in a way that can't be fully bridged, but that same isolation means you offer something to the world that no one else can. Your way of seeing, your particular angle on existence, adds information to collective human understanding that wouldn't exist without you. The snowflake's uniqueness doesn't make it better or worse than other snowflakes. It's just genuinely itself, shaped by conditions that will never repeat. Your perspective works the same way. Not superior, not inferior. Just unrepeatable. The echo's message: stand in a canyon and shout. Your voice travels outward, hits the rock walls, and returns. But listen carefully. The echo isn't quite the same as what you sent. The tone shifts slightly. The timing delays. Some frequencies amplify while others fade. What comes back is recognizable as your voice, but transformed by the journey. This is the echo's message, and it describes a fundamental pattern in how we interact with the world. What you send out returns to you, but never unchanged. The echo doesn't create new sound. It takes what you gave and reflects it back through the medium of space, stone, and air. The transformation isn't random. It follows physical laws. Distance affects delay. Surface texture affects quality. The environment shapes the return without destroying the original message's essence. This philosophy appears across traditions under different names. Karma in Hindu and Buddhist thought. The law of sowing and reaping in Christian teaching. What goes around comes around in folk wisdom. The language changes, but the observation remains consistent. Your actions, words, and energy move outward, interact with the world, and eventually return bearing the marks of that interaction. The key insight isn't that everything returns exactly as sent. That would be simple mimicry. The echo's wisdom is that the return carries information about what it encountered. If you shout anger into the world, anger comes back, but transformed by the people and circumstances it touched. Sometimes amplified, sometimes softened, always changed by the journey. This isn't mystical, it's practical observation about causation and relationships. Speak harshly to people, and harshness tends to return, though maybe not from the same person or in the same form. Offer generosity, and generosity cycles back, transformed by time and chance, but recognizably related to what you sent. The echo also teaches timing. What you send doesn't return immediately. There's always delay. You might not see the return for years, or it might come back so transformed you don't recognize it as related to your original action. But the physics of human interaction suggests nothing truly disappears. Energy moves, transforms, and eventually returns. The echo's message asks what you're sending into the canyon of existence, knowing it will come back changed, but connected to its source. Every word, every action, every choice launches an echo. The world shapes what returns, but you shape what's sent. The butterfly effect. A butterfly flaps its wings in Brazil. Air molecules shift. Those shifts affect neighboring molecules. The disturbance cascades through the atmosphere. 3 weeks later, weather patterns in Texas change course. A storm that would have formed doesn't. One that wouldn't have does. This is the butterfly effect, a concept from chaos theory that reveals something both empowering and terrifying. The smallest flutter here creates storms across the world. Your actions ripple endlessly. Mathematician Edward Lorenz discovered this while running weather simulations. He rounded a decimal in his calculations by a tiny amount and found it completely altered the long-term forecast. The system was so sensitive that microscopic changes in initial conditions produced massive differences in outcomes. He coined the term butterfly effect to illustrate this sensitivity, and the metaphor stuck because it captures something deeply true about interconnected systems. You are not separate from the world system. You're embedded in it. Every choice you make, every word you speak, every action you take sends ripples through a network of cause and effect, so complex that tracking consequences becomes impossible. You can't know what will amplify and what will dissipate. You can't predict which small moment will cascade into something significant. This cuts both ways. It means your kindness to a stranger might ultimately change their life trajectory in ways neither of you ever recognize. The book you recommend, the encouragement you offer, the door you hold open, any of these might be the butterfly wing that creates a storm of positive change. But it also means careless cruelty, thoughtless gossip, or casual dismissal might trigger consequences far beyond your intention or awareness. Ancient wisdom recognized this through different frameworks. Buddhist teaching about interdependence, the Jewish concept of tikkun olam, repairing the world through small acts, Christian ideas about the kingdom of heaven being like seeds that grow into trees. These aren't scientific theories, but they point to the same truth. Small actions matter more than they appear to in the moment. The butterfly effect doesn't tell you what to do. It just reveals the weight of existing in an interconnected system. Nothing you do is truly small. Nothing is without consequence. You can't control the ripples, but you do control what you set in motion. Every moment is a butterfly's wing. Every choice flaps into an unknowable future. The lotus position. A lotus seed falls into muddy water, thick, dark, oxygen-poor muck at the bottom of a pond. The seed roots there in filth and decay. It doesn't wait for better conditions or cleaner soil. From that mud, a stem pushes upward through murky water toward light it cannot yet see. Eventually it breaks the surface, and there, in open air, a flower emerges, pure white or soft pink, pristine and beautiful, rooted in mud yet blooming in light. This is the lotus position, and it proves that beauty rises from difficult circumstances. The lotus became sacred in multiple traditions precisely because of this quality. Buddhism uses it as a central symbol. The Buddha is often depicted seated on a lotus throne. The teaching is explicit. Enlightenment grows from the mud of suffering. Hindu gods are associated with lotus flowers for the same reason. The Bhagavad Gita describes the lotus as a model for living in the world without being corrupted by it. What makes the lotus powerful isn't that it avoids mud. It's that it requires mud. The muck at the pond bottom provides nutrients essential for growth. Without the mud, there is no lotus. Beauty doesn't emerge despite difficult conditions. It emerges because of them, fed by what seems ugly and undesirable. This philosophy addresses suffering directly. The instinct is to avoid difficulty, to seek circumstances that feel pure and clear and easy. But the lotus suggests that might not be where growth happens. Sometimes the mud, the hard situations, the painful experiences, these aren't obstacles to blooming. They're the soil that makes blooming possible. The lotus also teaches about positioning. It's rooted in mud, but it doesn't bloom there. The flower opens in air and light above the water's surface. This isn't denial of origins. The roots stay deep in muck, but the expression, the opening, the beauty, these happen at a different level. You can be rooted in difficulty while blooming above it. In practical terms, the lotus position means accepting that your current circumstances, no matter how murky, contain nutrients for growth. The challenge isn't to escape the mud, but to draw from it while pushing toward light. Stay rooted where you are, but don't bloom where you're rooted. Reach upward. Use difficulty as foundation, not destination. The lotus never apologizes for its roots. It just keeps growing toward the surface. The walking meditation. One foot lifts, moves forward, touches ground, weight shifts, the other foot lifts. In most of life, walking is automatic. Your mind occupies itself elsewhere, while your body handles the mechanics. But in walking meditation, something shifts. Each step becomes deliberate. You feel the heel touch earth first, then the ball of the foot, then the toes. You notice weight distribution, balance, the sensation of movement. Suddenly walking isn't just transportation. Each step becomes a prayer. Each movement becomes a conversation with existence. This practice appears across contemplative traditions. Theravada Buddhism developed it formally, creating slow, mindful walking as a complement to seated meditation. Zen monasteries incorporated kinhin, walking meditation between sitting periods. Christian labyrinths offered a structured path for meditative walking. The form varies, but the core remains the same, transforming an automatic action into conscious awareness. What makes walking meditation philosophically interesting is that it challenges the separation between sacred and mundane. Most spiritual practices create special conditions. Light candles, sit in specific positions, speak particular words. Walking meditation says that ordinary movement, the thing you do constantly without thinking, already contains everything needed for profound awareness. You don't need to add anything. You just need to pay attention. The philosophy extends beyond the practice itself. If walking can become meditation, what else can? Washing dishes becomes a meditation on water, soap, and cleanliness. Eating becomes meditation on taste, texture, and nourishment. Breathing, talking, working, all of it can transform from automatic to conscious through the simple act of attention. This doesn't mean walking meditation is easy. The mind rebels against treating the ordinary as sacred. It wants to plan, remember, worry, anything but focus on the simple act of walking. That rebellion reveals how rarely we're actually present for our own lives. We walk thousands of miles, mostly absent, lost in thought, missing the direct experience of movement. The walking meditation philosophy says that every step is already a prayer, whether you recognize it or not. Every movement is already a conversation with existence. The ground rises to meet your foot. Gravity holds you. Air surrounds you. Your body performs miracles of balance and coordination. It's all already happening. You just have to show up for it. When walking becomes meditation, every path becomes a temple. Every journey becomes practice. The Zen circle. A Zen master lifts a brush, dips it in ink, and in one fluid motion draws a circle on paper. The line isn't perfectly round. It's slightly irregular, hand-drawn, human. And crucially, the circle doesn't quite close. There's a tiny gap where beginning and end fail to meet perfectly. Yet somehow, this imperfect, incomplete circle feels more whole than a compass-drawn perfect one ever could. This is the Enso, the Zen circle, and it embodies a paradox: incomplete yet whole, imperfect yet perfect. The circle is drawn in a single breath, a single unbroken movement. No hesitation, no correction, no going back. Whatever emerges from that one stroke is what it's meant to be. Thick in some places, thin in others. Smooth here, jagged there. The irregularities aren't mistakes to be fixed. They're evidence of presence. proof that a human being was fully engaged in this singular moment of creation. Zen Buddhism uses the Enso to express several teachings simultaneously. The incompleteness suggests that perfection lies not in finished closure, but in openness. The gap in the circle creates space for growth, for the unknown, for what cannot be contained. A closed circle is finished, dead, complete in a way that allows nothing new. An open circle breathes. The imperfections speak to wabi-sabi, the Japanese aesthetic that finds beauty in impermanence, imperfection, and incompleteness. Western culture often equates beauty with flawlessness, smooth surfaces, straight lines, symmetrical forms. But the Zen circle suggests that perfection might actually be found in accepting imperfection. The wobble in the line, the place where the ink pools or thins, these make the circle real, authentic, alive. What makes this philosophy particularly powerful is that the Enso can only be drawn once. You can't sketch it first, then trace it in ink. You can't erase and try again. One stroke, one moment, one chance. It's a practice in accepting whatever comes from full presence without the safety net of revision. In daily life, the Zen circle asks whether you're chasing completion or allowing wholeness, whether you're demanding perfection or accepting the perfectly imperfect nature of everything real. The gap in the circle isn't a flaw, it's an invitation. The irregularity isn't a mistake. It's evidence of life. Something drawn by hand will never match something drawn by machine. But perhaps that's precisely what makes it perfect. The koan's purpose. A Zen student approaches the master and asks, "What is Buddha?" The master replies, 3 pounds of flax. The student bows confused and walks away to contemplate this answer. Days pass, weeks. The question doesn't make sense. How could Buddha be 3 pounds of flax? What does that even mean? And slowly, something shifts. Not an answer, but a breaking. This is the koan's purpose. Some questions exist not to be answered, but to break the mind's habit of always answering. Koans are Zen Buddhist teaching tools, paradoxical questions, or statements that resist logical resolution. What is the sound of one hand clapping? What was your original face before your parents were born? Does a dog have Buddha nature? These aren't riddles with clever solutions. They're designed to frustrate the rational mind until it exhausts itself, and something else, direct insight, can emerge. The Western mind rebels against this. We're trained to solve problems, to find answers, to make sense of things. When presented with a question, the mind immediately begins working on it, sorting through possibilities, testing theories. But koans are built to make that process fail. Every logical answer reveals itself as inadequate. Every explanation leads nowhere. This frustration is the point. The koan's purpose isn't to teach you new information. It's to reveal the limitations of conceptual thinking. Most of your life, you relate to reality through thoughts about reality. You experience something, and immediately the mind categorizes it, labels it, files it away. The koan disrupts this automatic process. Think of the mind as a machine designed to answer questions. Feed it a question, it produces an answer. Feed it another question, another answer. The machine runs constantly, smoothly, creating an unbroken stream of explanations, interpretations, narratives. The koan is a question the machine can't process. It jams the gears. And in that jamming, in that moment of complete mental gridlock, something else becomes possible. Direct perception without the filter of thought. This isn't anti-intellectual. It's recognizing that intellect has limits. Some aspects of existence can't be understood conceptually. They can only be experienced directly. The koan breaks the habit of thinking about life and creates an opening for living it. When the student finally stops trying to solve the koan and just sits with the impossible question, understanding arrives, not as an answer, but as a shift in how the question itself is held. The tea ceremony: boil water, measure tea leaves, pour hot water over them, wait for steeping, pour tea into cups, serve, drink. These are ordinary actions, mundane tasks repeated daily in millions of homes. But in the Japanese tea ceremony, chanoyu, these same simple actions transform into something sacred, not by adding anything external, not through special prayers or blessings, but through attention itself. The tea ceremony teaches that ordinary actions become sacred through the quality of presence you bring to them. The ceremony can last hours. Each movement is deliberate, precise, performed as if it's the most important action in the world. The way the host purifies the tea tools, the angle at which the bowl is placed, the sound of water simmering, the rotation of the bowl before drinking. Nothing is rushed, nothing is casual. Every gesture receives complete attention. This practice emerged from Zen Buddhism, but extends beyond religion into philosophy. Sen no Rikyu, who refined the tea ceremony in the 16th century, reduced it to 4 principles: harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility. These aren't achieved through elaborate ritual. They emerge naturally when ordinary actions receive extraordinary attention. What makes this philosophically significant is that it demolishes the distinction between sacred and profane. Western thinking often divides life into categories. Religious activities are sacred. Daily chores are mundane. Work is separate from worship. But the tea ceremony suggests this division is artificial. The sacred isn't a special category of action. It's a quality of attention available in any action. Washing dishes can be meditation if you're fully present to water, soap, and sensation. Walking can be prayer if you notice each step. Breathing can be practice if you pay attention to breath. The tea ceremony makes this explicit by formalizing ordinary actions, proving that nothing about tea making is inherently more spiritual than any other activity. What changes is presence. This philosophy challenges the constant search for something more meaningful than what's right in front of you. Maybe meaning doesn't require special circumstances or extraordinary moments. Maybe it's available in the most basic activities if you show up fully for them. Boiling water is just boiling water until it isn't, until attention transforms it into something worthy of complete devotion. The tea ceremony asks whether you're waiting for your life to become meaningful or whether you're making meaning through how you attend to what's already here. The garden's lesson. A seed is planted, you water it, provide sunlight, tend the soil. Then comes the hardest part, waiting. The urge to check on it, to dig it up and see if roots are forming, to pull on the emerging sprout, to help it along, is almost irresistible. But the garden teaches one of life's most difficult lessons. You cannot make plants grow faster by pulling them. Timing cannot be forced. This isn't a metaphor. It's agricultural fact. Pull on a seedling to speed its growth, and you'll damage or kill it. Growth happens at its own pace, governed by internal processes you can't access or accelerate. Your job as gardener isn't to force growth. It's to create conditions where growth can happen naturally. Then step back. The Taoist text Mencius tells a story about this. A farmer, worried his crops weren't growing fast enough, went into the fields and pulled each plant upwards slightly. Exhausted, he told his family, "I helped the crops grow today." His son rushed to the field and found every plant dead. The story isn't about stupidity. It's about the human tendency to confuse action with progress, control with care. Modern culture makes this mistake constantly, forcing children to develop faster, pushing relationships to advance on schedule, demanding immediate results from work that requires maturation. The garden's lesson conflicts with every message about optimization, efficiency, and maximizing potential. It says some processes have their own timeline, and your impatience doesn't change that. This philosophy requires distinguishing between what you can control and what you can only support. You can control soil quality, watering schedule, sunlight exposure. You cannot control the seed's internal clock, the complex biological processes that transform seed into plant. Trying to control the uncontrollable doesn't demonstrate commitment. It reveals misunderstanding. The garden asks you to identify which parts of your life resemble plants. Skill development, creative projects, relationships, healing. These follow organic timelines. You can create good conditions. You can show up consistently. But you cannot force the blooming. Some things must be allowed to unfold at their own pace. The hardest part isn't planting. It's the waiting afterward. Trusting that beneath the surface, invisible work is happening. Growth occurs, but not on your schedule. The garden's lesson is practiced daily by every gardener who resists the urge to pull. The fog's mystery. You wake to find the world erased. Where yesterday you could see trees, houses, the streets stretching forward, now there's only white. Dense fog has settled overnight, reducing visibility to a few feet. The path you need to walk is somewhere in that fog. You can't see it. But here's what the fog teaches. It doesn't hide the path on purpose. It simply exists, and the path remains beneath it. Fog forms when air temperature and dew point converge. Water vapor condenses into tiny droplets suspended in air. That's all. No intention, no malice, no conspiracy. The fog isn't trying to confuse you or block your way. It's just being fog, following physical laws, existing as it must given current conditions. That the path becomes invisible is incidental, not intentional. This matters because humans constantly personalize obstacles. When life becomes unclear, when you can't see forward, when confusion descends, the tendency is to interpret this as meaningful. Why is this happening to me? What did I do wrong? What is this trying to teach me? But the fog's mystery suggests another possibility. Sometimes obscurity is just obscurity. No message, no lesson, no purpose. Just conditions that temporarily reduce visibility. The path doesn't disappear when fog covers it. Road, sidewalk, trail, whatever route you're walking stays exactly where it was. Your inability to see it doesn't alter its existence. This becomes a practice in trust. Can you keep walking when you can't see more than a few feet ahead? Can you take the next step without requiring a view of the entire journey? Eastern philosophy addresses this through concepts like not knowing. Zen teachers emphasize that not seeing, not knowing, not understanding, these aren't problems to be solved. They're conditions to be accepted. The fog will lift when atmospheric conditions change. Meanwhile, you can stand paralyzed, waiting for visibility, or you can take careful steps, trusting the path is there. The fog's mystery isn't really mysterious once you understand it, but calling it mystery acknowledges something true about the experience. When you can't see forward, when life becomes opaque and uncertain, you're in fog. The path remains. The fog is temporary. Neither is personal. Sometimes the wisest response to not seeing is continuing to walk carefully forward, knowing the ground remains solid even when invisible. The iceberg truth. Stand at the edge of Arctic water and watch an iceberg float past. What you see is massive, impressive, a mountain of ice rising from the ocean. Yet that visible portion, everything your eyes can register, represents only about 10% of the total mass. 90% lies hidden beneath the surface, invisible but vastly larger than what shows above. This is the iceberg truth, and it reveals something fundamental about human consciousness. What shows above water is dwarfed by what lies beneath. Your consciousness floats on vast depths. The conscious mind, the part of you that thinks in words and makes deliberate decisions, is the tip. It's what you identify as you, the voice in your head, the awareness reading these words right now. But beneath that narrow band of conscious thought lies an enormous infrastructure of unconscious processing, memory, emotion, habit, intuition, automatic bodily regulation. All of this operates below awareness, quietly determining much of your behavior. Sigmund Freud built an entire psychological framework around this iceberg structure. He argued that the unconscious mind, the hidden bulk, contains drives, fears, and desires that shape conscious life without conscious awareness. Later thinkers refined the details, but kept the core insight. What you're aware of represents a tiny fraction of what's actually happening in your mind. Neuroscience confirms this dramatically. Your brain processes roughly 11 million bits of sensory information per second. Your conscious awareness can handle about 40 bits. The rest gets filtered, processed, and responded to beneath conscious attention. You're not aware of regulating your heartbeat, maintaining balance, or passing language syntax. These happen in the depths. This philosophy challenges the illusion of control. You think you're steering your life through conscious choice, but the iceberg truth suggests most of the navigation happens underwater. Decisions feel deliberate, but they're often post hoc rationalizations of choices made by deeper systems. Preferences feel personal, but they're shaped by patterns you can't consciously access. The iceberg truth isn't pessimistic, it's realistic. Understanding that consciousness floats on vast depths creates humility. When you feel strongly about something but can't explain why, when you react in ways that surprise you, when intuition speaks before reason, that's the 90% announcing its presence. You don't control it, but you can learn to listen to it. The visible tip is just the beginning. Beneath it lies an entire hidden world, mostly invisible, vastly larger, quietly running the show. The compass within. You're lost in unfamiliar territory, no map, no landmarks you recognize, no clear sense of direction. The panic that rises in these moments is primal. But beneath the panic, beneath the confusion, something remains steady, a compass within, that, no matter how disoriented you feel, somehow still points toward true north. Not geographically necessarily, but directionally. No matter how lost you feel, something inside always knows which way is north. This isn't mysticism. It's the observation that beneath all confusion, beneath wrong turns and mistakes, and seasons of wandering, people possess an internal sense of right direction. Not right as in morally correct, but right as in aligned with their deepest nature. The compass doesn't tell you what to do. It tells you when you're moving toward or away from yourself. You've felt this, that feeling when something is off, when you're doing things that look right on paper, but feel wrong in your gut. That subtle wrongness is the compass quietly indicating you're heading the wrong direction. And conversely, the feeling when something clicks into place, when a choice feels aligned, even if it's difficult or unconventional. That's the compass confirming north. Carl Jung called this the self, capitalized, the deeper organizing principle beneath the ego. He believed individuation, becoming fully yourself, required learning to read that internal compass and trust it over external directions. The compass doesn't care about social approval, financial success, or meeting others' expectations. It only cares about authentic direction. Eastern traditions describe this through concepts like Dharma, your true path or purpose. Not a predetermined destination, but a direction that's in harmony with your essential nature. Following Dharma feels right even when difficult. Moving against it feels wrong even when easy. That rightness or wrongness is the compass reading. The challenge is that the compass speaks quietly. Louder voices often drown it out. Fear, ambition, guilt, desire. These shout while the compass whispers. Learning to hear it requires stillness. It requires asking not, what should I do, but what feels aligned. Not what will work, but what direction pulls me. The compass doesn't promise that north is easy or safe or approved by others. It just promises north is north. When you're most lost, most confused, most uncertain which way to turn, that's when the compass matters most. Stop. Listen. Beneath all the noise, something steady remains. It knows which way is north. It's been pointing that direction all along. The season's certainty. Winter settles in. Trees stand bare. The earth freezes. Color drains from the world, replaced by white and gray and brown. Days shorten. Cold deepens. If you've never witnessed it before, you might believe this is permanent, that the world has become a frozen place forever. But those who've lived through multiple cycles know something winter cannot erase. Winter always yields to spring. Darkness always yields to light. This is the season's certainty. No matter how harsh the winter, no matter how prolonged the cold, spring arrives. Not because you hope for it or pray for it or deserve it. Spring comes because that's what seasons do. They cycle. Winter's grip always loosens. Frozen ground always thaws. Seeds buried in darkness always push toward light. This isn't optimism. It's observation of pattern. Ancient cultures built entire worldviews around seasonal certainty. Agricultural societies depended on understanding cycles. Plant too early and seeds freeze. Plant too late and harvest fails. Success required trusting the pattern, knowing winter would end even when snow piled highest. Modern life, insulated from agricultural reality, often loses this wisdom. The philosophy extends beyond literal seasons. Human experience moves in cycles too. Periods of growth and decay, expansion and contraction, clarity and confusion. When you're in winter, when life feels frozen and barren and difficult, the season's certainty whispers that this is temporary. Not in a toxic positivity way that denies suffering, but in a factual way that acknowledges pattern. Depression, grief, hardship. These have their seasons. They arrive, they deepen, they feel permanent. But seasonal wisdom says permanence is the illusion. Everything in nature cycles. The mistake is believing that winter's depth indicates winter's duration. The coldest day often comes just before thaw. Buddhist teaching addresses this through impermanence, anicca. Nothing lasts, good or bad. Everything changes. The seasons make this visible. Winter proves it can get cold and dark. Spring proves it won't stay that way. Both truths matter equally. The season's certainty doesn't mean you skip winter or avoid its difficulty. It means you don't add the extra suffering of believing winter is all there is. You can endure cold more easily when you trust warmth is coming. Not because you're strong or positive or faithful, just because seasons cycle. They always have, they always will. Winter yields to spring. Darkness yields to light. Not sometimes. Always. That's not hope. That's pattern. The child's wonder. Watch a small child encounter a flower for the first time. They don't see flower, a category, a label, something they learned in a book. They see color, shape, texture. They reach out, touch petals, maybe try to taste it. Their face shows complete absorption, no analysis, no comparison, no naming. Just direct, unfiltered experience. This is the child's wonder, and it represents something most adults have lost. Before we learned what things were called, we simply experienced them fully. Language is powerful. It allows complex thought, communication, civilization. But it comes with a cost. Once you learn the word flower, you stop seeing this specific flower in front of you. You see the category flower, bringing with it all your accumulated knowledge, associations, and assumptions. The direct experience gets filtered through language and concept. Zen Buddhism calls this beginner's mind, Shoshin. The yasata, mind before learning, before categorization, that approaches everything as if for the first time. Not through pretending you don't know, but through releasing the grip of what you think you know. The child doesn't have beginner's mind through effort. They have it through not yet having learned to do otherwise. The poet William Blake wrote about this, how we're born with vision that sees eternity in a grain of sand, heaven in a wildflower. Then education narrows that vision, teaches us to see grain of sand, wildflower, categories rather than miracles. We gain practical knowledge but lose immediate presence. This philosophy isn't anti-intellectual. Knowledge matters, but it asks what's been sacrificed in the trade. Can you name every tree species in the forest and still have never really seen a tree? Can you know astronomical facts about stars while missing the actual experience of starlight? The child's wonder suggests yes. The practice isn't returning to ignorance. You can't unknow what you know, but you can notice the moment before naming, the instant of pure perception before the labeling mind kicks in. That split second when you see something before you recognize it. The child lives in that space naturally. Adults have to work to find it. Look at your hand right now. Really look at it. Before you think hand, before you catalog its features or functions, just see it. Curves, lines, color, the way light hits it. That's the child's wonder, still available, buried under years of knowing what things are called. Before language, there was experience. It's still there, underneath all the words. The monk's bowl. A monk walks through the village carrying a bowl. That bowl contains his food for the day, received from those who choose to offer it. But the bowl itself is all he owns. No house, no savings, no accumulated possessions. He owns nothing, yet carries everything he needs. This is the monk's bowl philosophy, and it reveals a disturbing truth about ownership. Possessions possess the possessor. The bowl is simple. Clay or wood, nothing fancy, but its simplicity conceals depth. The monk isn't poor in the sense of lacking. He has what he needs in this moment. Tomorrow, he'll have what he needs then. The bowl represents a radical relationship with ownership. He doesn't own the bowl to possess it. He uses the bowl to function. When he no longer needs it, he can put it down without grief. Compare this to how most people relate to possessions. That house you own, does it own you back? The mortgage that must be paid, the maintenance required, the anxiety about its value, the way it determines where you live and work. You think you own the house, but the house structures your entire life. Who owns whom? Thoreau saw this clearly. A man is rich in proportion to the number of things he can afford to let alone. He spent 2 years living deliberately at Walden Pond, discovering that most of what civilization called necessary was actually burden. Possessions don't just sit inert. They demand attention, maintenance, protection, worry. The monk's bowl philosophy isn't about poverty as suffering. It's about freedom through simplicity. Every possession you acquire creates obligation, storage, insurance, repair, defense against loss or theft. The thing you bought to make life easier often makes it more complex. Soon, you're working to maintain possessions that were supposed to serve you. This doesn't mean owning nothing. It means examining the relationship. Does this possession serve you, or do you serve it? Can you put it down, lose it, give it away without your identity collapsing? The monk can. His bowl is useful, but he is not his bowl. He could use a different bowl tomorrow and remain completely himself. Modern minimalism rediscovers this ancient wisdom. The surprise isn't that you can live with less. It's how much freedom comes from releasing the burden of possession. The monk carries one bowl and everything he needs. Most people carry much more and somehow have less. What you own ends up owning you, unless you relate to it the way the monk relates to his bowl. Use, benefit, release. No grasping, no identity, no possession beyond function. The bowl serves the monk. The monk serves the bowl by using it well. Neither owns the other. That's freedom carried in a simple clay vessel. The moon's phases. Look at the moon tonight. Maybe it's full, a perfect luminous circle. Maybe it's a thin crescent, barely visible. Maybe it's somewhere in between, half-lit, waxing or waning. The moon appears to change dramatically from night to night, transforming from invisible new moon to brilliant full moon and back again. But here's what the moon's phases teach. It appears to change but remains whole. What you see isn't all that is. The moon doesn't actually transform. It's always complete, always the same size and shape. What changes is your perspective. How much of its surface the sun illuminates from your vantage point on Earth. The dark portion isn't missing. It's just hidden in shadow. The whole moon is always there. You simply can't always see it. This philosophy speaks directly to how we perceive people, including ourselves. Someone going through difficulty appears diminished, like a waning crescent. But they're not actually less than they were during better times. The whole person remains. You're just seeing them in shadow. Someone in a peak moment shines like a full moon, but they're not more complete than they'll be next week when circumstances darken. The same applies internally. On good days, you feel whole, capable, full. On hard days, you feel partial, inadequate, empty. But like the moon, you haven't actually changed in your essential completeness. What shifted is the light, the circumstances, the perspective. The parts of yourself that feel missing are just temporarily in shadow. Taoist philosophy captures this through the interplay of yin and yang. Dark and light phases both belong to wholeness. Neither is more real or more true than the other. Buddhist teaching about impermanence points to the same truth. Change happens at the level of appearance, not essence. The moon's essence, its physical reality, remains constant while its appearance cycles. This offers profound relief during difficult phases, when you can only see a sliver of yourself. When most of your capacity seems to have disappeared, the moon's phases remind you that disappearance is illusion. The whole moon exists whether you see it or not. Your whole self exists whether current circumstances illuminate it or not. The moon doesn't worry during its dark phase that it's become less than it was. It doesn't strive during its full phase to maintain that brightness. It simply cycles, complete in every phase, patient with the rhythm of light and shadow. What you see isn't all that is. Remember that when you can only see the crescent, the full moon is still there, waiting in wholeness for the light to shift. The silence between notes. A pianist plays, fingers strike keys, sound fills the room. But listen more carefully and you'll notice something essential. Between each note, between each chord, exists a space, silence. And without those spaces of silence, there would be no music, just continuous noise, notes bleeding into each other, indistinguishable and overwhelming. The silence between notes teaches something vital. Music exists because of the spaces. Rest is as important as action. This isn't philosophical abstraction. It's musical fact. Rhythm depends on silence. Melody needs space to breathe. A rest in sheet music isn't absence of music. It's a specific musical instruction, a deliberate choice to create silence that shapes everything around it. The greatest composers understood that silence carries as much weight as sound. Pianist Arthur Rubinstein said, "The notes I handle no better than many pianists, but the pauses between the notes, that is where the art resides. The silence isn't empty. It's full of anticipation, resolution, meaning. It's where the previous note finishes resonating and the next note gathers possibility." This philosophy extends far beyond music. Modern culture valorizes constant action, productivity, busyness. Days filled from waking to sleeping, calendars with no gaps. The silence between notes suggests this approach misunderstands how meaningful work actually happens. Without rest, without space, action becomes noise. Indistinguishable, exhausting, ineffective. The pause is where integration happens, where the body recovers, where the mind processes, where creativity gestates. You can't think deeply while constantly consuming input. You can't create meaningfully while always producing output. The silence between notes is where the music makes sense, where individual sounds organize into patterns that move people. Sleep isn't wasted time, it's the rest between waking notes. Breaks aren't laziness, they're the spaces that make work sustainable. Reflection isn't optional, it's where experience becomes wisdom. The silence is as essential as the sound, yet cutting silence feels productive. Playing more notes, taking more action, doing more things. But listen to what happens. Noise, exhaustion, work that doesn't land because it never pauses long enough to breathe. The silence between notes asks whether your life has rests built into its rhythm, whether you allow space between actions, whether you understand that stopping isn't the opposite of going, it's part of the music. Without silence, there is no music. Without rest, there is no sustainable action. The pause isn't emptiness. It's where everything you've just played settles into meaning before the next note sounds. The unopened door. You stand before a closed door. Behind it could be anything. A room full of people or completely empty. Good news or bad news. Opportunity or disappointment. Beauty or mundanity. As long as the door remains closed, all possibilities exist simultaneously. Behind it lies infinite possibility. But the moment you open it, reality collapses into one outcome. Schrödinger's cat in everyday life. Quantum physics discovered something strange. Until observed, a particle exists in superposition, occupying multiple states at once. Only when measured does it collapse into a single state. The unopened door operates similarly, not literally quantum, but experientially. While unopened, the door holds every possible version of what might be behind it. Your new job could be perfect or terrible. The medical test results could go either way. The person you're about to meet could become significant or forgettable. This philosophy addresses the relationship between potential and actuality. Potential is vast, unlimited, pregnant with every outcome. Actuality is singular, definite, real. The moment before opening the door, you exist in potential's realm. Infinite paths forward. The moment after, you're in actuality's realm. One path, already being walked. Some people fear opening doors precisely because it collapses possibility. As long as you don't apply for the job, you haven't been rejected. As long as you don't confess feelings, you haven't been turned down. As long as you don't try, you haven't failed. The unopened door protects the fantasy that everything might work out perfectly, but it also prevents anything from working out at all. Existentialist philosophers understood this as the burden of choice. Every decision closes off the paths not chosen. Kierkegaard wrote about the anxiety this creates. You must choose, but choosing means losing all other options. The unopened door stays full of possibility. The opened door reveals a single reality. Yet potential without actuality is sterile. All possibility and no reality means nothing ever happens. The unopened door. Philosophy doesn't advocate for never opening doors. It's about understanding what opening requires. A willingness to accept that infinite possibility will become finite reality. That you'll trade what might be for what actually is. The door doesn't care whether you open it. It just sits there, holding space for every possible outcome. But nothing happens. Nothing moves forward. Nothing becomes real until someone turns the handle. Behind every unopened door lies infinite possibility. The moment you open it, reality collapses into one outcome. That collapse is called living. The question isn't whether to open doors, but whether you can make peace with possibility becoming reality one door at a time. The fisherman's patience. Dawn breaks. A fisherman sits at the water's edge, line cast, waiting. He doesn't splash the water to attract fish, doesn't dive in to grab them, doesn't stand up and pace, frustrated that nothing's biting yet. He simply sits, line in the water, attention present, waiting without urgency. This is the fisherman's patience, and it teaches something most people struggle with. He doesn't make the fish bite. He creates conditions and waits with acceptance. The fisherman understands his role clearly. He chooses the right location, selects appropriate bait, casts the line skillfully. But after that, his work is done. Whether fish bite depends on factors beyond his control. Water temperature, fish hunger, timing, chance. He can't force the outcome. He can only create favorable conditions, then wait to see what happens. This philosophy challenges the doing more mentality. When things don't happen fast enough, the instinct is to do more, try harder, push further, take more action. But the fisherman knows that some results can't be forced. More action doesn't help. It disturbs the water, scares the fish, creates agitation that works against your goal. Taoist Wu Wei, effortless action, operates on this principle. Do what's yours to do, then stop. Allow space for the response. Trying to control what follows your action is like yanking the fishing line every few seconds to check if something's there. You guarantee nothing will bite because you never give it a chance. This applies broadly. You send the job application, then wait. You plant the seeds, then wait. You extend the invitation, then wait. You do your part, create the conditions, then must step back and allow the response to come in its own timing. Constantly checking, worrying, trying to force results doesn't speed them up. It creates anxiety that makes the waiting harder. The fisherman's patience isn't passive resignation. He's actively present, paying attention, ready to respond when something happens. But he's not confusing readiness with control. He can't make the fish bite. He can only be there when they do. What makes this difficult is that society rewards the appearance of constant action. Sitting still looks like doing nothing. But the fisherman knows his stillness is active. He's creating conditions. He's paying attention. He's available to the moment. That's not nothing. Some things respond to force. Others respond to patience. The fisherman knows which is which. Create the conditions, cast the line, then wait with acceptance. The fish will bite or they won't. Your job is to be ready, not to make it happen. That's the hardest kind of patience. Active presence without grasping for results. The one path, walk through an old forest and you'll find it. A path where the ground is packed harder than the surrounding soil, where vegetation grows differently or not at all, where the earth remembers thousands of footsteps that came before. This is the worn path, and it reveals something profound about how change happens. Made by countless footsteps, none aware they were building a road. No single person created that path. The first person who walked that route wasn't thinking about future travelers. They were just getting from one place to another. The 10th person, the 100th person, they also weren't consciously building infrastructure. Each was simply walking, choosing the route that seemed easiest. But collectively, without coordination or intention, they created something permanent, a path where none existed before. This is how culture forms, how traditions emerge, how habits solidify. No grand plan, no architect, no single decision, just accumulated choices, repeated actions, small steps that groove themselves into the landscape over time. One person's shortcut becomes another's obvious route, becomes everyone's accepted path. The worn path philosophy challenges the great man theory of change, the idea that individuals single-handedly transform things. Instead, it suggests most change emerges from collective repetition, countless small actions, individually insignificant, that accumulate into visible transformation. The path isn't anyone's achievement, it's everyone's creation. This works both positively and negatively. Positive patterns, like helping neighbors or public libraries, emerge from repeated small actions, becoming cultural paths. Negative patterns, like discrimination or environmental damage, form the same way. Individual choices feel too small to matter. But repeat them enough times, get enough people walking the same route, and you've carved a path. The philosophy also addresses responsibility and agency. If you're walking an existing path, you're reinforcing it. Your individual footstep doesn't create the path, but it maintains it. Choose a different route, and you're beginning, maybe, a new path. Walk it repeatedly, convince others to walk it too, and eventually that new route becomes the obvious way forward. Urban planners learned this. Instead of pre-designing walkways, some leave spaces unpaved and watch where people naturally walk. Then they pave those worn paths, following rather than dictating traffic flow. The wisdom is recognizing that paths emerge from use, not design. The worn path reminds you that your individual actions matter more collectively than individually. One footstep changes nothing, but that same footstep, repeated by thousands, creates roads. You're always either maintaining existing paths or beginning new ones. Every step is both insignificant and crucial. None aware they were building a road, yet that's exactly what they were doing. The rain's democracy. Watch the rain fall. It drops on flower gardens and compost heaps. It soaks pristine lawns and dirty alleyways. It fills the fountain in the town square and the puddle in the abandoned lot. Rain doesn't choose. It doesn't spare the deserving or punish the unworthy. It falls on gardens and garbage equally. This is the rain's democracy, and it teaches something uncomfortable about nature. Nature doesn't judge. Human beings constantly sort the world into categories of deserving and undeserving. Good people who merit good outcomes, bad people who've earned their suffering. We construct elaborate moral frameworks to explain why things happen to whom. The rain ignores all of it. It falls where physics and atmospheric conditions dictate, completely indifferent to the moral status of what lies below. This challenges the deep human need for cosmic justice. We want to believe that virtue gets rewarded, that evil gets punished, that the universe operates according to some moral ledger. Religions often promise this, if not immediately, then eventually. Karma, divine judgment, cosmic balance. But the rain suggests otherwise. The rain doesn't fall more gently on the homeless shelter than on the abandoned warehouse. It soaks both the same. Ancient philosopher Mencius observed this about heaven, which he noted gives rain to both the just and the unjust. Jesus made a similar point, noting that God causes his sun to rise on the evil and the good, and sends rain on the righteous and the unrighteous. The observation spans cultures and traditions because it's undeniably true. Nature operates through impersonal forces, not moral judgment. This isn't nihilism, it's realism. Understanding the rain's democracy means accepting that suffering isn't always meaningful, that hardship isn't punishment, that bad things happen without cosmic reason. When tragedy strikes, when disease arrives, when disaster hits, the rain's democracy reminds you that nature didn't target you specifically. You're not being tested or punished. You're just in the rain. This cuts the other way too. Success, good fortune, favorable circumstances, these also fall democratically. If you're prospering, it doesn't necessarily mean you're more deserving than those who aren't. You might just be standing where the rain happens to be falling. The rain's democracy strips away the comfort of believing the universe cares about moral distinctions, but it also removes the burden of searching for meaning in every misfortune or reading judgment into every setback. Sometimes rain is just rain. It falls where it falls. Nature provides no commentary, offers no evaluation, renders no verdict. The garden and the garbage both get wet. That's not justice or injustice. That's just weather. The ancient tree. Stand beside a tree that's been growing for 300 years. Its trunk is thick, bark deeply furrowed, branches spreading wide enough to shade a dozen people. This tree was a sapling when your great-great-great-grandparents were young. It stood here watching as entire generations lived and died. It saw your grandparents as young people, saw their parents, saw their grandparents. This is the ancient tree philosophy, and it teaches something crucial about context. Perspective changes with time scale. From the tree's viewpoint, if it has one, human life moves at astonishing speed. People appear, grow, age, disappear, all within what might feel like a single season to the tree. The crises that consume human attention, career setbacks, relationship endings, financial pressures, these must seem like brief disturbances, moments of agitation in an otherwise steady existence. This doesn't diminish human experience. Pain is real, regardless of time scale. But the ancient tree offers a different frame. The problem consuming you today has probably consumed people standing in this exact spot for centuries. Your grandparents stood here with their own worries, their grandparents before them, all beneath this same tree, which has witnessed countless human dramas play out while remaining fundamentally unchanged. Buddhist teaching uses similar imagery through the concept of big mind versus small mind. Small mind is caught in the immediate, convinced that current circumstances are uniquely important. Big mind zooms out, sees patterns across time, recognizes that what feels permanent is actually temporary. What feels unique is actually repetitive. The ancient tree philosophy isn't about minimizing your life. It's about providing perspective during overwhelm. When everything feels urgent, catastrophic, unchangeable, the tree asks, will this matter in 100 years? In 50 years? In 10? Some things will, most won't. The tree has seen so much human urgency that ultimately dissolved into time. This perspective also works the other way. The choices you make today plant seeds that might grow into something still standing long after you're gone. The tree itself was once a seed pressed into dirt by someone who never saw it reach full height. They planted something that would outlive them by centuries. What are you planting that might outlast you? The ancient tree watches generations pass with something like patience. It doesn't rush. It doesn't panic. It simply grows year by year, adding another ring, bearing witness to the brief human lives that flicker past like seasons. Those lives matter intensely to the people living them. But from the tree's perspective, they're part of a much longer story. Stand next to the ancient tree and feel your problems shrink slightly. Not disappear, but find proportion. This too shall pass. It always has. The tree has watched it happen countless times before. The fire's transformation. A log burns in the fireplace. Flames consume wood that took decades to grow. The solid becomes smoke, heat, light, and ash. To the casual observer, it looks like destruction, like something is being lost. But the fire's transformation teaches something deeper. What burns away was always meant to return to smoke and ash. Endings are conversions, not destructions. The wood never really disappears. It just changes form. The carbon that was locked in solid wood returns to the air as carbon dioxide, The energy stored through years of photosynthesis releases as heat and light. The minerals that the tree absorbed from soil return as ash, which can nourish new growth. Nothing is lost. Everything transforms. This philosophy challenges the finality we assign to endings. When something ends, a relationship, a career, an identity you've held, it feels like destruction, like something valuable has been erased. But the fire suggests endings are really conversions. The energy, the lessons, the growth that occurred, these don't vanish. They transform into something else. Smoke you can't see, but that disperses into atmosphere. Ash that looks like waste, but contains nutrients for future growth. Heraclitus, the Greek philosopher, built his entire worldview around fire. All things are an exchange for fire, and fire for all things. He saw existence as constant transformation, everything flowing and changing, nothing permanent except change itself. The fire doesn't destroy, it reveals the temporary nature of every form. Buddhist philosophy uses similar imagery, impermanence and anicca, the teaching that all forms are temporary arrangements of elements that will eventually dissolve back into constituent parts. What you call ending is just rearrangement. The fire makes this visible in minutes, what usually takes years or lifetimes. In practical terms, the fire's transformation suggests that what you're losing in an ending might be converting into something necessary for what comes next. The life you've outgrown burns away, so energy can take new form. The identity that no longer serves you returns to ash, so something else can grow from those nutrients. It's painful to burn, but conversion isn't optional. Forms can't stay fixed forever. The fire doesn't apologize for consuming the log. That's its nature, its purpose. The log doesn't resist becoming flame. Some part of it knows this transformation was always coming. That solid form was never permanent, just a temporary arrangement of elements borrowed from earth and sun. What burns away was always meant to return to smoke and ash. The ending isn't failure, it's conversion. And from those ashes, given time and right conditions, something new will grow. The pilgrim's paradox. A pilgrim begins walking toward a distant holy site. She knows where she's going and why she's going there. The destination is clear, the purpose defined. But the journey is long, stretching across months or years. She walks through changing landscapes, encounters unexpected people, faces challenges she couldn't have anticipated. By the time she arrives, something strange has happened. The person who reaches the destination is not the same person who departed. This is the pilgrim's paradox, and it reveals a fundamental truth about journeys. The journey changes you so much that who arrives is not who departed. The pilgrim who left home carried certain questions, certain assumptions about what she'd find. But the road itself answered questions she didn't know she was asking. Blisters taught patience, strangers taught generosity, getting lost taught resourcefulness. By the time the holy site appears on the horizon, she's been remade by the path itself. The destination that once seemed like the point has become almost incidental compared to the transformation the journey created. This isn't unique to religious pilgrimages. Every significant journey operates this way. The student who leaves home for university returns changed, such that home feels different, not because it changed, but because they did. The person who starts therapy seeking to fix one problem discovers the real work lies somewhere unexpected. The entrepreneur who launches a business to make money finds the venture reshapes their entire understanding of value and purpose. Heraclitus pointed to this with his river metaphor. You can't step in the same river twice because both you and the river have changed. But the pilgrim's paradox goes further. You can't even complete the same journey as the one you started because you are no longer the same person who began walking. This creates a strange situation. The goal that motivated departure might be irrelevant by arrival. The pilgrim who set out seeking answers might arrive having outgrown the questions. The destination served its purpose by creating the journey, but the journey, not the destination, is where the real transformation occurred. Modern culture often misses this, focusing obsessively on outcomes. Did you reach the goal, complete the objective, arrive at the destination? But the pilgrim's paradox suggests those questions miss the point. The goal's value lies in setting you on a path that changes you. Whether you reach it becomes less important than who you become through trying. The pilgrim arrives at the holy site. She stands where she intended to stand. But the person standing there bears little resemblance to the person who departed. The journey wasn't preparation for the destination. The journey was the point. The destination just marked the distance traveled, the measure of transformation. Who departs is never who arrives. That's not a problem to solve. That's the pilgrim's paradox, working exactly as it should. The blank page. A writer sits before a blank page. The cursor blinks on white screen. Pure emptiness. No words, no direction, no content. Just possibility compressed into nothing. This moment before the first word appears holds both terror and liberation. The blank page is terrifying in its emptiness, liberating in its possibility. This paradox reveals something essential about potential and creation. The terror is real. The blank page judges nothing because it contains nothing. There's no bad writing on it yet, but there's also no good writing. It sits there, empty, waiting, offering no guidance about what should fill it. Every option exists, which somehow feels like having no options at all. Paralysis sets in. The mind races through possibilities, rejecting each before it's even attempted, because the blank page demands perfection, demands worthiness, demands something significant enough to break the pristine emptiness. But the blank page also offers absolute freedom. Nothing is determined yet. No mistakes have been made. No paths have been closed off. The story could go anywhere. The argument could take any form. The poem could explore any territory. Before the first word appears, everything remains possible. The blank page is quantum superposition in physical form, all potential states existing simultaneously, until observation, until that first word collapses possibility into actuality. Artists across disciplines know this paradox. The blank canvas, the empty stage, the silent studio before the first note. These empty spaces feel vast and intimidating precisely because they're full of unrealized potential. The paradox is that emptiness and fullness coexist. The page is empty of content, but full of possibility. Eastern philosophy approaches this through concepts like sunyata, emptiness that's pregnant with potential. The void isn't nothing. It's everything that hasn't yet manifested. The blank page contains every story ever told and every story yet to be imagined. It just hasn't chosen which one to become. The practical wisdom here is recognizing that the blank page's terror comes from taking it too seriously. It's not sacred space demanding worthy content. It's just paper or pixels waiting for marks. The first word doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be written. Because once something appears on the page, the terror breaks. Possibility narrows from infinite to manageable. The page is no longer blank, so it can no longer demand purity. The blank page teaches that beginning is often harder than continuing. That first word, first brush stroke, first note, this breaks the spell of infinite possibility. After that, you're just working, refining, developing. But before that first mark, you're facing the void, terrifying in its emptiness because emptiness contains everything, liberating in its possibility because possibility contains nothing fixed. The blank page waits, patient, holding both truths simultaneously until you write the first word. Then it becomes something else entirely. The hourglass philosophy. Turn an hourglass over and watch what happens. Sand begins falling from the upper chamber to the lower, grain by grain, one at a time, each following the last. You can't make the sand fall faster by shaking the glass. You can't slow it down by willing it. You can't reverse the flow midstream and send grains back up. Each grain falls at its own pace, governed by gravity and the narrow opening between chambers. This is the hourglass philosophy, and it teaches something most people resist their entire lives. Time cannot be rushed or rewound, only witnessed. The hourglass makes time visible. Each falling grain represents a moment passing, a second lived, a piece of your life moving from future to past. The upper chamber is what remains. The lower chamber is what's already happened. The narrow passage between them is now, this moment, where life actually occurs. You exist only in that bottleneck, that single point where sand is actively falling. Ancient philosophers wrestled with time's nature without hourglasses or clocks. Heraclitus said, "You can't step in the same river twice." Marcus Aurelius wrote that time is a river carrying away everything that comes into being. The hourglass gives physical form to what they described. Time flows in one direction, at one speed, unstoppable and irreversible. Modern life constantly fights this truth. We try to slow time during good moments, speed through difficult ones. We wish we could go back and redo decisions. We rush toward futures that seem more appealing than presents. But the hourglass reveals this struggle's futility. The grain currently falling is falling. You can't pause it, can't skip it, can't relive it. You can only witness it as it passes through that narrow opening. This philosophy isn't depressing. It's clarifying. If time can't be controlled, only witnessed, then control isn't your job. Presence is. The hourglass doesn't regret grains already fallen or worry about grains yet to fall. It simply allows the current grain to move through. One grain at a time, each at its own pace, with complete acceptance. The practice becomes witnessing without grasping, watching time pass without trying to hold it or push it away. Good moments fall through the hourglass at the same rate as difficult ones. Exciting days pass as quickly as boring ones. The sand doesn't care about the quality of moments. It just falls, steady and impartial. When the last grain falls, you can turn the hourglass over and begin again. But you can't put specific grains back where they were. What's fallen has fallen. What remains will fall in its own time. And in between, in that narrow passage where sand is actively moving, that's where you live. Not in the past chamber or the future chamber, but in the falling itself. Each grain falls at its own pace. Time cannot be rushed or rewound, only witnessed. The hourglass has been teaching this for centuries. Most people just haven't been watching closely enough to learn. The sleeping mind. Every night you lie down, close your eyes, and within minutes something extraordinary happens. Your brain, using nothing but electrochemical signals, constructs entire worlds, cities you've never visited, people who don't exist, conversations that never happened, physics that don't match waking reality. You fly without wings, breathe underwater, meet the dead, become someone else entirely. This is the sleeping mind, and it proves something most people ignore during waking hours. Dreams prove reality is negotiable. Your brain creates entire worlds nightly. Think about what's actually happening. You're unconscious on a bed, motionless, yet simultaneously you're running through forests, attending important meetings, falling from cliffs, or floating through space. The sensory experience feels real. Emotions are genuine. The logic makes sense while you're in it. Your brain generates sights, sounds, narratives, entire self-consistent realities, using only its own internal processes. This reveals the brain's extraordinary creative capacity. Everything you experience during waking life, every sight, sound, sensation, thought, is also constructed by your brain. The difference is that waking experience uses external input as raw material. Dreams prove the brain can generate convincing reality without any external input at all. The hardware capable of creating dream worlds is the same hardware creating your waking experience. Ancient cultures took dreams seriously as alternate realities or messages from divine sources. Modern psychology, starting with Freud and Jung, explored dreams as windows into the unconscious mind. Neuroscience studies them as byproducts of memory consolidation and neural maintenance. But the philosophical implication remains striking. If your brain can create entire worlds that feel completely real while you're experiencing them, how do you know your waking reality isn't similarly constructed? This isn't solipsism or simulation theory, though it touches both. It's simpler. Your experience of reality, whether waking or dreaming, is always mediated by your brain. You never experience the world directly. You experience your brain's interpretation of sensory input. Dreams just make this obvious by removing the input entirely. The sleeping mind also demonstrates how much reality depends on belief. In dreams, impossible things happen and you accept them completely. You don't question flying or talking animals or deceased relatives returning. The dreaming mind accepts what it creates without skepticism. Only upon waking do you recognize the impossibilities. But what if some of your waking assumptions are equally dreamlike, accepted without question simply because everyone shares them? Every night, your brain proves it contains world-building capacity. Cities, characters, plots, emotions, sensory experiences, all generated internally. You are, in the most literal sense, creating reality constantly. Dreams just reveal this creative process operating without external constraints. The sleeping mind isn't separate from the waking mind. It's the same system, just run in different software. And if that system can create entire convincing worlds while you sleep, perhaps your waking reality is more negotiable, more constructed, more creative than you usually acknowledge. You contain worlds. You prove it every night. The ancestors whisper. You exist because an unbroken chain of ancestors survived. Every single person in your lineage, stretching back thousands of generations, lived long enough to reproduce. They survived famines, plagues, predators, wars, natural disasters, countless threats that ended other genetic lines. The ones who panicked and froze didn't become your ancestors. The ones who gave up didn't pass on their genes. You descend from survivors, from the resilient ones, from those who found ways to continue when continuation seemed impossible. This is the ancestors' whisper, and it means something profound. You carry their resilience in your bones. You are the answer to their prayers. This isn't metaphor. It's biology and history combined. The stress responses in your nervous system, the immune system fighting pathogens, the instincts that activate during danger, these are inherited survival mechanisms. Your ancestors who lacked effective stress responses didn't live to reproduce. Your ancestors whose immune systems couldn't adapt died young. Natural selection filtered for survival capacity across countless generations. What reached you is the distilled result of successful endurance. But it goes deeper than biology. Cultural inheritance matters too. The stories your grandparents told, the traditions passed down, the values emphasized, these carried survival wisdom. Don't trust strangers too quickly. Store food for winter. Help your neighbors because you'll need their help later. Simple principles that kept communities alive through hard times. You inherit not just genes, but knowledge, patterns of thinking and acting that worked. Indigenous cultures understand this deeply. Ancestor veneration isn't just ritual. It's recognition that you're a continuation, not a starting point. Your life extends a story that began long before your birth. The struggles your ancestors endured, the obstacles they overcame, these created the possibility of your existence. You are literally the future they were trying to secure. This philosophy offers strength during difficulty. When you face challenges that feel overwhelming, remember, your ancestors faced worse with fewer resources. No modern medicine, no technology, no safety nets. Yet they persisted. That persistence is in you, encoded in your DNA, embedded in your cultural inheritance. You're not starting from scratch. You're carrying forward momentum that's been building for generations. The ancestors' whisper also carries responsibility. You're not just the recipient of their resilience. You're its current expression. The chain continues through you or breaks with you. How you respond to hardship, how you persist or surrender, this determines what reaches the next generation. You're simultaneously the answer to past prayers and the prayer for the future. Some nights, when challenges feel impossible, remember, you carry the resilience of survivors. Every cell in your body comes from a lineage that refused to stop. The genes that built you are the ones that persisted through everything history could throw at them. You are the answer to your ancestors' prayers. Their hope was that the line would continue, that someone would exist in a future they couldn't imagine. You are that someone. Their whisper echoes in your blood. Survive, persist, continue. You've inherited their answer. Resilience, the dandelion's success. Gardeners despise it. Landscapers wage chemical warfare against it. Homeowners spend hours digging it up, only to find it return stronger. The dandelion is labeled a weed, unwanted, unsightly, a marker of neglect. Yet look at what it accomplishes. Thrives in cracks in concrete, grows in poor soil where other plants fail, produces hundreds of seeds that float for miles. Edible from root to flower, medicinal properties used for centuries. One of the most successful plants on Earth, flourishing on every continent except Antarctica. This is the dandelion's success, and it teaches a crucial lesson. Called a weed, yet it thrives everywhere. Perspective determines value. The word weed isn't botanical, it's aesthetic and cultural. A weed is simply a plant growing where someone decided it shouldn't. In lawns, dandelions are weeds. In salad bowls, they're greens. In herbal medicine, they're remedies. The plant doesn't change, the perspective does. This reveals how much of what we call success or failure depends on the frame we're using. The dandelion fails at being grass. It's terrible at creating uniform green carpets, but it excels at survival, adaptation, proliferation. Judge it by lawn standards, and it's worthless. Judge it by resilience standards, and it's extraordinary. The same pattern applies to people. Someone might fail at corporate careers, but excel at creative work. Another might be terrible at traditional education, but brilliant at hands-on learning. The person hasn't failed. The measurement system just doesn't match their strengths. Like calling a dandelion a failure because it won't grow in neat rows like corn. The dandelion's success comes from not trying to be something it isn't. It doesn't attempt to become grass or roses. It just fully expresses its dandelion nature, which happens to be extremely good at surviving and spreading. The bright yellow flowers aren't trying to be beautiful by anyone's standards. They're optimized for attracting pollinators. The fluffy seed heads aren't pretty. They're efficient dispersal mechanisms. This philosophy challenges the single-story definition of success. What if success isn't universal? What if it depends entirely on what you're trying to accomplish? The dandelion succeeds wildly at being a dandelion. It only fails when measured against someone else's criteria. In practical terms, this means questioning whose standards you're accepting. Who decided what counts as success in your life? Who determined which goals are worthwhile and which are wasteful? The dandelion doesn't care that lawn enthusiasts despise it. It just keeps growing, spreading, thriving. Called a weed by those who want uniform grass. Called a miracle by those who appreciate resilience. The plant remains exactly the same. Only the perspective changes. And perspective, as the dandelion proves, determines value completely. Maybe you're not failing. Maybe you're just being measured by the wrong criteria. Maybe, like the dandelion, your success lies in fully being what you are, regardless of whether it fits someone else's definition of valuable. The dandelion doesn't apologize for thriving where it's not wanted. It just keeps growing anyway. The window's dual nature stand before a window. Look through it, and you see outside, the world beyond, what lies on the other side. But the window also allows light from outside to enter the room where you stand. A window performs two seemingly opposite functions simultaneously. It lets light in and lets you look out. This is the window's dual nature, and it teaches something subtle about boundaries. Boundaries can be transparent. Most boundaries we encounter feel solid. Walls, fences, doors, these clearly separate inside from outside. You're on one side or the other. But a window is boundary that doesn't quite separate. It maintains distinction between inside and outside, while allowing connection between them. You can see out. Light comes in. The boundary exists, but permits exchange. This has philosophical weight when considering how we maintain selfhood while remaining connected to others. The window model suggests boundaries don't have to mean isolation. You can maintain clear edges, clear distinction between self and other, while still allowing light to pass through, while still seeing and being seen. Psychologists talk about healthy boundaries, which often get misunderstood as walls. Building walls protects but also isolates. The window model offers another option. Maintain the boundary, the clear definition of where you end and others begin, but keep it transparent. Allow exchange, communication, mutual influence while maintaining structural separation. The window also teaches about perception and illumination. You look through windows to see what's outside your current space. But windows also bring outside light into interior spaces. Both directions matter. You need to see out, to perceive what lies beyond your immediate experience. But you also need light from outside to illuminate your interior space, to see clearly what's inside. In meditation practices, some traditions speak of the mind as having window-like quality, clear, transparent, able to reflect without distorting. When the window is dirty, everything seen through it appears unclear. Clean the window and suddenly the view sharpens. But the view was always there. The window's clarity just allowed it to be seen. The window's dual nature challenges binary thinking about openness versus protection. It's not one or the other. The window is simultaneously barrier and portal. It divides space while connecting it. It protects from weather while permitting light. It maintains boundary while enabling vision. In relationships, work, creative practice, the window model offers a way forward. You don't have to choose between complete merger and total separation. You can maintain clear boundaries, clear sense of self, while remaining transparent, visible, allowing light to pass through in both directions. The window lets light in and lets you look out. Boundaries can be transparent. You can see and be seen, give and receive light, maintain structure while enabling exchange. A window is a boundary that doesn't quite separate. Perhaps the best boundaries work the same way. The footprint in sand. You walk along the beach. Each step leaves an impression in the sand, a clear footprint showing exactly where you've been. You turn around and see the trail you've created, proof of your passage. But then, the tide comes in. Waves wash over your footprints. Within minutes, they're gone. The sand is smooth again, as if you'd never walked there at all. This is the footprint in sand philosophy, and it teaches something people often resist. The ocean erases it without malice. Impermanence isn't cruel, it's neutral. The wave that destroys your footprint isn't angry at you. It isn't punishing you or making a statement about your insignificance. It's just water following gravity and lunar pull, doing what water does. The erasure is completely impersonal. Your footprint and a bird's footprint and a piece of driftwood all get smoothed away with equal indifference. The ocean doesn't care what it erases because it isn't erasing anything. It's just being ocean. This matters because humans constantly personalize impermanence. When something ends, we ask why. What did we do wrong? What does this mean? Why is this happening to us? But the footprint in sand suggests these might be the wrong questions. Things end because that's what things do. Forms dissolve because forms are temporary. The universe isn't targeting you with impermanence any more than the ocean is targeting your footprint. Buddhist teaching centers on anicca, impermanence, as one of 3 marks of existence. Everything composite breaks apart eventually. Relationships, bodies, civilizations, mountains. Nothing made of parts stays assembled forever. The ocean erasing footprints is just this principle made visible in seconds instead of years. The wave isn't cruel. It's just demonstrating what happens to all forms given enough time. What makes this philosophy difficult is that impermanence feels personal when it's your footprint being erased, your relationship ending, your health declining, your work being forgotten. The human tendency is to search for meaning in the loss, to believe the erasure says something about you specifically. But the footprint in sand suggests it doesn't. The tide comes for all footprints. Yours isn't special, which paradoxically means yours isn't cursed either. This creates a strange liberation. If impermanence is neutral rather than cruel, then loss isn't punishment. When something you built dissolves, it's not because you failed or because the universe judged you unworthy. It's because everything built eventually dissolves. The wave comes. That's what waves do. The footprint in sand doesn't ask you to celebrate impermanence or pretend loss doesn't hurt. Watching your footprint disappear can be sad even when you understand it's inevitable. But the philosophy removes the layer of suffering that comes from taking it personally. The ocean isn't erasing your footprint because of anything you did or didn't do. It's erasing your footprint because that's what oceans do to sand. Impermanence isn't cruel. It's not kind either. It's just the nature of temporary forms meeting constant change. The wave rolls in, neutral and ancient, erasing everything with equal indifference. Your footprint was real while it lasted. The ocean erasing it doesn't retroactively make it meaningless. It just makes it temporary. Like everything else. The bridge's purpose. A river runs through the landscape, dividing the land into two sides. On one side sits a village, on the other, farmland. People need to move between them, but the river prevents crossing. Then someone builds a bridge. Suddenly the two sides connect. People walk across easily. Goods move. Communities interact. The bridge enables all of this. Yet the bridge itself belongs to neither side. It exists in between, touching both, but part of neither. This is the bridge's purpose, and it reveals something about certain roles in life. It connects two sides, but belongs to neither. Some things exist purely to facilitate. The bridge doesn't try to be the village or the farmland. It doesn't compete for attention or resources with either side. It has no agenda beyond connection. Its entire purpose is enabling passage between two places that would otherwise remain separate. The bridge succeeds not by being a destination, but by being a route. This philosophy applies to people who naturally occupy bridging roles. Translators don't create the languages they work between. They facilitate understanding across linguistic divides. Mediators don't take sides in disputes. They create space where conflicting parties can communicate. Teachers stand between ignorance and knowledge, not belonging to either state, but enabling movement from one to the other. What makes bridge roles challenging is that they often go unappreciated. When the bridge works well, people notice only the connection, not the structure enabling it. They think about the village and farmland, barely registering the bridge they're walking across. Only when the bridge fails, when connection breaks, does anyone notice it was there. The bridge also teaches about non-attachment to outcomes. The bridge doesn't control who crosses or why. It doesn't judge whether traffic is worthy. It doesn't benefit more when important people use it versus ordinary travelers. It just enables passage for whoever needs it. The bridge's value lies in its availability, not in whom it serves. There's a spiritual dimension to this. Many contemplative traditions speak of teachers or practices as bridges between ordinary consciousness and enlightenment. The teacher isn't the destination, they're the means of crossing. Mistaking the bridge for the destination creates confusion. The bridge is meant to be crossed, not worshipped. In practical terms, recognizing when you're in a bridge role helps clarify purpose. If you're facilitating, your job isn't to be either side. It's to maintain connection between them. Your success isn't measured by belonging but by enabling. The bridge doesn't need the village to become farmland or vice versa. It just needs both to remain reachable. The bridge's purpose is pure function. It doesn't need identity beyond its role. It doesn't need credit or recognition. It just needs to remain stable, available, spanning the gap between two sides that need each other, but can't reach each other alone. Some things exist purely to facilitate. The bridge stands as a permanent reminder that not everything needs to be a destination. Sometimes the highest purpose is simply enabling others' journeys. The potter's hands. Clay sits on the wheel, formless and inert. Then the potter's hands arrive. They press down, creating pressure. The wheel spins, creating motion. Under this combination of pressure and motion, something begins to happen. The clay rises into a cylinder. The hands shape it inward, creating a bowl. Outward, creating a vase. The pressure feels like it should destroy. The motion seems like it should cause chaos. But together, they create form. This is the potter's hands philosophy, and it teaches something counterintuitive. They spin chaos into form, teaching that pressure and motion create beauty. Watch a potter work. The hands never stop moving. They press, guide, shape, constantly adjusting. Too little pressure and the clay collapses. Too much and it tears. Too slow on the wheel and nothing rises. Too fast and everything flies apart. The art lies in finding the exact balance between force and flow, between control and allowance. This process mirrors growth of all kinds. Skills develop under pressure, when challenge forces adaptation. Character forms through difficulty, when circumstances demand response. Creativity emerges through constraints, when limitation forces innovation. The pressure that feels destructive is often the force shaping something valuable. The motion matters as much as the pressure. Static pressure just crushes, but pressure combined with rotation, with change, with time, creates transformation. The clay doesn't become a bowl in an instant. It rises gradually through sustained pressure and continuous motion. Neither element alone works. Both together create form from formlessness. Ancient Chinese philosophy understood this through concepts of yin and yang. Neither purely passive nor purely active creates optimal conditions. It's the interplay, the dynamic balance, the pressure and flow working together. The potter's hands embody this. One hand pushes in while the other supports. One creates pressure while the other guides motion. In human terms, this philosophy addresses how we respond to pressure and change. The instinct is to resist both. Pressure feels threatening, motion feels destabilizing. But the potter's hands suggest that resistance prevents formation. The clay that fights, the pressure tears. The clay that won't spin stays shapeless. This doesn't mean accepting all pressure passively. The potter chooses when to press and when to ease off. But once committed to the process, the clay must yield to the combination of pressure and motion. Fighting the wheel creates chaos. Moving with it creates form. The beauty comes not despite the pressure and motion, but because of them. The bowl couldn't exist without force shaping it. The vase requires both constraint and flow. What looks like opposing forces, pressure pushing down and motion spinning around, work together to create something that wasn't possible when the clay sat still and untouched. The potter's hands spin chaos into form, not by removing pressure, not by stopping motion, but by combining both in careful balance, sustained over time, until something beautiful emerges from what began as formless mud. Pressure and motion create beauty. Your life might be teaching you the same lesson the clay learns on the wheel. The library secret: walk into a library. Thousands of books line the shelves. Fiction, non-fiction, poetry, history, science, philosophy. Every genre, every topic, stories spanning cultures and centuries. The variety seems infinite, but here's what the library knows that most visitors don't notice. All books are arrangements of the same 26 letters. Every word in every book, from children's tales to quantum physics texts, uses the same basic alphabet. This is the library's secret, and it reveals something profound about creativity. Limitations breed infinite creativity. 26 letters. That's all English writers work with. Add punctuation and numbers, and you're still under 50 symbols. Yet from this tiny set of elements comes everything ever written in English. Shakespeare used the same letters as grocery lists. Scientific breakthroughs are described using the same alphabet as spam emails. The limitation isn't a constraint on creativity. It's the foundation that makes creativity possible. This pattern appears everywhere. Music uses 12 notes in Western scales. Yet those 12 notes create infinite variations. Paintings use 3 primary colors. Chess has 6 types of pieces and 64 squares. Programming languages use a limited set of commands. In each case, strict limitation at the foundational level enables unlimited possibility at the creative level. The library's secret challenges the belief that creativity requires unlimited freedom. It suggests the opposite. Too much freedom creates paralysis. Give someone truly infinite options, and they often freeze, unable to choose. But give them constraints, a limited palette, a defined structure, and suddenly creativity flows. The limitation provides boundaries to push against, rules to innovate within. Mathematician Freeman Dyson observed that nature operates this way too. The entire physical universe appears to be built from a small number of fundamental particles and forces. Quarks, electrons, the 4 fundamental interactions. That's basically it. Yet from these few elements comes every star, planet, organism, and thought that's ever existed. The universe is a library where everything is written in an alphabet of elementary particles. In practical terms, this philosophy suggests embracing constraints rather than fighting them. Limited budget, limited time, limited resources. These aren't excuses for not creating. They're the conditions under which creativity happens. The deadline forces decisions. The budget demands efficiency. The limitation pushes innovation. The blank page is terrifying, partly because it offers too much freedom. Add one constraint. Write a haiku. Use only words starting with S. Tell a story in 6 words, and suddenly the task becomes manageable. The limitation focuses creative energy instead of dispersing it. The library holds thousands of books, each unique, each different from all others. But open any book to any page and you find the same 26 letters arranged in new patterns. The creativity isn't in inventing new letters. It's in finding new arrangements of the letters that already exist. Limitations breed infinite creativity. The library has been demonstrating this truth for as long as books have existed. 26 letters, infinite stories. The constraint makes the creativity possible, not despite limitation, but because of it. The clockwork universe. Imagine the universe as an enormous machine, every gear connected to every other gear. Push one and it moves the next, which moves the next, in an unbroken chain of cause and effect, stretching back to the beginning of time. Your decision to read this sentence was caused by previous decisions, which were caused by prior experiences, which were caused by genetics and environment, which were caused by your parents' choices, which were caused by their circumstances, stretching back through history. This is the clockwork universe, and it raises a disturbing question. If everything is cause and effect, free will might be the feeling of not knowing what causes you. The clockwork model emerged from classical physics. Newton's laws suggested a deterministic universe where, in principle, if you knew the position and momentum of every particle, you could predict all future states. The universe unwinds like a clock, each moment necessarily following from the last. No randomness, no freedom, just inevitable mechanical progression from cause to effect. In this model, what we call choice is just complicated causation. Your brain is matter following physical laws, neurons firing in patterns determined by chemistry, which follows from biology, which follows from physics. When you decide something, that decision is the output of a biological machine processing inputs according to fixed rules. The feeling of choosing is real, but the actual freedom might be illusion. This creates the clockwork universe paradox. You experience yourself as making choices. Right now, reading these words, you feel like you could stop at any moment. That feeling is undeniable. But if everything is deterministic, that feeling might be the subjective experience of unconscious processes running their inevitable course. Free will might just be the feeling of not knowing what causes you. Some philosophers find this deeply troubling. If there's no free will, how can we hold people responsible for their actions? If murderers couldn't have done otherwise, can we justly punish them? Others argue the question misses the point. Freedom isn't about escaping causation. It's about acting according to your own desires and reasoning rather than external coercion. As long as your actions follow from your internal states, you're free enough. Quantum mechanics complicated the clockwork model by introducing fundamental uncertainty. Particles don't have determined states until measured. Randomness appears to be built into nature at the deepest level, but random isn't the same as free. If your choices are determined by quantum randomness, they're not any more yours than if they're determined by classical physics. The clockwork universe philosophy doesn't solve the free will problem. It just makes it visible. Every choice you make has causes, most of which you're unaware of. Your preferences were shaped by experiences you didn't choose. Your reasoning patterns were formed by genetics and environment beyond your control. Yet the experience of choosing feels absolutely real. Maybe free will is the experience of cause and effect happening inside you rather than outside you. When the gears turning are in your brain, implementing your values, processing your goals, it feels like choice. When the gears are obviously external, coercion or force, it feels like lack of freedom. But maybe it's all just gears, all just causation, and freedom is the subjective experience of not seeing the mechanism causing you. The clockwork universe ticks forward, each moment causing the next. You move through it, feeling free, experiencing choice. Whether that freedom is real or illusion might depend on what you mean by real. The feeling is certainly real. Whether what causes the feeling is itself free, that's a question the clockwork can't answer from inside itself. The hermit's wealth. A hermit lives alone in a small cabin. No electricity, no running water, no internet connection. He owns 3 shirts, 2 pairs of pants, basic cooking tools, and a few books. By conventional standards, he's poor. But ask him about wealth, and he'll tell you something strange. He discovered that needing less made him richer than having more. The mathematics of this seem wrong at first. How can having less equal being richer? But the hermit understands something about the relationship between needs and resources. Wealth isn't measured by what you have. It's measured by the gap between what you have and what you need. Make the numerator bigger or make the denominator smaller. Either way, the ratio improves. Most people spend their lives trying to increase what they have. Better job, bigger house, nicer car, more savings. The need side of the equation grows right along with it. The bigger house requires more maintenance, higher insurance, more furniture to fill it. The nicer car demands premium gas, expensive repairs, anxiety about scratches. Having more creates needing more. The gap never closes because both sides expand together. The hermit went the other direction. He reduced needs instead of increasing resources. Fewer possessions mean less to maintain, protect, worry about. No mortgage means no job required to pay it. Simple food means no need for expensive tastes. Once needs drop below a certain threshold, almost any level of resources feels abundant. He became rich by needing so little that what he had felt like more than enough. Ancient philosophies understood this. Stoicism taught that desire, not lack, creates poverty. Epicureanism, despite its modern association with luxury, actually advocated simple living and modest pleasures. Buddhist teaching identifies desire as the root of suffering. Not desire for specific things, but the constant state of wanting, the chronic feeling that what is isn't enough. The hermit's wealth doesn't mean everyone should live in cabins. It's not a prescription. It's an observation about the mechanics of satisfaction. 2 variables determine the feeling of having enough: what you have and what you need. You control both, but most people only try to manipulate one. This philosophy becomes particularly relevant in consumer culture, which constantly works to expand needs. Advertising exists to make you need things you didn't know existed. Status competition ensures that enough keeps getting redefined upward. The goalposts move. You think reaching them will create satisfaction, but they've already moved again by the time you arrive. The hermit stepped off that treadmill. He discovered that needing less made him richer, not in a metaphorical sense, but in an experiential one. When you need little, you have plenty. When you need much, you never have enough. The feeling of wealth, the actual lived experience of abundance, comes from the relationship between resources and requirements, not from absolute amounts. The cabin has no luxuries, but the hermit never lies awake worried about making payments. He never works at a job he hates to fund a lifestyle he doesn't enjoy. He never feels the chronic low-grade anxiety of not having enough. By conventional measures, he's poor, By the measures that matter, the ones you actually experience, he's found a form of wealth that accumulation rarely delivers. He discovered that needing less made him richer than having more. Not poorer, but richer. The math works if you're measuring the right things. The spiral path. You're walking a path up a mountain. After an hour of climbing, you notice something familiar. That rock formation. You passed it earlier. You're walking in circles, retracing your steps, making no progress. But then, you look more carefully and realize the rock is below you now. You did pass this point before, but at a lower elevation. You're not walking in circles, you're walking a spiral. This is the spiral path philosophy, and it teaches something crucial about growth. You pass the same point at different elevations. Growth means revisiting old places with new eyes. The spiral differs from both the circle and the straight line. A circle returns you to exactly the same place. A straight line never revisits anything, but the spiral combines both movements. You return to familiar territory while simultaneously ascending. The territory feels recognizable because you've been here before, but you're not in the same place. You're higher up, looking at it from a new perspective. This maps perfectly onto how human development actually works. You don't resolve an issue once and never deal with it again. The same themes return: relationship patterns, insecurities, questions about purpose. But each time they return, you meet them at a different level of understanding. The issue looks similar, but you've changed. You bring more experience, more wisdom, more capacity than the last time you encountered this territory. Carl Jung understood this. He described individuation, becoming fully yourself, as a spiral process. You don't transcend your shadow or integrate your unconscious in one dramatic breakthrough. You work through the same material repeatedly, each time at a deeper level, each time understanding more. The spiral path means growth isn't linear progress away from problems. It's cyclical return to problems with increasing depth. This philosophy offers relief when you think you're backsliding. That anxiety about career purpose that you thought you'd resolved 5 years ago surfaces again. That relationship pattern you believed you'd moved past shows up in a new context. The spiral path says, this isn't failure. It's not regression. You're passing the same point at a different elevation. The issue returns because you're ready for a deeper engagement with it. The frustration comes from expecting growth to look like a straight line. Solve a problem, check it off, move on to new problems. But human development doesn't work that way. It spirals. You revisit the same territory again and again, each time from a higher vantage point, seeing things you couldn't see before, understanding layers you didn't know existed. Seasonal cycles work this way too. Each spring isn't identical to the last spring. You experience spring after having lived through another year. The season returns, but you've changed. The spiral path of time means you pass through familiar territory. Winter into spring, into summer, into fall, but never at exactly the same place in your own development. The spiral path asks for patience with repetition. When the same issues arise, when familiar patterns re-emerge, instead of despairing that you're going in circles, check your elevation. Are you meeting this challenge with more awareness than before? More compassion? More skill? If so, you're not circling. You're spiraling upward. You pass the same point at different elevations. Growth means revisiting old places with new eyes. The path spirals, combining return and ascent, circling back while climbing higher, allowing you to see familiar territory from perspectives that weren't available the last time you were here. The mountain trail spirals upward. You pass this rock many times on the way to the summit. Each pass brings you closer to the top. The cloud's identity. Look up at a cloud. It has a shape, a boundary, a distinct existence separate from the blue sky around it. You can point to it and say, that cloud, as if it's a single unified thing. But zoom in closer. The cloud is made of billions of individual water droplets, each separate, each distinct, suspended in air. So what is the cloud? Is it one thing or billions of droplets cooperating? And here's the uncomfortable question the cloud raises about you. Are you a self or a colony? The cloud appears unified from a distance. It moves as one object. It has a recognizable form. But that unity is emergent, arising from the collective behavior of countless individual droplets. No single droplet is the cloud, yet without the droplets, there is no cloud. The identity exists at the collective level, even though the constituent parts are separate. Now consider yourself. You think of yourself as one person, a unified self making decisions, having experiences, maintaining identity over time. But zoom in. Your body contains roughly 37 trillion cells. Each cell is alive independently, performing its functions, responding to signals. Your gut contains trillions of bacteria, outnumbering your human cells. Your brain consists of billions of neurons, each firing independently according to local conditions. So what are you? Are you the unified consciousness that experiences itself as I? Or are you a cooperative colony of billions of independent living units, with consciousness being the emergent property that arises from their collective activity? The cloud's identity raises the same question about human identity. Where does the unity come from when the parts are so clearly multiple? Buddhist philosophy grapples with this through the concept of anatta, no self. The teaching suggests that what we call self is actually a process, not a thing. A constantly changing collection of elements, physical and mental, that creates the illusion of unified identity. Like the cloud, which appears solid and singular, but is actually billions of droplets in temporary association. Western neuroscience has stumbled into similar territory. The unified self seems to be a construct, a story the brain tells itself about its own activities. Different brain regions process different types of information. There's no central command center, no singular you sitting in a control room. Yet somehow, the feeling of being a unified person emerges from all this distributed processing. The cloud's identity doesn't deny your experience of being you. The cloud really does exist as a recognizable entity, even though it's made of droplets. But it suggests that unity and multiplicity coexist. You are one thing and many things simultaneously. The self is real at the level of experience, even if it's constructed at the level of parts. This philosophy becomes practical when you notice internal conflict. Part of you wants one thing while another part wants something else. The cloud's identity says this isn't pathological, it's natural. You're not one unified will. You're a colony of impulses, desires, values, habits, sometimes aligned and sometimes in tension. The goal isn't perfect internal unity, which might be impossible. It's effective coordination, like droplets cooperating to form a cloud. Is the cloud one thing or billions of droplets cooperating? Yes. Both. Simultaneously. Are you a self or a colony? The same answer applies. You're a unity that emerges from multiplicity, a singular experience arising from countless parts. One thing made of many things, a cloud that's real, even though it's made of droplets. The question isn't either or, it's both and. Like the cloud, suspended between individual and collective identity. The beginner's mind. A master carpenter receives a simple project. Build a basic bookshelf. Nothing fancy, just functional shelves. He could complete this in his sleep. He's built hundreds of similar pieces. Every cut, every joint, every measurement feels automatic. But watch how he approaches the wood. He examines it carefully, as if seeing wood for the first time. Feels the grain. Considers the particular character of this specific piece. He approaches the familiar task with fresh attention, without assumptions. This is beginner's mind, and it teaches something paradoxical. The master approaches each task as a novice might. Expertise can blind, inexperience can see. Shoshin is the Zen Buddhist term, beginner's mind. The mental state of openness, eagerness, and lack of preconceptions that naturally exists before you think you know something. A beginner approaches tasks with careful attention because they don't know what they're doing yet. Every detail matters, every step requires focus. An expert, by contrast, often operates on autopilot. The knowledge is so embedded that conscious attention disengages. This creates a strange paradox. Expertise makes you better at tasks, but worse at seeing them freshly. The carpenter who's built 1,000 bookshelves stops really looking at wood. He knows what to expect. His knowledge, accumulated through experience, begins to filter perception. He sees categories instead of particulars. Pine board instead of this specific piece of pine with its unique knots and grain patterns. Beginner's mind doesn't mean becoming incompetent. The master carpenter retains all his skills, but he deliberately adopts the psychological stance of a beginner, as if this bookshelf is his first, as if he's never cut wood before, as if each measurement requires careful attention rather than automatic execution. The expertise is available but held lightly, not allowed to replace direct perception with conceptual categories. This philosophy challenges the assumption that more knowledge is always better. Sometimes knowledge obscures reality. You think you know how a conversation will go, so you stop really listening. You think you know your partner, so you stop seeing how they're actually changing. You think you understand a field, so you miss emerging patterns that don't fit your existing framework. The knowing gets in the way of seeing. Scientists occasionally rediscover this. The most revolutionary discoveries often come from outsiders or beginners in a field who don't know what's impossible, according to established theory. They look with fresh eyes, unencumbered by assumptions about how things should work. Their inexperience, their beginner's mind, lets them see possibilities that experts' knowledge makes invisible. Zen practice deliberately cultivates beginner's mind. Approaching meditation as if for the first time each day, drinking tea as if you've never tasted it before, walking as if discovering legs just now. Not as pretense, but as practice in staying present rather than living through conceptual filters. In daily life, beginner's mind means questioning comfortable assumptions. The route you always drive, could you see it differently? The person you've known for years, who are they becoming now, rather than who they've been? The work you do automatically, what would you notice if you did it consciously? The master approaches each task as a novice might, not by forgetting expertise, but by not letting expertise replace attention. Expertise can blind because it teaches you what to expect. Inexperience can see because it doesn't know what to overlook. Beginner's mind is the practice of remaining perpetually inexperienced, perpetually encountering things freshly, even when you've done them 1,000 times before. The masters. Wisdom is knowing how to be a beginner again and again. The threshold. Moment you're falling asleep. You're still aware, still thinking, but thoughts begin drifting in strange directions. Logic loosens its grip. Images appear that you're not consciously generating. Your body feels heavy, then weightless. Then you're not sure where your body ends and the bed begins. You're not quite awake, but not yet asleep either. You're suspended in the threshold moment. Between asleep and awake lies a state where imagination and perception blur. This liminal zone has fascinated mystics, artists, and philosophers for centuries. The hypnagogic state, transitioning into sleep. The hypnopompic state, emerging from it. In these threshold moments, the normal boundaries between inner and outer, real and imagined, dissolve. You might see faces in the darkness that aren't there. Hear voices that are your own thoughts, but seem to come from outside. Experience the sensation of falling or flying. What makes the threshold moment philosophically interesting is what it reveals about consciousness. During normal waking life, there's a clear distinction between perception and imagination. You know the difference between seeing an actual tree and imagining one. But in the threshold moment, that distinction collapses. Images arise with the vividness of perception, but the content of imagination. Are you seeing or imagining? Both. Neither. Surrealist artists deliberately cultivated threshold states. Salvador Dali would hold a key while dozing in a chair. As he fell asleep, the key would drop, waking him just as he entered the hypnagogic state. He'd immediately paint or draw what he'd experienced in that liminal zone where reason hadn't yet reasserted control. The strange, dreamlike quality of surrealist art comes from capturing threshold moments before waking consciousness organizes them. The threshold moment also appears in spiritual traditions as a state of heightened receptivity. Christian mystics spoke of the dark night of the soul, a liminal space between old faith and new understanding. Buddhist teachers describe bardo states, transitional zones between different states of existence. Shamanic traditions often use the threshold between waking and dreaming as a doorway to other realms of experience. What's happening neurologically is a shift in which brain systems dominate. The prefrontal cortex, responsible for logical reasoning and reality testing, reduces activity. The default mode network, involved in imagination and self-referential thought, increases. Visual and auditory processing continues, but with less constraint from logical evaluation. The result is experience that feels real but doesn't follow normal rules. The threshold moment teaches that the boundary between inner and outer, imagination and perception, might be more permeable than it seems during full waking consciousness. That clear distinction might be something your waking brain actively maintains, rather than a fundamental feature of reality. In the threshold moment, you lose certainty about what's internal and what's external. A sound could be real or imagined. An image could be memory, fantasy, or perception. The confusion is disorienting, but also revealing. Maybe the firm boundaries you experience while fully awake are constructions to, just maintained so effectively that you don't notice the construction process. Between asleep and awake lies a state where imagination and perception blur, not because one contaminates the other, but because the system that usually separates them stops working. The threshold moment is where the veil between different types of experience becomes transparent. You pass through it twice daily, entering and leaving sleep. Most people barely notice, rushing through this liminal zone to reach clear wakefulness or full sleep. But if you pay attention, if you linger in the threshold, you discover a strange country where the rules that normally govern experience don't quite apply. The threshold moment, where imagination and perception blur into something that's neither and both. The forgiving forest. After a wildfire sweeps through, the forest looks dead. Blackened trunks stand like grave markers. Ash covers the ground. The devastation appears total, permanent. But return a year later and you'll see something remarkable. Green shoots push through the ash. Saplings emerge. Wildflowers bloom with unusual intensity. Within a few years, the forest is regenerating, often more vigorously than before. This is the forgiving forest, and it teaches something most people struggle to believe about their own lives. Trees regrow after fire. Your past mistakes are compost for future growth. The fire that seemed to destroy everything actually created conditions for renewal. It cleared away dense undergrowth that blocked light. It released nutrients locked in dead wood back into soil. Some seeds require fire's heat to germinate, lying dormant for years until flames trigger their awakening. The destruction wasn't separate from regeneration. It was the mechanism that enabled it. This philosophy directly challenges how people typically relate to past mistakes. We carry them as permanent marks, evidence of fundamental brokenness. The relationship that failed, the career choice that didn't work out, the words spoken in anger that can't be taken back. These feel like damage, like forest after fire, blackened and ruined. But the forgiving forest suggests mistakes aren't permanent damage. They're compost, raw material for what grows next. Compost is decomposed organic matter. It was once living things, now broken down into nutrients that feed new growth. Your past mistakes, the parts of your life that feel like failures, these are organic matter. They happened. They were real. But they don't stay in their original form. Over time, through processing and reflection, they break down into lessons, wisdom, compassion, understanding. They become the nutrient-rich soil from which better choices grow. Buddhism has a concept called mudita, sympathetic joy. But there's also deep teaching about transforming poison into medicine. Everything, even suffering and error, can become material for awakening. The mistake isn't the problem. Refusing to learn from it, refusing to let it decompose into wisdom, that's what keeps it toxic. The forgiving forest doesn't mean mistakes don't matter. Fire kills trees. That death is real. But death in a forest ecosystem isn't the end of the story. It's transition. The fallen trees become nurse logs where new trees root. The ash fertilizes soil. The clearing lets in light. What looked like ending becomes beginning. This philosophy requires patience. The forest doesn't regenerate overnight. For months after fire, the landscape looks destroyed. Only gradually do signs of renewal appear. Your mistakes work the same way. Immediately after, they just hurt. They feel like pure loss. The transformation into growth material takes time. You can't force it, but you can trust the process. the way a burned forest trusts that spring will come, seeds will germinate, and green will return. The forgiving forest also teaches about diversity. After fire, the forest that regrows often has more variety than before. Species that couldn't compete in the dense old growth now get their chance. Your life after mistakes can work similarly. The paths that burned away might have been overcrowded, preventing other possibilities from emerging. The clearing created by failure makes space for directions you couldn't have imagined while the old growth blocked your view. Trees regrow after fire. Not the same trees, not the same forest, but forest nonetheless. Your past mistakes are compost for future growth. Not erased, not forgotten, but transformed into the nutrients that feed what comes next. The forest doesn't pretend the fire didn't happen. It just refuses to let burning be the final word, the labyrinth's truth. You enter a labyrinth. Unlike a maze which has dead ends and tricks designed to confuse, a labyrinth has only one path. But that path doesn't go straight. It winds left, then right. It takes you close to the center, then leads you back toward the edge. You feel lost, even though you're actually still on the path. This is the labyrinth's truth, and it teaches something about journeys toward meaningful destinations. The path winds, but always leads center. Getting lost is part of the design. Ancient labyrinths were walking meditations. The famous one at Chartres Cathedral in France, the classical seven-circuit design from Greek mythology. You enter with a question or intention, walk the winding path, and eventually reach the center where reflection happens. The journey takes time. The path seems to lead you astray, but if you keep walking, you arrive. The confusion isn't a mistake. It's intentional. This philosophy addresses the experience of working toward goals that matter: personal growth, creative projects, meaningful relationships, spiritual development. The path toward these destinations never runs straight. You think you're making progress, then suddenly you're back near where you started. You feel close to breakthrough, then find yourself in familiar frustration. The natural response is thinking you're lost, you've taken a wrong turn, you're failing. But the labyrinth's truth says, you're not lost. The path winds. That's its nature. The sensation of being lost is part of getting to the center. If you could see the whole labyrinth from above, you'd see there's only one path, and it definitely leads to the center. But from ground level, walking it, you can't see that. You only see the current curve, which might be leading away from where you want to go. The psychological value of this becomes clear during difficult periods. When therapy feels like you're going backward, when creative work seems to be deteriorating rather than improving, when spiritual practice feels more confusing than clarifying. Though also, labyrinth suggests these aren't wrong turns. They're curves in the path. Keep walking. The path winds, but it still leads center. What makes labyrinths different from mazes is the certainty built into the structure. There are no dead ends. You can't take a wrong turn. There's only one path, and it leads exactly where it's meant to lead. The confusion comes from not being able to see the whole pattern while you're walking it. But the design guarantees arrival if you just keep walking. This contrasts with the achievement-focused mindset that wants the shortest distance between 2 points. Straight-line progress, direct paths, efficient routes. The labyrinth says, some destinations require winding paths. Not because the designer wanted to waste your time, but because the winding is part of what prepares you to arrive. The center reached after a winding journey is different from a center you could just walk straight to. Medieval Christians built labyrinths as substitutes for pilgrimages to Jerusalem. If you couldn't make the dangerous journey to the Holy Land, you could walk a labyrinth instead. The physical destination mattered less than the interior journey. The winding path created space for contemplation, for releasing what you carried, for becoming ready to reach the center. Getting lost was part of the design. The labyrinth's truth doesn't promise you're going the right direction. It promises that if you're on the path, there is no wrong direction. The path winds, but always leads center. The curves that feel like detours are part of the route. Getting lost is part of the design. Keep walking. Trust the path even when it seems to lead away from where you want to go. The center is coming. The labyrinth guarantees it. The monk's laughter. For decades, the monk devoted himself to finding enlightenment. He studied sacred texts. He meditated for hours daily. He practiced discipline, mindfulness, compassion. He sought guidance from teachers, went on retreats, performed rituals. The search consumed his life. Every moment oriented toward this singular goal, reaching enlightenment, understanding ultimate truth, achieving liberation. Then one day, after years of intense seeking, something shifted. He got it. He understood. And his response surprised everyone. He laughed. Not a polite chuckle. Deep, sustained laughter. This is the monk's laughter, and it teaches something about the relationship between seeking and finding. He found enlightenment and laughed at how seriously he'd taken the search. What was the joke? The laughter came from recognizing that what he'd been seeking so desperately was present all along. Enlightenment wasn't a distant achievement requiring decades of struggle. It was the nature of awareness itself, always already there, obscured only by the intense effort to attain it, like searching frantically for glasses you're already wearing, like hunting desperately for something you're holding in your hand. The seeking itself had been the obstacle, not seeking in general, but the kind of serious, striving, desperate seeking that creates tension and grasping. The monk had approached enlightenment the way someone might approach earning a degree or climbing a mountain, something to be achieved through effort, dedication, and proper technique. And all that striving created exactly the contracted, goal-oriented consciousness that made enlightenment impossible to recognize. Zen Buddhism has many stories like this. The student who reaches enlightenment and laughs, or even strikes their teacher. The laughter isn't disrespect. It's the natural response to suddenly seeing how the whole setup worked. You can't reach enlightenment through striving, because striving itself creates the sense of separation between you and what you seek. The seeker and the sought were never separate. The search created the illusion of separation. This philosophy extends beyond formal spirituality. How much of life gets consumed by serious seeking, the perfect relationship, the meaningful career, the happy life, all approached with intense seriousness, as if they're destinations requiring the right strategy, enough effort, proper technique. But what if the seriousness itself is the problem? What if happiness isn't something to achieve, but something to stop blocking through constant striving? The monk's laughter is compassionate, not mocking. He's laughing at himself, at the years of unnecessary effort, but also at the beautiful irony that the effort led him to the understanding that effort was never needed. The path was necessary precisely because it led to seeing the path wasn't necessary. The seeking had to be taken seriously before the joke could land. This creates a paradox. You can't skip the seeking. You can't read about the monk's laughter and immediately understand without going through your own intense seeking. The joke only works when you've tried everything, exhausted all strategies, reached the end of trying, and then suddenly see that what you wanted was never absent. But once you see it, once the recognition happens, the laughter comes naturally. The monk's laughter doesn't mean effort is bad or seeking is wrong. It means taking it seriously, but not too seriously. Pursuing what matters, but holding the pursuit lightly. Dedicated practice, while remembering that practice itself can become an obstacle. The middle way between striving and passive resignation. He found enlightenment and laughed at how seriously he'd taken the search. Not because the search was foolish, but because its goal was already present, waiting to be noticed behind all the effort to find it. The seeking was necessary to learn that seeking wasn't necessary. That's the joke. That's why he laughed. And once you get the joke, once you really understand it from inside, you'll probably laugh too. The horizon's promise. Look toward tomorrow. It's easy to imagine. Tomorrow you'll finish that project, have that conversation, make that decision. Tomorrow feels like a real place, a destination you're moving toward. But here's what the horizon teaches about time. Tomorrow always comes but never arrives. The future exists only in imagination. Think about it. Has tomorrow ever arrived? No. When you get to what you called tomorrow, it's today. Always today. Tomorrow is perpetually one day away, forever on the horizon, never actually reached. You can plan for tomorrow, worry about tomorrow, look forward to tomorrow, but you can't experience tomorrow. You can only experience now, which used to be tomorrow but has become today by the time you're experiencing it. The horizon's promise works the same way. Walk toward the horizon and it remains exactly the same distance away. It seems like a destination, a line you could reach if you just keep moving forward. But it's not actually a place. It's a visual effect created by the limitations of perspective. The horizon exists only from your viewpoint. Move your viewpoint and the horizon moves with you. Tomorrow operates identically. It exists only from the viewpoint of today. It's not a place you'll arrive at. It's a concept that updates constantly to remain perpetually ahead of your present moment. The future is always in the future, never actually arriving, because by definition, future means not now. This has profound implications for how people live. How much energy goes into preparing for tomorrow. How much anxiety about what tomorrow might bring. How many decisions postponed until tomorrow. But if tomorrow never arrives, if it exists only in imagination, then all that energy is directed towards something that doesn't exist in any concrete sense. Buddhist teaching emphasizes this constantly. The past is memory, the future is imagination. Only the present moment is real, not as a cliché about living in the now, but as a factual statement about what actually exists. Memories exist now as neurological patterns. Plans exist now as current thoughts. But the actual past and actual future don't exist anywhere except as present moment mental constructs. This doesn't mean don't plan. Plans are useful. But recognize what's actually happening when you plan. You're not accessing a real future and preparing for it. You're creating a mental model in the present moment, a simulation of possible outcomes, and making choices based on that simulation. The future in your plan doesn't exist. Only your current thinking about possible futures exists. The horizon's promise isn't false. The horizon does mark the boundary of your vision. Tomorrow does mark the boundary of today. But both are relative to your current position. The horizon isn't lying to you by staying distant. It's just demonstrating the nature of perspective-dependent boundaries. So what about hope, aspiration, working toward better tomorrows? These remain valuable, but recognize their present moment activities. Hope is something you experience now. Working toward goals is something you do now. The future you're working toward doesn't exist yet and might never exist as you imagine it. But the work, the hope, the effort, these are real because they happen in the only time that ever exists, now. Tomorrow always comes but never arrives. The future exists only in imagination, not to discourage planning or hoping, but to clarify what's actually real. The future you imagine is a present moment thought. That's what exists. That's what you're working with. The rest is the horizon's promise, perpetually beckoning, perpetually distant, never quite reached, because reaching it means it's already become now. The mountain, echo. Stand at the edge of a canyon and shout. Your voice travels across the gap, hits the opposite wall, and returns. You hear it clearly, your own voice, slightly delayed, coming back to you. This is echo. Just sound waves bouncing off surfaces, physics in action, nothing more. But here's what people often miss. The mountain echo is your voice returns as sound waves, nothing more. Don't mistake the echo for a reply. The echo sounds like someone responding. It has the same words you spoke, the same tone, just slightly transformed by distance and the reflecting surface. If you're not paying attention, if you want to hear a response, you might interpret the echo as the mountain talking back. But the mountain isn't responding. It's just reflecting. The sound waves you created are bouncing back according to physical laws that don't care about meaning or communication. This philosophy becomes important when you're sending things out into the world and interpreting what comes back. You express anger and receive anger in return. But is the other person choosing to respond with anger? Or are they just reflecting the emotional energy you sent? You approach someone with suspicion and they act defensive. Are they naturally defensive? Or are they echoing your suspicion? The echo can't tell you anything about the mountain except that it's reflective and at a certain distance. Everything else, the words, the tone, the content, that all came from you. When you hear it return, you're hearing yourself, not the mountain. But it's easy to forget this, to start attributing the echo's qualities to the reflecting surface rather than to the original sound. This applies to how we interpret the world's responses to us. You put work into the world and receive criticism. The criticism might be valid, or it might just be your own insecurities echoing back through other people's words. You offer kindness and receive gratitude. But are you seeing real gratitude or your own desire for gratitude reflected in how you interpret others' responses? The mountain echo philosophy doesn't mean other people aren't real, aren't responding with their own thoughts and feelings. It means recognizing how much of what you perceive as response is actually reflection. The world does function partly like a mirror. What you put out influences what comes back in ways that can make it hard to tell the difference between true response and simple reflection. Scientists call this observert effect. In some contexts, confirmation bias in others. You expect hostility and interpret neutral actions as hostile. You expect support and interpret neutral actions as supportive. The reality might be neutral, just reflecting whatever emotional tone you're projecting, but you hear it as response rather than echo. The practice becomes distinguishing echo from genuine response. When someone reacts to you, how much of their reaction is their own, and how much is them reflecting the energy you brought to the interaction? When the world seems to confirm your beliefs, is it because your beliefs are accurate or because you're interpreting ambiguous evidence as confirmation, hearing your own voice echoed back? The mountain doesn't have opinions about what you shout. It doesn't agree or disagree, support or oppose. It just reflects sound waves according to physical law. Much of what you interpret as the world responding to you works similarly. The world reflects your energy, your expectations, your projections, and you hear that reflection as the world talking back. Your voice returns as sound waves, nothing more. Don't mistake the echo for a reply. The mountain isn't answering you. It's showing you what you sent. Listen carefully, and you might hear the difference between echo and response. One tells you about yourself. The other tells you about the world. Both are useful, but only if you know which is which. The weaver's pattern. A weaver sits at her loom, shuttle moving back and forth, threads interlacing in precise sequences. She's creating a tapestry, but from her position at the loom, she can't see the whole design. She sees only the section immediately before her, the threads currently being woven, the narrow band of work within arm's reach. The complete pattern, the full image that will emerge, remains hidden while she works. This is the weaver's pattern philosophy, and it teaches something crucial about living in the middle of your own story. She doesn't see the whole design while working. Trust the thread in your hand. The weaver must trust that the threads she's working with now will contribute to a larger pattern she can't yet perceive. She follows the design in her mind or on her pattern, but the actual visual result only becomes clear when the work is finished and she can step back. While weaving, she has to trust the process. Trust that this thread, this color, this particular intersection of warp and weft serves the bigger picture even though she can't see how. This mirrors how life actually works. You're always in the middle of your story, handling the thread currently in your hand. The past is behind you, already woven into the fabric. The future hasn't been woven yet. You can't step back and see the whole pattern because the pattern isn't complete. You only have access to the present thread, the current moment, the section you're working on right now. The frustration comes from wanting to see the whole design before committing to the current thread. What if this choice doesn't fit the pattern? What if this experience doesn't make sense in the larger story? What if this difficulty serves no purpose? The weaver's pattern says, you can't know yet. The pattern reveals itself through the weaving, not before it. Ancient wisdom traditions understood this through different language. Christians spoke of faith, trusting God's plan even when you can't see it. Buddhists taught about accepting, not knowing, being comfortable with uncertainty. Taoists emphasized flowing with the moment rather than trying to control the whole river. Different traditions, same insight. You don't get to see the complete pattern while you're still creating it. The weaver's pattern also addresses perfectionism. When you're close to the work, every flaw feels magnified. A thread that's slightly off, a color that doesn't quite match, an intersection that feels awkward. But step back from a completed tapestry, and these imperfections disappear into the larger pattern. They might even add character, texture, interest. What looked like a mistake up close becomes part of the beauty from a distance. This philosophy doesn't encourage recklessness or mindless action. The weaver isn't randomly throwing threads together, hoping something good happens. She's following a design, applying skill, making conscious choices. But she's doing this without the comfort of seeing results before they're complete. She works with the thread in her hand, trusts her training, trusts the process, and trusts that the pattern will emerge. In practical terms, this means making decisions with incomplete information. You can't wait until you see the whole pattern to choose which thread to weave next. You have to choose based on where you are now, what you can see from this position, what feels right with the information available. Trust the thread in your hand, this thread, this moment, this choice. That's all you ever have access to. The complete pattern emerges through countless individual choices, each made without full knowledge of how it will look in the finished work. The weaver doesn't see the whole design while working, but she keeps weaving anyway, trusting that the threads she's handling now are part of something larger than she can currently perceive. Your life works the same way. Trust the thread in your hand. The pattern will reveal itself when it's ready. The sleeping cat. A cat sleeps in a patch of sunlight, completely relaxed, body loose, breathing slow and steady. The cat isn't thinking about the mouse it chased yesterday. It's not worrying about whether there will be mice to chase tomorrow. It's not anxious about food running out, territory threats, or future uncertainties. It's just sleeping, fully present in this moment of warmth and rest. This is the sleeping cat philosophy, and it teaches something humans struggle with constantly. It doesn't worry about tomorrow's mice. Presence is the ultimate security. Watch a cat through its day. When it's hunting, it's completely engaged in hunting. When it's playing, totally absorbed in play. When it's resting, fully committed to rest. There's no divided attention, no mental multitasking, no part of the cat's mind planning tomorrow while the body does something today. The cat inhabits each moment completely. This isn't because cats are simple or unaware. They're quite intelligent, capable of learning, planning, and problem solving. But they don't carry future concerns into present moments the way humans do. The cat sleeping in sunshine isn't less secure than the cat worrying about future meals would be. Actually, it's more secure because it's not wasting energy on problems that don't exist yet. Humans do the opposite. Tomorrow's challenges invade today's peace. You're physically safe, fed, warm, but mentally, you're already fighting tomorrow's battles, solving problems that haven't happened, preventing disasters that might never occur. The security you're seeking through all that worry doesn't come from the worrying. The cat proves this. Maximum presence creates optimal response capability. This philosophy doesn't advocate for thoughtless impulsivity. Cats don't plan elaborate futures, but they're exquisitely responsive to present conditions. A sleeping cat will wake instantly if a real threat appears. It's not oblivious. It's present, And presence includes awareness of actual current conditions, not imagined future ones. The sleeping cat demonstrates that security isn't built through constant vigilance about potential problems. Real security comes from being fully engaged with what's actually happening, responding appropriately to present conditions, then returning to rest when no response is needed. Worry doesn't protect you. It just exhausts you before anything actually arrives. Buddhist teaching emphasizes this constantly. The monkey mind, always chattering about past and future, creating suffering through mental time travel. The enlightened mind, like the cat, fully present with what is, not tormented by what was or might be. The security people seek through endless planning and worrying already exists in the present moment if you can actually be there. This becomes practical during moments that should be restful. You're lying in bed, physically safe and comfortable, but your mind is at tomorrow's meeting or next week's deadline. You're stealing rest from yourself by importing future concerns into a present moment that doesn't contain them. The sleeping cat wouldn't make this mistake. The cat doesn't worry about tomorrow's mice because tomorrow's mice don't exist. They might exist tomorrow, and when tomorrow becomes today, the cat will respond. But right now, in this moment of sunlight and warmth, there are no mice to chase. So the cat sleeps. It doesn't worry about tomorrow's mice. Not because it's lazy or irresponsible, but because presence is the ultimate security. Being fully here, fully responsive to actual conditions, not mentally fighting battles that exist only in imagination. The sleeping cat has it figured out. Complete presence in the current moment. Complete response when response is needed. Complete rest when rest is available. No energy wasted on problems that don't exist yet. Maybe security isn't about preparing for every possible future. Maybe it's about being fully present for the only moment that actually exists. The astronomer's humility. An astronomer looks up at the night sky, calculating distances and velocities. Earth is spinning at roughly 1,000 Dalinet at the equator. It's orbiting the sun at about 67,000 Dalinets. The solar system is moving through the galaxy at 514,000 Dalinets. The galaxy itself is hurtling through space at nearly 1.3 million mph. Right now, as you read this, you're moving at extraordinary speeds through an unfathomably vast universe. This is the astronomer's humility, and it asks a pointed question. We're on a rock hurtling through space at 67,000 points, and you're worried about tomorrow's meeting? The human tendency is to make our immediate concerns feel cosmically important. The presentation at work, the argument with a friend, the social embarrassment, the financial setback. These feel enormous, heavy with significance, deserving of intense worry and attention. But step back, way back, to the astronomer's perspective. You're a collection of atoms temporarily organized into a conscious pattern, riding a rocky planet through an incomprehensibly large universe that's been expanding for 13.8 billion years. Tomorrow's meeting occupies approximately 0% of cosmic significance. This isn't nihilism, it's perspective. The astronomer's humility doesn't say your life doesn't matter. It says the scale of your concerns is often wildly disproportionate to their actual significance. The meeting matters to you, maybe to a few others, but zoom out even slightly and it becomes invisible. Your entire life, every human life, plays out on a tiny rock in a vast darkness over a span of time that's a blink in cosmic terms. Ancient philosophers understood this. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor, wrote constantly about viewing life from above, seeing human affairs as tiny and temporary, not to diminish them, but to right-size them, to prevent the human tendency towards self-importance and dramatic catastrophizing. When you see yourself from cosmic perspective, most problems shrink to their proper proportions. The astronomer's humility becomes practical during stress. You're anxious about some future outcome. Will the project succeed? Will people approve? Will your reputation survive? The astronomer's perspective asks, in a universe of 200 billion trillion stars, in a story spanning billions of years, does this moment of success or failure register at all? Will it matter in 100 years? In 10? Sometimes even in 1? This doesn't make your concerns illegitimate. You're human, living at human scale, and human scale problems are real within that context. The meeting tomorrow is actually important to your life, even if it's meaningless to the universe. But the astronomer's humility prevents you from treating every human scale concern as if it's cosmically significant. The paradox is that this cosmic perspective, rather than making life feel meaningless, can make it feel precious. You're alive, conscious, able to contemplate the universe on a planet that supports life, in a tiny window of time where you happen to exist. The meeting tomorrow will pass. Every problem you face will eventually dissolve into time. The perspective doesn't diminish your life. It helps you choose what deserves your emotional energy. We're on a rock, hurtling through space at 67,000 Dalton Puch. You didn't ask to be born, didn't choose this moment in cosmic history, didn't decide to be conscious. Yet, here you are. And you're worried about tomorrow's meeting. The astronomer's humility whispers, yes, prepare for the meeting. Do your best. But maybe don't treat it like it's the hinge of cosmic history. You're spinning through space on a tiny rock in an ancient universe. Hold your concerns lightly. They matter to you, and that's enough. They don't have to matter to the cosmos. Tomorrow's meeting will happen or won't. Either way, you'll still be hurtling through space at 67,000 Tautenden per twage on a rock that's been here billions of years and will outlast every concern you'll ever have. That's not depressing. That's the astronomer's humility. And it's oddly freeing. The garden wall. A stone wall surrounds a garden. Its purpose seems obvious. Keep things out. Deer that would eat the vegetables, rabbits that would dig up flowers, intruders who might steal or vandalize. The wall stands as a boundary, a clear division between garden and non-garden, inside and outside. But watch that wall over time and you'll notice something. The wall built to keep things out also keeps things in. This is the garden wall philosophy, and it reveals something subtle about boundaries. Built to keep things out, it also keeps things in. Every boundary serves two masters. The wall that protects the garden from deer also traps whatever's already inside. The plants can't spread beyond the wall. The gardener's children can't easily leave to explore. The same structure that creates safety creates containment. The wall doesn't have two functions. It has one function, division. But division necessarily works in both directions. This applies to every boundary humans create. The marriage that commits you to one person necessarily excludes all others. That's its point, but it also means you're bounded within that commitment. The job that provides income security requires you to show up, whether you want to or not. The identity that gives you community also limits which other groups you can belong to. The belief system that provides meaning also restricts what questions you can ask. None of this makes boundaries bad. Gardens need walls. Otherwise, they're just wild spaces, not cultivated ones. But the garden wall philosophy asks you to notice both functions. When you build a wall, you're not just keeping things out. You're also keeping things in, including yourself. This becomes important when boundaries start feeling oppressive. The career that once felt protective now feels confining. The relationship that provided security now feels limiting. The community that offered belonging now seems restrictive. Often the boundary hasn't changed. You've changed. What you needed kept out earlier, you now want to explore. What you wanted kept in now feels like a trap. The garden wall philosophy doesn't solve this tension. It just makes it visible. Every boundary serves two masters, exclusion and containment. You can't have one without the other. The wall that keeps danger out keeps you in. The commitment that prevents certain problems creates certain constraints. This shows up in social and political structures too. Laws that protect citizens from crime also restrict their freedom. Regulations that prevent market failures also limit economic activity. Security measures that keep threats out also monitor everyone inside. Every protective boundary is simultaneously a constraining boundary. Same wall, two effects. The practical wisdom is in consciously choosing which walls to build and maintain. Not all boundaries are wrong just because they constrain. Not all constraints are unjust just because they feel limiting. But knowing that every garden wall works both ways helps you make better choices about which ones to erect and which ones to tear down. The garden flourishes because of the wall, protected space where cultivation is possible. But that same wall prevents the garden from spreading into the wild, from receiving seeds carried by wind, from experiencing the full ecosystem. The wall creates possibility and limitation simultaneously. Every boundary serves two masters. Built to keep things out, it also keeps things in. The question isn't whether to have boundaries, it's which things you want, kept out enough that you're willing to be kept in with what remains. The garden wall stands neutral, fulfilling both functions at once. Protection and containment, security and restriction, same wall, two masters, both served equally. The sculptor's vision. Michelangelo stood before a massive block of marble. Others saw only stone. He saw David. When asked how he created such masterpieces, he gave an answer that's been quoted for centuries. I saw the angel in the marble and carved until I set him free. Another time, he explained, the sculpture is already complete within the marble block before I start my work. It is already there. I just have to chisel away the superfluous material. This is the sculptor's vision, and it suggests something radical about personal growth. Michelangelo said he removed the excess marble. Perhaps your true self just needs uncovering. The sculptor's approach inverts the usual model of self-improvement. Typically, we think of personal growth as addition. Add skills, add knowledge, add better habits, add positive qualities. Build yourself into something more than you currently are. But the sculptor's vision suggests the opposite. You're not incomplete, requiring additions. You're complete but obscured, requiring removal. What needs removing? The excess marble. In human terms, the false beliefs about yourself, the defensive patterns that no longer serve. The internalized voices of people who didn't understand you, the social conditioning that covered your natural inclinations, the fear-based decisions that hardened into identity. All the accumulated material that isn't actually you, but that you've been carrying as if it were. This philosophy appears across traditions. Taoism speaks of returning to your original nature, before social conditioning distorted it. Buddhism talks about removing delusions to reveal Buddha nature that was always present. Western psychology, particularly Jungian and humanistic approaches, describes peeling back defenses and false selves to access the authentic self beneath. The sculptor's vision challenges the achievement-focused approach to life. You don't need to become something you're not. You need to stop being what you never were. The anxiety that feels like essential you, probably accumulated, not innate. The harsh self-criticism, likely internalized, from outside voices. The limitations you accept as permanent might be excess marble, not the statue itself. This doesn't mean you're perfect and need no change. The marble block isn't David yet. It requires work, skill, vision, sustained effort to remove what doesn't belong. But the work is revelation, not creation. The sculpture already exists within the block. Your job is uncovering, not building from scratch. Practically, this shifts the question from what do I need to become to what have I been covering. The sculptor doesn't ask what the marble should become. The marble already is something. The sculptor's job is seeing what it is and removing what it isn't. How do you know what's excess and what's essential? The sculptor has vision, the ability to see the form within the formless. For humans, this might translate to moments when you feel most yourself, most natural, most aligned. Those moments aren't you becoming something better. They're moments when the excess marble temporarily falls away and your actual nature shows through. The removing is often harder than adding would be. Excess marble can be thick, hardened over decades. It might include things you've defended, identities you've built, stories you've believed about yourself. Removing these feels like loss, even when what's lost was never authentically you. But Michelangelo didn't grieve removing marble. He was freeing what already existed. When the angel emerged, that wasn't creation. That was revelation. The angel was always there, waiting in the stone. Perhaps your true self just needs uncovering. Not built, not achieved, not earned, through sufficient self-improvement, just freed from the excess material that's been covering it. The statue is already there. The work is removing everything that isn't the statue. That's the sculptor's vision, applied to your life, your true self, already there, waiting to be uncovered. The candle flame light, a candle, and watch the flame, steady, consistent, recognizably the same flame. Let it burn for an hour. Is that the same flame you lit initially? The wax that was burning then has melted away. The oxygen fueling the flame has been consumed and replaced. The chemical reaction creating light is happening with entirely different molecules than before. So is it the same flame from hour to hour, or a new flame each moment? And if you are honest about the flame's nature, you have to ask the same question about yourself. Are you the same person you were? The flame appears continuous. From moment to moment, it looks identical, seems to persist as the same entity. But scientifically, a flame isn't a thing, it's a process. A continuous chemical reaction between fuel, oxygen, and heat, creating light as a byproduct. The flame you see now is different matter undergoing the same process as the flame from a moment ago. It maintains pattern while constantly replacing substance. This is called the ship of Theseus problem in philosophy, though the candle flame might be an even better example. If you replace every plank in a wooden ship over time, is it the same ship? At least the ship's planks exist as discrete objects. The flame doesn't even have that. It's pure process, pure transformation, appearing solid and persistent while actually being constant change. Now consider yourself. The atoms in your body are constantly being replaced. The cells die and regenerate. Your neurons rewire themselves based on experience. The person you were 7 years ago shares almost no physical matter with the person you are now. Even your memories change each time you recall them, slightly rewritten by the act of remembering. So are you the same person you were 7 years ago? Yesterday? 5 minutes ago? Buddhist philosophy addresses this directly through the concept of anatta, no self. What we call the self is actually a process, not a thing. Like the flame, you're a pattern that maintains continuity while the underlying components constantly change. The feeling of being a persistent, unified self is real as an experience, but what's actually happening is more like the flame, continuous transformation, creating the illusion of unchanging identity. This has practical implications. When someone says, "That's just who I am," the candle flame philosophy asks, is it? Are you describing your essential nature or just a current pattern that could change like flames do? When you're stuck in a habit or identity that isn't serving you, remember, you're not a static thing. You're a process. Processes can shift. The candle flame also addresses regret and resentment. The person who hurt you 5 years ago, are they the same person now? The person who made that mistake you still carry shame about, are they you now? The flame that burned an hour ago and the flame burning now share continuity of pattern, but not identity of substance. Similarly, you're connected to your past self, but not identical to it. Western philosophy wrestled with this through John Locke's ideas about personal identity. He argued that psychological continuity, especially memory, creates the self. You're the same person as long as you remember being that person. But memory is fallible, selective, constantly rewriting itself. Is identity really stable if it rests on such shifting ground? The candle flame doesn't resolve these questions. It just makes them visible. When you look at the flame, you're seeing a process that appears to be a thing. When you look at yourself, you might be doing the same. The continuity is real. The persistence is real. But what persists is pattern, not substance. Process, not object. Is it the same flame from hour to hour or a new flame each moment? Both answers are true depending on what you mean by same. The pattern persists. The substance transforms. Are you the same person you were? Same answer, same ambiguity. The flame burns on. Constant change, creating the appearance of constancy. You continue. Constant transformation, creating the feeling of persistent self. Neither is quite what it appears to be. Both are more process than thing, more verb than noun. The candle flame flickers, changes, transforms, yet remains recognizably itself. So do you. The question isn't whether you're the same or different. The question is recognizing that you're both simultaneously, like the flame, a process appearing as a thing, change appearing as continuity. The desert's gift. Walk into a desert and notice what's missing. Trees, rivers, abundant wildlife, the lush growth of more fertile lands. The desert lacks so much. But that absence creates something unexpected: clarity. When you remove the excess, when you strip away everything that can't survive in harsh conditions, what remains is essential. This is the desert's gift, and it teaches a counterintuitive principle about truth and understanding. Absence reveals what's essential. Subtract until only truth remains. In the desert, survival requires focus on fundamentals: water, shelter from sun, navigation, energy conservation. The complications that dominate life in abundant environments become irrelevant. Plants that thrive in the desert don't waste energy on broad leaves or non-essential flowers. Animals conserve every movement. The ecosystem is stripped down to what actually matters for continued existence. This works for ideas too. Take a complex problem and start subtracting. Remove the decorative elements, the status considerations, the emotional attachments, the parts you added to impress others. Keep subtracting until you can't subtract anything else without destroying the core. What remains is the desert version of the problem: bare, essential, true. Michelangelo's sculpture method worked this way, but the desert's gift is more radical. The sculptor knew what the statue should be and removed excess to reveal it. The desert doesn't care what you think should remain. It removes everything that can't prove its necessity for survival. The result might surprise you. What you thought was essential might disappear. What you overlooked might be all that's left. This philosophy challenges accumulation-based thinking. Modern life encourages addition: more possessions, more credentials, more experiences, more information. But the desert's gift suggests wisdom might work oppositely. Subtract beliefs that can't withstand scrutiny. Remove habits that don't serve actual needs. Strip away identities built on others' expectations. What survives this process is more likely to be true because it's proven necessity rather than claimed it. Minimalism in various forms touches this principle. Minimalist design removes decorative elements until only functional ones remain. Minimalist living reduces possessions until only essential ones are kept. But the desert's gift goes deeper than aesthetic or lifestyle choice. It's an epistemological method: subtract until only truth remains. The desert is harsh. Not everything survives. But what does survive is genuinely adapted, truly necessary, really capable rather than just appearing so. Ideas, beliefs, values, relationships, when subjected to desert conditions, reveal their actual strength. The ones that survive without life support, without constant maintenance, without favorable conditions, those are the essential ones. In practical terms, this means periodically testing what you think is essential by removing it temporarily. The belief you hold strongly, can you live well without it? The possession you're attached to, does life actually require it? The routine you think you need, does functioning demand it? The desert's gift is discovering that much of what felt necessary was just comfortable, familiar, or socially reinforced. What remains after subtraction isn't always pleasant. Desert truth can be stark, uncomfortable, stripped of the softening elements that made it easier to accept. But it's clear. The desert doesn't hide anything. There's nowhere for falsehood to shelter when conditions eliminate everything but what can actually survive. Absence reveals what's essential, not by showing you what's missing, but by showing you what doesn't disappear when everything inessential is removed. Subtract until only truth remains. The desert has been demonstrating this for millions of years. Harsh? Yes, but clear. undecorated, essential, true. The composer's rest. Listen to a great symphony. The moments that take your breath away aren't always the loudest passages or the most complex orchestrations. Often, they're the rests. The sudden silence after building intensity. The pause that creates space for the previous note to resonate. The empty beat that makes the next phrase land with power. This is the composer's rest, and it teaches something most people resist. The greatest symphonies know when to be silent. Not every moment needs filling. The rest isn't absence of music. It's a specific musical instruction, a deliberate choice to stop sound at precisely this moment for exactly this duration. The composer writes the rest as carefully as the notes. Too short and the phrase feels rushed. Too long and the momentum breaks. The rest must be exactly the right length, placed exactly the right moment to serve the music. In classical notation, rests have their own symbols, their own rules, their own precise durations. A whole rest, half rest, quarter rest, each demanding specific silence. The musician must count through the rest as carefully as through the notes, maintaining time, staying present, even while making no sound. The rest requires as much discipline as playing. This philosophy challenges the modern obsession with productivity and constant activity, calendars with no white space, days scheduled from waking to sleeping, the feeling that any unoccupied moment represents wasted time. But the composer's rest suggests that emptiness serves the whole as much as fullness does. The music exists because of silence, not despite it. The rest serves multiple functions. It gives the listener time to absorb what they've just heard. It creates anticipation for what comes next. It provides contrast that makes the notes more powerful. It allows emotional processing. The composer understands that human attention needs space, pauses, room to breathe. Constant sound becomes noise. Strategic silence creates music. This applies beyond music. Conversation needs pauses. Constant talking leaves no room for the other person to absorb, reflect, or respond. Good writers understand white space, know that the page needs breathing room. Architects design negative space as carefully as structures, understanding that buildings need surrounding emptiness to be properly perceived. In personal life, the composer's rest means recognizing that recovery isn't optional. That rest isn't the absence of productivity, but a different kind of productivity. That doing nothing is sometimes exactly what the moment requires. The rest is as essential to the symphony as the notes. Your rest is as essential to your life as your activity. The difficulty is that rests feel like nothing. You can't hear them the way you hear notes. You can't point to them as accomplishments. They're empty beats, silence, apparent absence. But ask any musician what happens when you remove the rests from a piece of music. It becomes unplayable, exhausting, meaningless. The notes blur together. The phrases lose shape. The music dies from lack of space. The composer's rest also addresses knowing when to stop. Not every idea needs elaboration. Not every point needs 3 supporting examples. Not every silence needs filling with words. The greatest symphonies know when to be silent because they understand that silence gives shape to sound. Musicians practice rests. They train themselves to be present during silence, to count through emptiness with the same precision they give to notes. The rest isn't permission to mentally check out. It's a different kind of engagement. Active silence, deliberate pause, strategic emptiness. Not every moment needs filling. The composer knows this, the symphony demonstrates it, the music depends on it. Your life works the same way. The rest is written into the score. It's not a mistake or an absence. It's a choice, as intentional as any note, serving the whole by creating space within it. The greatest symphonies know when to be silent. Maybe the greatest lives do too. The owl's perspective. In daylight, the owl struggles. Its eyes, designed for darkness, find bright light overwhelming. It roosts during the day, waiting for conditions where it can function optimally. Meanwhile, daytime birds soar and hunt, dominating the visible world. The owl appears disadvantaged, poorly adapted, limited. But then night falls. Suddenly, the owl excels. Its eyes gather available light with extraordinary efficiency. Its hearing pinpoints prey by sound alone. The darkness that blinds others is its element. This is the owl's perspective, and it teaches something crucial about perceived limitations. It sees in darkness what others miss in light. Disadvantages hide advantages. What looks like weakness in one context becomes strength in another. The owl's light sensitivity is a liability during day, but an asset at night. The same trait, viewed from different contexts, appears completely different. This suggests that many of our supposed disadvantages might be advantages waiting for the right conditions to become apparent. This philosophy challenges the deficit model of human differences. Someone who can't sit still in a classroom might excel in hands-on work. Someone who struggles with small talk might have depth in one-on-one conversations. Someone who sees patterns others miss might also see problems others overlook. The trait doesn't change. The context and frame change. The owl's perspective appears throughout innovation history. Dyslexic people often excel at spatial reasoning and seeing patterns. ADHD individuals frequently thrive in high stimulation environments others find overwhelming. Autistic people may notice details and systems others miss. The conditions that create difficulty in mainstream contexts can create capability in others. This doesn't romanticize struggle or pretend disadvantages don't create real difficulties. The owl genuinely can't function well in bright daylight. That's a real limitation. But the limitation in one context is often connected to advantage in another. The eyes that can't handle bright light are the same eyes that see in darkness. You can't separate the disadvantage from the advantage. They're the same trait, viewed from different angles. The practical application is twofold. First, stop trying to fix everything that doesn't fit standard contexts. Maybe the problem isn't you, it's the context. Find environments where your particular traits become advantages rather than liabilities. The owl doesn't try to become a daytime bird. It owns its nocturnal nature and dominates its niche. Second, look again at traits you've labeled as weaknesses. The sensitivity that makes you vulnerable might also make you perceptive. The intensity that exhausts others might fuel your focus. The difficulty fitting in might preserve your independent thinking. Disadvantages hide advantages, but you have to look in the right light to see them. The owl's perspective also addresses how we view others. That person who seems awkward, limited, struggling in the current environment. What might they excel at in different conditions? Are you judging them in daylight when they are built for darkness? Are you measuring them by standards that don't match their design? Nature doesn't make the owl wrong for being nocturnal. It doesn't demand the owl adapt to daylight standards. It recognizes ecological niches, understands that different traits serve different purposes, accepts that advantage and disadvantage are context-dependent rather than absolute. The owl sees in darkness what others miss in light, not despite its light sensitivity, but because of it. The disadvantage and advantage are inseparable, two aspects of the same adaptation. What limits you in one context might be exactly what empowers you in another. The question isn't how to eliminate disadvantages, it's how to find or create contexts where those same traits become advantages, where darkness falls and suddenly the owl's supposed limitation becomes its greatest strength. The river's endpoint. A river begins in mountains, melting snow collecting in rivulets. Those rivulets merge into streams. Streams join into a river. The river flows downhill, taking the path of least resistance, responding to gravity and terrain. It doesn't have a map. It doesn't know geography. It has never seen the ocean. Yet given enough time, enough distance, every river finds its way there. This is the river's endpoint philosophy, and it offers profound reassurance about purpose and direction. It doesn't know it's heading to the ocean, but it gets there anyway. You don't need to see the destination. The river doesn't navigate by vision. It can't see beyond the next bend. It doesn't plan routes or study maps. It simply follows its nature, flowing downhill, moving toward lower elevation, responding to immediate conditions. Yet this simple, moment-by-moment responsiveness leads inevitably to the ocean. The end point emerges from the process, not from planning toward it. This philosophy challenges goal-oriented thinking that insists you must see the destination clearly before starting the journey. Vision boards, 5-year plans, clearly defined objectives, all useful tools, but the river suggests they're not necessary for arrival. You don't need to see where you're going if you're consistently moving in accordance with your nature. What is your nature? For the river, it's flowing downhill. For you, it might be moving toward curiosity, toward growth, toward authentic expression, toward connection. Not specific destinations, but directional tendencies. The river doesn't aim for the Atlantic versus the Pacific. It just flows, and the landscape determines which ocean it eventually reaches. Taoist philosophy captures this through Wu Wei, effortless action aligned with natural tendencies. The river embodies Wu Wei perfectly. It's not passive, not motionless. It's continuously active, constantly flowing, but its action comes from following natural law, responding to gravity and terrain, rather than forcing predetermined paths. This philosophy provides relief for people paralyzed by not knowing their ultimate destination. You don't need to know where you're heading to start moving. You just need to follow your nature consistently, respond to present conditions authentically, and trust that movement in accordance with your truth leads somewhere meaningful. The river encounters obstacles, rocks, fallen trees, canyon walls. It doesn't stop flowing. It finds a way around, over, through. Sometimes it splits into multiple channels that later rejoin. Sometimes it seems to move away from the ocean, taking a longer path through the landscape. But the fundamental direction remains toward lower elevation, ultimately toward the sea. Your path will also include obstacles, detours, apparent backward movements. The river's endpoint philosophy says, these don't mean you're lost or failing. They're just terrain. Keep flowing. Keep following your nature. The endpoint isn't determined by having a clear vision of it. It's determined By consistent movement in alignment with what you are. The river also teaches about surrender and trust. Not passive resignation, but active trust in process. The river doesn't fight gravity or demand the landscape accommodate its preferences. It accepts conditions and responds with flow. This isn't weakness. It's how the river accomplishes what conscious planning and forcing often can't. Some rivers take thousands of miles to reach the ocean. Others arrive quickly. The river doesn't measure success by speed or compare its journey to other rivers. It just flows. Your timeline is your timeline. The end point will arrive when it arrives, determined by your unique terrain and flow rate, not by comparison to others. It doesn't know it's heading to the ocean, but it gets there anyway. Every river, given enough time and lack of interference, finds the sea, not through planning, vision, or strategy, but through consistent alignment with its fundamental nature. You don't need to see the destination. You just need to keep flowing, responding to present conditions, following your nature. The end point will emerge from the journey itself. Trust the process. Trust the flow. The ocean is coming. You don't need to see it to arrive there. The meditation bell. A meditation bell rings, clear, pure tones spreading through silence. The sound marks the beginning of practice. Practitioners settle into stillness, following breath, watching thoughts, cultivating presence. Time passes. Then the bell rings again, signaling the end. The meditators open their eyes, bow, return to daily life. But notice what bookends this practice. Before the first bell, silence. After the final bell, silence. This is the meditation bell philosophy, and it teaches something about boundaries and origins. Rung to begin and end practice, reminding us that all things are bookended by silence. The bell emerges from silence. Its sound, no matter how pure or sustained, eventually fades back into silence. The silence isn't created by the bell's absence. The bell is created by silence's interruption. Silence is the default state. Sound is temporary disturbance within it. The bell makes this visible by marking the transition between sound and silence, between activity and rest, between practice and non-practice. This pattern extends beyond meditation halls. Your life began in silence before you existed to make sound. It will end in silence after you cease to speak, think, act. Everything in between, every word, every thought, every moment of consciousness is bookended by silence. The silence was there before and will remain after. Your existence is the meditation bell, a temporary sound within eternal quiet. Buddhist teaching emphasizes this through meditation on death and impermanence, not morbidly but practically. Understanding that life is bookended by silence changes how you relate to the noise in between. If silence is origin and destination, perhaps the sounds you make during the interval matter less than you think. Or perhaps they matter more precisely because they're temporary. The meditation bell also marks transitions between states. Before the bell, ordinary consciousness. During practice, focused attention. After the bell, integration back into regular activity. The bell doesn't create these states. It marks boundaries between them, reminds you that states change, that what you're experiencing now isn't permanent or total reality. It's a phase bookended by different phases. In practical terms, the meditation bell philosophy suggests that beginnings and endings aren't opposites but siblings. Both emerge from the same source. Silence, emptiness, the unmarked state, before form arises. Birth and death aren't fighting each other. They're both gestures within the larger silence that contains them. This offers a different relationship with endings. When something ends, a job, a relationship, a phase of life, it's not failure or tragedy. It's the second bell ringing, returning that particular sound to the silence it emerged from. The silence isn't hostile to the sound. It's the field within which sound becomes possible. Without silence, there would be no way to hear the bell. Without endings, there would be no way to recognize beginnings. The bell itself is instructive, made of metal, formed into specific shape, struck with intention. The sound it produces isn't the bell, but the bell's response to being struck. Your life works similarly. You're not the silence, but you're also not the sound. You're the bell, the structure that translates strike into tone, that shapes silence into temporary meaning. Musicians understand that silence gives shape to sound. Without rests, without spaces, music becomes noise. The meditation bell takes this further. Not just that silence shapes sound, but that silence contains sound. All sounds arise from silence and return to it. The bell rings this truth twice. Once at beginning, once at end, rung to begin and end practice, reminding us that all things are bookended by silence, not as tragedy, but as structure. The frame that makes the picture possible, the silence that makes the sound hearable, the emptiness that allows form to appear. Before the bell, silence. After the bell, silence. In between, a tone. Your life follows the same pattern. The meditation bell just makes it explicit, rings it clear, lets you hear what's always been true. All things are bookended by silence. The bell reminds you twice per session, but the truth holds whether the bell rings or not. The snake's molt. A snake has outgrown its skin. The old skin no longer fits, becoming tight, uncomfortable, restricting movement. So the snake finds a rough surface, begins to rub, and slowly, systematically, sheds the entire skin. The old covering peels away, revealing fresh scales underneath. The discarded skin lies empty, a perfect replica of what the snake was. But the snake itself has moved on, larger, renewed. This is the snake's molt. And it teaches something crucial about transformation. It sheds its skin completely. You can outgrow your old self without killing who you were. The old skin isn't killed or destroyed. It's outgrown. The snake doesn't fight its previous skin or denounce it. That skin served perfectly well when it fit. But the snake has grown, and what once fit now constrains. The molting isn't violent. It's methodical, necessary, natural. The old skin isn't wrong. It's just outdated. This offers a gentler model for personal transformation than most people use. We talk about killing the old self, destroying bad habits, crushing weaknesses. Violent language for violent internal processes. But the snake's molt suggests transformation doesn't require violence. You don't have to kill who you were. You can simply outgrow that version and shed it, leaving it intact, but behind. The old skin remains recognizable. If you examined it, you could see exactly what size the snake was, what patterns it had, even old scars and imperfections. The past remains accessible, visible, real. It's just no longer inhabited. The snake has moved into new skin that fits its current size. The old self isn't erased. It's transcended. This addresses shame about past versions of yourself. The you from 5 years ago, who made different choices, held different beliefs, had different limitations. Common to feel embarrassed by that past self, to wish you could erase evidence of who you were. But the snake's molt says, that version was real and necessary. You couldn't be who you are now without having been who you were then. The old skin enabled growth. Honor it even as you shed it. The molting process takes effort. The snake doesn't just wait for old skin to fall off. It actively rubs against rough surfaces, works to loosen the old covering, puts energy into the shedding. Similarly, outgrowing old patterns requires active work. You have to consciously engage with the process, create friction, push against what's comfortable. Growth doesn't happen automatically, just because you've outgrown your current form. Snakes molt multiple times throughout their lives. It's not a one-time transformation. They grow, shed, grow again, shed again. The process repeats as long as they're alive and growing. Your development works the same way. The self you shed today might itself need shedding in a few years. This isn't failure or regression. It's continuation of growth. The snake is vulnerable during molting. The old skin protects less effectively as it loosens. The new skin underneath hasn't fully hardened yet. There's a period of increased risk during the transition. Personal transformation has similar vulnerability. When you're letting go of old patterns but haven't fully established new ones, you're in between, uncertain, more exposed. This is normal, expected, part of the process. The snake doesn't mourn its old skin. It doesn't carry the shed skin with it or try to keep wearing it after it no longer fits. Once shed, the old skin is left behind. This is different from pretending the past didn't exist. The snake doesn't deny having worn that skin. It just doesn't keep wearing it once it no longer serves. It sheds its skin completely, not piece by piece, not grudgingly, but fully. The whole old covering comes off, revealing the new self underneath. You can outgrow your old self without killing who you were. The past self isn't murdered. It's shed, left intact but uninhabited, honored by being outgrown. The snake moves forward in new skin, larger, renewed, ready for the next phase of growth. The old skin remains behind, evidence of where the snake has been, proof of growth achieved. Both are real. Both are the snake, just at different times, different sizes, different phases. You can shed too. The old versions of yourself, outgrown but not destroyed, left behind but not killed. Growth through molting rather than violence. Transformation through shedding rather than destruction. The snake knows how. Maybe you can learn. The Lighthouse Keeper. Every night, a lighthouse keeper climbs the stairs to tend the light. He cleans the lens, checks the mechanism, ensures the beam rotates steadily, sweeping across the dark water. Ships pass in the night, using that light to navigate safely past rocks and shoals. The keeper never meets these sailors. He doesn't know their names, doesn't hear their gratitude, never learns whether his light saved them from disaster or simply helped them maintain course. He tends the light for ships he'll never meet. This is the lighthouse keeper philosophy, and it teaches something about the deepest form of service. Some service requires no recognition. The keeper's work is solitary. He maintains the light, not for praise or acknowledgement, but because ships need guidance and he's positioned to provide it. The service is anonymous by design. The sailors see the light, not the keeper. They navigate by the beam without considering the person who ensures it shines. The keeper's satisfaction can't come from others' gratitude because that gratitude never reaches him. This challenges the modern expectation that service should be recognized, appreciated, rewarded. We want credit for our contributions, acknowledgement for our efforts. Social media has amplified this, creating constant documentation of good deeds, public performance of generosity. But the lighthouse keeper suggests another possibility: service that asks nothing in return, not even recognition. Religious traditions understand this through different language. Christian teaching about not letting the left hand know what the right hand is doing. Buddhist practice of anonymous kindness. Jewish concept of tzedakah as justice rather than charity, something you do because it's right, regardless of recognition. The lighthouse keeper embodies these teachings through daily practice. The keeper's work is also continuous. Tending a light isn't a one-time heroic act. It's repetitive, unglamorous maintenance. Every night, climb the stairs. Every night, check the mechanism. Every night, ensure the light shines. The ships that benefit from this consistency will never know that each night's light required renewed effort. They see only the steady beam, unaware of the steady work maintaining it. This applies to many forms of service. Parenting involves countless small acts no one witnesses or credits. Teaching includes hours of preparation students never see. Infrastructure maintenance keeps systems running through invisible effort. Much of the work that makes civilization function happens in the background, performed by people whose names you'll never know, serving you in ways you'll never realize. The lighthouse keeper philosophy doesn't demand this of everyone. Recognition has value. Appreciation feels good. Community acknowledgement strengthens social bonds. But knowing that some service requires no recognition, that the deepest forms might be precisely those that remain anonymous, this shifts perspective. It suggests that the need for recognition might limit the kind of service you can offer. If you only serve when you'll be seen, many worthy efforts become impossible. Who would tend the lighthouse if the job required meeting every ship you guide to safety? The impossibility of recognition would leave the rocks unmarked, the waters dark, ships foundering. Service that requires recognition is limited to contexts where recognition is possible. The keeper also models humility about impact. He doesn't know which ships his light saves. He can't measure his effectiveness by counting safe passages, because he never knows which passages would have failed without him. His work might save hundreds of lives, or simply provide reassurance to experienced sailors who would have navigated safely anyway. He doesn't know, and his not knowing doesn't change his commitment to tending the light. In your life, much of your impact remains invisible to you. Words that helped someone in ways they never told you about. Presence that stabilized someone through difficulty you never witnessed. Examples that inspired directions you never learned of. You're tending lights for ships you'll never meet, creating effects you'll never trace. He tends the light for ships he'll never meet, not for glory, not for gratitude, not even for the satisfaction of knowing he made a difference, just because the light needs tending and he's there to tend it. Some service requires no recognition. The ships pass safely. The keeper climbs the stairs again tomorrow. The light continues shining. That's enough. The frozen lake. In winter, the lake transforms. Water that flowed liquid all summer now stands solid, strong enough to walk on. The molecular structure hasn't changed. H2O remains H2O. But the state has completely shifted. Liquid became solid. Movement became stillness. What you could swim through now supports your weight. This is the frozen lake philosophy. and it reveals something about the nature of transformation. Solid on top, liquid beneath. Change your temperature and change your state. The shift from liquid to solid happens at a specific threshold, 32 degrees Celsius or 02 degrees Celsius South Sea. Above that temperature, water flows. Below it, water freezes. The transition isn't gradual. It's a phase change, a fundamental shift in how the molecules relate to each other. Small temperature change, massive state change. This maps onto human experience more accurately than gradual growth models suggest. Sometimes transformation isn't slow accumulation. Sometimes it's sudden phase shift. You can work on something for months with no visible change. Then suddenly, at some threshold, everything shifts. The water was cooling incrementally all along, but it only looked different when it finally froze. The frozen lake philosophy addresses the frustration of invisible progress. You're making efforts, doing the work, but nothing seems to change. You're still in the same state, same struggles, same patterns. But maybe you're like water at 33 Mangdi, then 32 Taidig, approaching the threshold where phase change becomes inevitable. The work isn't wasted. It's changing temperature, bringing you closer to the point where state transformation occurs. The reverse transformation matters too. Ice to water requires only heat. The solid state isn't permanent. Change conditions and the state changes. This applies to rigid patterns, frozen identities, solidified beliefs. They feel permanent, unchangeable. But they are just water at low temperature. Warm them sufficiently and they'll flow again. Physics calls these phase transitions, and they appear throughout nature. Water to ice, water to steam, solid to liquid to gas. Same substance, different states, depending on temperature and pressure. Human psychology might work similarly. Same person, different states, depending on circumstances and conditions. The frozen lake is also deceptive. Solid on top, but beneath that frozen layer, water remains liquid. The lake isn't completely transformed. Only the surface has changed state. This mirrors how change often works in people. The surface shifts, new behaviors appear, but underneath, old patterns might still flow. Complete transformation takes time, requires freezing all the way through, not just the visible surface. This philosophy offers patience with yourself during change. If you've shifted surface behaviors but still feel the old patterns underneath, that's normal. You're the frozen lake, solid on top, liquid beneath. Keep the temperature low enough, maintain the new conditions long enough, and the transformation will extend deeper. But expecting instant complete change sets up disappointment. The frozen lake also teaches about environments and support systems. Water doesn't freeze by willpower. It freezes because temperature drops and stays low. If you want to maintain a new state, you need to maintain the conditions that support it. Change your environment, your habits, your influences. Sustained transformation requires sustained new conditions. The phase change is also reversible and repeatable. Water freezes, melts, freezes again. You can shift states multiple times throughout life, freezing into new structure, melting into flexibility, refreezing differently. The capacity for phase change doesn't disappear after one transformation. It's built into the nature of the substance. Solid on top, liquid beneath. Change your temperature and change your state. The frozen lake demonstrates that transformation isn't always gradual accumulation. Sometimes it's threshold crossing, phase shifting, sudden state change triggered by reaching specific conditions. Your water. You can freeze, You can melt, you can flow or stand solid. The state you're in depends on temperature, on conditions, on the environment you're maintaining. Change those, and your state will change too. The lake knows this. Liquid in summer, solid in winter, always water, always capable of transformation. Same substance, different states, shifting with conditions. You work the same way. The question mark. Look at a question mark. It starts with a curl, looping around doubt and uncertainty. But trace its curve and notice where it goes. Upward. The question mark curves upward at the end before dropping its final dot below. That upward curve is essential to its shape. This is the question mark philosophy, and it reveals something about the nature of inquiry itself. It curves upward at the end, hopeful. Interrogation is always reaching toward light. Questions emerge from not knowing, from confusion, from gaps in understanding. They acknowledge limitation, admission that something isn't clear yet. But the question structure contains expectation. You ask because you believe answers exist, because you trust that inquiry can lead somewhere. The question mark curves upward, reaching, seeking, oriented toward illumination, even while starting from darkness. Compare this to a period. The period says, "This is finished, complete, concluded. No more to say here." The question mark says, "This continues, opens, reaches beyond current understanding. One closes, one expands." The question mark's upward curve represents possibility, the chance that beyond current knowing lies greater knowing. This philosophy addresses how you relate to uncertainty. Many people treat questions as problems, gaps that need filling, deficiencies that need correcting. But the question mark's shape suggests questions aren't failures of knowing. They're orientations toward knowing. The question is the gesture that points toward light, even when starting from shadow. Socrates built entire philosophical method around questions. He claimed to know nothing except that he knew nothing, and from that admitted ignorance, he questioned everything. The questions weren't attacks or skepticism for its own sake. They were upward-reaching curves, each one extending a little further toward truth. The question mark as epistemological tool, a way of climbing from confusion toward clarity. The upward curve is also humble. The question mark doesn't pretend to already have answers. It doesn't assert. It asks. That asking is vulnerable, admission that you don't know, confession of limitation. But the vulnerability opens possibility. Closed certainty can't learn. Only open questions can receive new understanding. Children naturally embody this. They ask endless questions, each one curving upward with expectation that adults will have answers, that the world makes sense if only it's explained correctly. As people age, many lose this. Questions become threatening. Admission of ignorance becomes embarrassing. The upward curve flattens into cynical statement, "It doesn't matter anyway." But the question mark insists, it matters, answers exist, inquiry leads somewhere. The question mark is also iterative. Each answer often generates new questions. The curve reaches upward, touches partial understanding, then launches another curve from that new position. Questions build on questions, each one starting where the last answer left off, spiraling upward through increasing complexity and nuance. The question mark's shape suggests this. Not straight upward ascent, but curved reaching, looping back before extending forward. The philosophy becomes practical during difficult periods, when life feels dark, confusing, meaningless. The question mark offers orientation. Instead of statements of despair, ask questions. Why is this happening? What can I learn? Where might this lead? How might I respond? The questions themselves don't provide answers, but their upward curve orients you towards seeking rather than concluding in hopelessness. The final dot below the curve matters too. The question mark doesn't just reach upward and disappear. It drops a grounding point, acknowledgement that questions emerge from specific confusion, particular not knowing. The dot keeps the question tethered to its origin, while the curve reaches toward possibility. It curves upward at the end, hopeful, not naively, not pretending questions don't emerge from genuine confusion, but trusting that inquiry leads somewhere, that not knowing can become knowing, that darkness reveals light when properly interrogated. Interrogation is always reaching toward light. The question mark's shape proves it. Every question, every genuine inquiry curves upward from its origin in confusion, reaching toward illumination it can't yet see but trusts exists. The question mark doesn't know what answer it will find, but it curves upward anyway, shaped by hope that asking leads to understanding, that the gesture of reaching eventually touches something real. That's not blind optimism. That's the structure of inquiry itself, curved upward, forever reaching, always hoping. The monk's broom. A Zen monk sweeps the monastery courtyard. Every morning, same broom, same stones, same motion. A visitor watches and asks, "What does the sweeping mean? What does it symbolize? What spiritual lesson does it teach?" The monk pauses, looks at the visitor and says, "Sweeping is just sweeping." This is the monk's broom philosophy, and it cuts through layers of unnecessary complexity. Sweeping is just sweeping. Walking is just walking. Meaning is the extra weight we add. The visitor wanted the sweeping to mean something beyond itself, to represent purification of the mind, cleansing of karma, dedication to practice. And maybe the monk does experience those things, but the core activity remains exactly what it appears to be, removing leaves and dust from stones. The broom doesn't care about symbolism. The courtyard doesn't require metaphor to be swept clean. This philosophy challenges the human tendency to overload simple activities with significance. We can't just eat, we must make it about health or morality. Can't just walk, must turn it into exercise tracked and optimized. Can't sit quietly without making it meditation with proper posture and spiritual intent. The monk's broom asks, what if things could just be themselves without the weight of additional meaning? This isn't anti-meaning. Meaning has value. But the monk's broom points to how often meaning becomes burden rather than illumination. You start doing something simple, and slowly you pile on expectations, symbolism, stories about what it means and why it matters. Soon you're not doing the activity anymore. You're doing the meaning you've attached to it. The activity itself disappears under interpretation. Zen Buddhism emphasizes this constantly. When hungry, eat. When tired, sleep. Not when hungry, mindfully consume nutrients while contemplating impermanence. Just eat. The directness is the point, the thing itself, without commentary, without the mental layer that separates you from direct experience. Walking is just walking. Your feet touch ground, legs move, body progresses through space. That's what's actually happening. Everything else, the thoughts about where you're going and why, the analysis of your walking style, the judgment about whether you're walking enough, that's added meaning. The walking itself is simple. The complexity comes from what you pile onto it. This becomes liberating. when you notice how much energy goes into maintaining meaning. Every meaningful activity requires defending its meaning, justifying why it matters, proving it's worth doing. But sweeping doesn't need justification. The courtyard needs sweeping, so you sweep. The activity justifies itself through simple utility. The monk's broom also addresses the modern obsession with optimization and purpose. Everything must serve goals, advance agendas, contribute to larger projects. But some things can just be what they are. Sweeping serves the immediate purpose of clean courtyard. It doesn't need to also build character, demonstrate discipline, symbolize enlightenment. It can just be sweeping. This philosophy extends to identity and self-narrative. You do a job, and it's just doing the job. You don't have to make it your identity, your calling, your life's purpose. It can be work you do for money to pay for living. That's enough. The meaning we add, I'm a passionate professional pursuing my dreams, that's weight. Sometimes freeing comes from putting down the weight and letting work be just work. The monk sweeps without needing sweeping to mean anything beyond itself. The courtyard gets clean. The broom moves dust. The activity completes itself without requiring narrative or significance. Just simple, direct action. Sweeping is just sweeping. This doesn't make life bland or purposeless. It makes it clearer. You see the activity itself rather than your thoughts about the activity. You do the thing rather than doing your concept of the thing. Walking is just walking. The walking is already whole, already complete, already enough without meaning's added weight. Meaning is the extra weight we add. Sometimes the weight helps, gives direction, creates motivation. But sometimes it just exhausts you, makes simple things complicated, separates you from direct experience. The monk's broom teaches discernment. Which meanings serve? Which ones are just heavy? Sweeping is just sweeping, until you make it something else. Then it becomes the something else you made it, and the sweeping disappears underneath. The monk keeps it simple. Broom, courtyard, motion. Clean stones as result. That's all. That's enough. The sundial's honesty. A sundial stands in the garden, marking time with shadow. When sun shines, it works perfectly, showing hours with ancient precision. But on cloudy days, the sundial shows nothing. No shadow, no time marked, just blank face. The sundial doesn't apologize for this. It doesn't pretend to function in darkness. This is the sundial's honesty, and it teaches something important about limitations and truth. It only works in light. Some truths require illumination to be visible. The sundial's limitation is built into its design. It measures time by tracking light, so without light, measurement becomes impossible. Unlike mechanical clocks that work regardless of conditions, the sundial admits dependency. It needs sun. In its absence, the sundial simply waits, honest about what it can and cannot do. This honesty about limitations is rare. Most systems, most people, claim consistent capability regardless of conditions. We say we can handle anything, maintain performance through any circumstance, see clearly regardless of available information. But the sundial says, no, I require specific conditions. Without them, I don't function. That admission is honest, not weak. The philosophy extends to understanding itself. Some truths only become visible under certain conditions. You can't see relationship patterns while you're inside them, blinded by emotion and attachment. Time and distance, the light of perspective, reveals what proximity kept hidden. You can't recognize certain mistakes, until experience illuminates them. The truth was always there, but like the sundial in clouds, it wasn't visible yet. This challenges the assumption that truth is always available if you just look hard enough. Sometimes truth requires conditions you don't have yet. The sundial in darkness doesn't mean time has stopped. It means the conditions for measuring time aren't present. Similarly, not seeing certain truths doesn't mean they don't exist. It might mean the illuminating conditions haven't arrived yet. The sundial's honesty also addresses integrity. Rather than pretending to show time in all conditions, possibly showing false time, it simply admits when it can't function. Applied to humans, this means acknowledging when you don't have the information, experience, or clarity to speak truthfully. I don't know is the sundial's honesty. Better than making up answers in darkness, pretending to see when you can't. Some questions can't be answered yet because the conditions for answering haven't manifested. The sundial doesn't force shadows where light isn't present. You don't have to force answers where understanding isn't available. Wait for light. The truth will become visible when illumination arrives. This philosophy also distinguishes between different types of knowing. The sundial shows one kind of truth, time by solar position. It can't tell you temperature, wind speed, or tomorrow's forecast. Its truth is specific, conditional, limited to what light reveals. Your knowing is similarly conditional. You see what current conditions illuminate. Other truths remain in shadow until different light arrives. The sundial's honesty becomes practical when facing complex questions without clear answers. Instead of forcing certainty, acknowledge the darkness. I can't see this clearly yet. I need more light. That's not failure. That's accurate assessment of current conditions. The sundial doesn't judge cloudy days. It just waits for sun. The philosophy also suggests patience with unclear situations. The sundial during cloudy weather doesn't mean timekeeping is impossible forever. It means current conditions don't support it. Wait, conditions change, light returns. What was invisible becomes visible. The truth that required illumination eventually receives it. It only works in light. Not sometimes, not partially, only in light. The sundial is absolutely honest about this. It doesn't hedge, doesn't pretend, doesn't offer false readings. In darkness, it admits its limitation. In light, it fulfills its function. The honesty is its integrity. Some truths require illumination to be visible, not because they don't exist, but because seeing them requires specific conditions. You can't force visibility. You can't manufacture illumination before its time. You can only wait honestly, like the sundial, for light to arrive. When it does, the shadow falls. The truth appears. The time shows clearly, but only in light. The sundial is honest about this. Maybe you can be too. The breath count. Right now you're breathing. You've been breathing this entire time you've been reading. Each breath happens automatically, unconsciously, requiring no attention or effort. Your body manages the entire process, regulating oxygen and carbon dioxide, adjusting rate based on activity, maintaining life through continuous exchange with air. This happens about 20,000 times per day, 20,000 breaths, mostly unnoticed. This is the breath count philosophy, and it asks a pointed question: 20,000 breaths a day, mostly unnoticed. What else are you missing? Think about that number, 20,000. If you consciously noted each breath, it would consume your entire day. You'd have time for nothing else. So the body wisely automates the process, relegating it to unconscious control. But this necessary automation creates blindness. The most fundamental activity keeping you alive happens below awareness, unnoticed, taken for granted. The breath count reveals how much of life operates this way. Your heart beats about 100,000 times daily, completely unnoticed unless something goes wrong. Your eyes perform thousands of microsaccades, tiny movements that create visual experience, all below conscious awareness. Your immune system fights countless invasions. Your digestive system processes food through complex chemistry. Trillions of cells perform their specialized functions. All of this happens without your noticing. This automation is necessary. Conscious attention is limited. You can only notice a tiny fraction of what's happening. The rest must run in background, managed by systems you don't consciously control. But the breath count asks, if so much happens below awareness, what else are you missing? Not just physiological processes. Daily life includes countless moments, interactions, sensations that pass unnoticed. The person who held the door, the bird singing outside, the way light changed throughout the afternoon, the slight tension in your shoulders, the taste of your lunch, the texture of clothing on skin. Most days contain thousands of potentially noticeable moments that simply don't register because attention points elsewhere. Buddhist meditation practices often begin with breath awareness precisely because it demonstrates this. You can spend years breathing without noticing breath. Then you sit, direct attention to breath, and suddenly it becomes vivid, obvious, remarkable. The breath hasn't changed. Your attention has. And if something as fundamental and constant as breath can be completely missed, what else are you not noticing? This philosophy isn't about trying to notice everything. That's impossible. Attention is selective by necessity. But the breath count suggests checking occasionally what your default attention patterns miss. You've trained yourself to notice certain things, certain types of information, certain classes of experience. Meanwhile, other things, equally present, equally real, pass by unnoticed simply because you've never trained attention toward them. The breath count also addresses gratitude and taken things for granted. 20,000 breaths daily, each one providing life, and they pass completely unnoticed. Your heart beats ceaselessly, requiring no thought or attention. The miracle of unconscious bodily processes maintaining life gets zero appreciation because it's automatic. What else do you fail to appreciate simply because it works so reliably you never notice it? The practice suggested by the breath count is simple but difficult. Periodically notice what usually goes unnoticed. Count a few breaths. Actually feel them. Then extend that attention to other automated processes, other background experiences, other things that happen constantly but below awareness. Not to notice everything always, which is impossible, but to remember how much you're missing. 20,000 breaths a day. You're probably aware of maybe 5 of them, unless you meditate or have breathing problems. That's 19,995 breaths missed daily. Multiply that by every other automated process, every unnoticed moment, every background experience, and the amount you miss dwarfs the amount you notice. The breath count doesn't judge this. It just highlights it. Most of life happens outside conscious awareness. That's necessity, not failure. But knowing how much you miss might make you more humble about what you think you know, more curious about what you're not noticing, more appreciative of the processes that sustain you invisibly. 20,000 breaths a day, mostly unnoticed. Your body breathes while you think about other things. Life continues while attention points elsewhere. What else are you missing? Everything you're not currently noticing, which is almost everything. Breathe. Notice. Miss it again. That's the pattern. 20,000 times daily. The caterpillar's trust. A caterpillar spends its life eating, growing, preparing. Then it builds a chrysalis, seals itself inside, and begins transforming. But this isn't gradual change, a caterpillar slowly becoming more butterfly-like. Inside the chrysalis, the caterpillar liquefies. Its body breaks down into cellular soup. Nearly everything that was caterpillar dissolves into undifferentiated matter. Only then do specialized cells begin organizing that soup into butterfly. This is the caterpillar's trust, and it teaches something terrifying and necessary about transformation. It liquefies completely before becoming a butterfly. Sometimes you must dissolve to evolve. The caterpillar doesn't partially transform. It doesn't keep some caterpillar parts while adding butterfly features. It has to completely let go of caterpillar form, reduce itself to essential elements, then rebuild from that breakdown. The transformation requires total dissolution first. This challenges the comfortable model of growth as continuous building. We want to add without subtracting, improve without destroying, become new while keeping old intact. But the caterpillar's trust says some transformations don't work that way. Sometimes the old form must completely dissolve before the new form can emerge. You can't become butterfly while remaining caterpillar. The terrifying part is the liquefaction. The caterpillar enters the chrysalis not knowing it will survive the process. It has no memory of previous butterflies, no guarantee of transformation. It simply responds to biological imperative, builds the chrysalis, and surrenders to dissolution. That surrender is trust in the deepest sense. Not trust that everything will be okay, but trust in the process even when the process includes complete dissolution. This applies to human transformation during life-shattering events. Identity dissolution through crisis, career loss, relationship ending, belief system collapse. These feel like death because something is dying. The old form, the previous identity, the familiar structure that organized life, these must liquefy before new form can emerge. The terror comes from being in the soup stage. No longer the old thing, not yet the new thing, just dissolved potential awaiting reorganization. The caterpillar's trust addresses the question, how do you get through dissolution? The caterpillar doesn't consciously guide its own transformation. It doesn't supervise the reorganization process. It surrenders to biological programming, more intelligent than conscious control. Human transformation might work similarly. The part of you that held the old form together can't rebuild the new form. That requires deeper processes, patterns you don't consciously access. The chrysalis is crucial. Its protective container during vulnerable transformation. The caterpillar doesn't liquefy in open air where birds could eat the soup. It builds structure first, then dissolves within safety. Similarly, when human dissolution comes, container matters. Support systems, stability in some life areas, resources to carry you through the soup stage. You can't dissolve in complete chaos and expect to reorganize. The caterpillar's trust also addresses timing. The transformation takes as long as it takes. You can't rush caterpillar to butterfly faster than biological process allows. Trying to emerge too early produces damaged butterfly unable to fly. The soup stage is necessary, not something to skip or accelerate. When you're dissolved, in the formless stage between what you were and what you're becoming, patience becomes essential. What emerges from dissolution isn't improved caterpillar. It's completely different creature. Wings instead of legs, flight instead of crawling. New diet, new behavior, new relationship to world. The transformation is total because the dissolution was total. You can't get butterfly without liquefying caterpillar. The new form requires old form's complete release. This philosophy doesn't celebrate dissolution for its own sake. Being soup isn't the goal, but it acknowledges that some transformations require it. When old form has taken you as far as it can, when the container you've been living in has become too small, dissolution becomes necessary for evolution. Not pleasant, not comfortable, but necessary. It liquefies completely before becoming a butterfly. The caterpillar trusts this process, even though trust means surrendering to total dissolution. Sometimes you must dissolve to evolve, not partially, not gradually, but completely. Soup first, then reorganization, then butterfly. The caterpillar can't choose to skip the soup stage, neither can you. When dissolution comes, trust, build chrysalis, surrender to liquefaction. The butterflies come in, but only after you've stopped being caterpillar completely. The mountain's base. Stand at a mountain's peak. The summit is dramatic, visible from miles away, the obvious destination. But the peak is narrow, a few feet across at most. Now look down. The mountain's base spreads for miles in all directions, vast, wide, supporting the entire structure. The base is far larger than the peak. This is the mountain's base philosophy, and it teaches something crucial about sustainable achievement. Wider than its peak, stronger for being so. Your foundation should be broader than your ambition. The mountain couldn't stand if its base matched its peak's width. A narrow base supporting a peak would topple immediately. The mountain's stability comes from the relationship between base and peak. The broader the base, the higher the peak can safely rise. The foundation determines what height is possible. This maps directly onto human ambition and achievement. People focus on the peak, the visible goal, the dramatic accomplishment. Get the job, win the award, reach the milestone. But sustained success depends on foundation width. The peak is your ambition, the base is your support system, skills, health, relationships, resources, knowledge. If you build narrow base, even modest peak becomes unstable. The philosophy challenges hustle culture that says focus everything on the goal, cut out distractions, eliminate anything not directly serving the objective, narrow your life to single-pointed achievement. That's building tall on narrow base. Maybe you reach impressive height, but the structure is precarious. One disruption, one unexpected challenge, and you topple because there's no breadth to stabilize you. The mountain's base includes everything. Not just the vertical rock leading to peak, but the entire supporting structure spreading in all directions. Applied to life, this means your foundation should include multiple areas: physical health, mental stability, various relationships, diverse skills, financial resources, emotional regulation, intellectual development, community connection, broad-based supports, narrow peak. Narrow base limits how high you can safely build. This shows up clearly in burnout. People sacrifice everything for career peak, neglect health, abandon friendships, ignore family, eliminate hobbies, reduce life to work. They achieve height but on impossibly narrow base. Then one component fails, health crisis or relationship loss, and everything collapses because nothing else exists to stabilize the structure. The mountain's base philosophy also addresses comparison and competition. Someone else's peak might be higher than yours, but look at the bases. Maybe their foundation is similarly larger. Maybe they had advantages that built broader base from which to launch higher ambition. Or maybe they're unstably tall on narrow base, appearing impressive but actually precarious. The visible peak doesn't show foundation width. Building broad base takes time and seems inefficient. Why develop multiple areas when you could focus entirely on one goal? Because the broad base creates resilience, stability, and actually enables higher eventual achievement. The mountain's height is possible because of base width. Your peak achievement will be limited by foundation breadth, whether you acknowledge that relationship or not. The base also includes depth. The mountain's foundation extends below ground as well as outward. Roots, bedrock, deep stability. Similarly, your foundation includes internal work, psychological groundwork, values and principles, self-awareness and emotional maturity. The visible surface of your foundation is one thing, the depth below is another. Both matter. This philosophy suggests reframing success. Not how high is the peak, but how stable is the structure. A modest peak on extremely broad base might be more successful than impressive peak on precarious base. The second will eventually fall. The first will stand through storms, support weight, endure time. The mountain doesn't apologize for its broad base. It doesn't wish it could be all peak with no spreading foundation. The base is what makes the peak possible, what keeps it standing, what allows it to persist rather than collapse. Wider than its peak, stronger for being so. The mountain demonstrates proportions. Your foundation should be broader than your ambition, not as dramatic, not as visible, but absolutely essential for sustainable height. Build the base, make it wide, make it deep. The peak will follow, stabilized by what supports it, enabled by breadth below. To reach heights that would topple without that foundation. The mountain has been showing the proportions for millions of years. Broad base, narrow peak, stable structure. Maybe follow the model, the threshold guardian. In myths and stories across cultures, a pattern repeats. The hero begins their journey and encounters an obstacle at a crucial boundary. A dragon guards the treasure. A sphinx poses riddles at the gate. A troll blocks the bridge. These threshold guardians appear menacing, hostile, designed to prevent passage. But their deeper function isn't to stop the hero. It's to test whether the hero is ready. This is the threshold guardian philosophy, and it reframes struggle. In every story, something tests the hero before passage. Obstacles are gatekeepers, not enemies. The threshold guardian doesn't exist to make your life difficult. It exists to ensure you're prepared for what lies beyond. The dragon guarding treasure isn't just being difficult. It's protecting something valuable from those who aren't ready to handle it. The test serves the journey by filtering out those who would fail further ahead, where failure costs more. This changes how you relate to obstacles. When difficulty appears blocking your path, the instinct is to see it as opposition, as something working against you. But the threshold guardian philosophy suggests obstacles might be working for you by testing readiness. The job interview that seems unnecessarily difficult, the relationship challenge that feels unfair, the skill that refuses to develop easily. These might be threshold guardians, checking whether you're prepared for what that job, relationship, or skill will demand. Joseph Campbell documented this pattern in hero myths worldwide. The threshold guardian appears at the boundary between ordinary world and special world, between known and unknown, between who you are and who you need to become. Crossing that boundary unprepared leads to disaster. The guardian's function is ensuring you're ready, have the required skills or knowledge or character before allowing passage. The key insight is that threshold guardians can be passed. They're not absolute barriers, but they demand something specific. Proof of readiness. Sometimes that's skill demonstration. Sometimes it's puzzle solving. Sometimes it's showing courage or wisdom or persistence. The test varies, but the function remains constant. Demonstrate readiness and passage becomes possible. This addresses the question of when to push through difficulty and when to step back. If the obstacle is a threshold guardian, pushing through before you're ready just leads to failure beyond the threshold. But stepping back isn't retreat, it's preparation. You're getting ready to pass the test legitimately, rather than trying to sneak past or force your way through. The threshold guardian also teaches about worthy goals. Not every door should open easily. Some destinations require earned passage. The guardian protects what matters from those who haven't done the work to deserve it. If your goal has no threshold guardians, maybe it's not significant enough to guard. The most worthwhile destinations have the most challenging tests. In practical terms, when you encounter obstacle, ask, what is this testing? What readiness is it checking for? Instead of seeing the obstacle as enemy to defeat, see it as gatekeeper, asking for credentials. What does it want proof of? Skill, understanding, character, persistence. Once you identify what's being tested, you can develop that quality rather than just beating your head against the barrier. The threshold guardian is also neutral, not malicious. It's not trying to hurt you. It's performing its function. The dragon doesn't hate heroes. It tests them. Your obstacles don't hate you. They test whether you're ready for what you're attempting. That reframing removes personal victimhood. The obstacle isn't about you. It's about the threshold and what's required to cross it. Some people spend years fighting threshold guardians, frustrated that passage is blocked. But fighting isn't passing. Passing requires meeting the test's requirements. The guardian will step aside, or the door will open when readiness is demonstrated. Not before. The struggle comes from trying to pass without meeting requirements, trying to skip the test instead of taking it. In every story, something tests the hero before passage. That's not the story being mean to the hero. That's the story ensuring the hero is ready for the next stage. Your obstacles work the same way. Obstacles are gatekeepers, not enemies. When you see them as gatekeepers, the question changes from, how do I destroy this obstacle? To, what does this obstacle need to see before allowing passage? The first question leads to endless frustration. The second leads to preparation, growth, and eventually, passage. The threshold guardian waits, neutral, testing, ready to step aside when you demonstrate readiness. Not before, not without the test, but definitely, eventually when you're ready, the dragon guards the treasure. But the dragon also protects you from facing the treasure before you can handle it. That's not your enemy. That's your gatekeeper. The blank canvas. An artist stands before a blank canvas, pure white, untouched, holding nothing. In this blankness lies every painting that could ever be made. Every composition, every color scheme, every expression, all exist as possibility in that empty space. But the moment the first mark appears, the moment brush touches canvas, something shifts. Infinite possibility collapses into single actuality. This is the blank canvas philosophy, and it captures a fundamental paradox about creation, the artist's terror and freedom both. Starting is ending potential, ending is starting reality. The blank canvas is terrifying precisely because of its openness. It demands something from you, a choice, a commitment, a first mark that will determine everything that follows. Before that first mark, you could paint anything. After it, you're painting something specific. The blank canvas judges nothing because it contains nothing. But that very emptiness feels judgmental, demanding worthiness, asking whether what you create deserves to replace infinite possibility. This terror appears whenever you face any beginning. The blank page before writing, the empty stage before performance, the unmade decision, the unstarted project, all carry the same weight. In their unstarted state, they could become anything. Starting means accepting that they'll become something specific instead of everything possible. That trade, infinity for actuality, feels like loss. But the blank canvas is also pure freedom. No constraints yet exist, no mistakes have been made, no paths have been closed off. Every option remains available. The freedom is genuine, total, unlimited. You could paint anything at all. That freedom is exhilarating for the same reason it's terrifying. Too much possibility often feels like no possibility at all. Paralysis comes from unlimited options as much as from limited ones. The philosophy reveals that starting and ending are intimately connected, not opposite. Starting is ending potential. The moment you begin, you're ending the state of infinite possibility. But ending is starting reality. Only by ending potential do you begin actual creation. The painting doesn't exist in possibility. It only exists when possibility ends and actuality begins. This addresses perfectionism and procrastination, which are often the same thing. Perfectionists resist starting because starting means ending the perfect potential version. As long as the canvas stays blank, the masterpiece remains possible. First brushstroke risks revealing. The midnight hour watch. The clock approach midnight. 11:59:59 becomes 12 noon. So us, one day ends, another begins. But look closely at that transition. What actually changed? The sun didn't suddenly shift. The earth continued its rotation at the same speed. You didn't transform or teleport. The only change was a number on a clock. This is the midnight hour philosophy, and it reveals something about how we mark change. One day ends, another begins, separated by nothing but a number. Transitions are invisible. Midnight is a human invention, an arbitrary point we agreed to call the boundary between days. We could have chosen any other moment. Noon, sunrise, 3:47 a.m. The choice is conventional, not natural. Yet we treat midnight as if it's a real division, as if something fundamental shifts when the date changes. We make resolutions at midnight on New Year's Eve, as if the universe resets at that arbitrary moment. The midnight hour teaches that most transitions we experience aren't actual events. They're conceptual boundaries we've drawn across continuous flow. One day doesn't end, and another begin. Time flows continuously, and we segment it into chunks for organizational convenience. The segmentation is useful, even necessary, but it's not real in the sense that the transition marks an actual change in the world. This pattern repeats throughout life. When did you stop being a child and become an adult? There was no midnight hour marking that transition. It happened gradually, invisibly, across years. When did you become good at something you practiced? No specific moment separated incompetence from skill. When did the relationship shift from friendship to love? The transition was probably gradual, only recognized after it had already occurred. Yet humans crave clear boundaries. We want to know when something ends and something else begins. We create ceremonies, milestones, markers to make invisible transitions feel visible. Birthdays mark annual transitions, though you're not fundamentally different at midnight than you were a minute before. Graduations mark educational transitions, though learning didn't suddenly stop or start. Weddings mark relationship transitions, though the relationship existed before and continues after. The midnight hour philosophy doesn't dismiss these markers as meaningless. They serve important functions. They help us organize time, recognize change, create shared reference points. But it reminds us that the markers aren't the transitions themselves. The actual change, the real transformation, happens invisibly across countless unmarked moments. This becomes important when you're waiting for a transition that hasn't been marked yet. When will I feel like an adult? When will this grief end? When will I know what to do with my life? The midnight hour suggests these transitions are already happening, invisibly, continuously. You won't wake up one morning suddenly transformed. You'll gradually realize you've already become what you were waiting to become without noticing the exact moment it happened. The philosophy also addresses false starts and arbitrary deadlines. I'll start Monday. Next year will be different. After this milestone, then I'll change. These treat Monday or January 1st like midnight hours, as if they mark real transitions. But Monday is just another day. Next year is continuous with this year. The milestone won't magically transform you. The actual transition, if it happens, will be invisible, gradual, already occurring or not occurring regardless of calendar markers. The midnight hour is simultaneously real and artificial. Real as a shared convention that organizes social life. Artificial as a marker of actual change. Both truths matter. The convention is useful. The artificiality means the real transitions happen elsewhere, in the unmarked moments, the invisible shifts that only become apparent in retrospect. One day ends, another begins, separated by nothing but a number. The sun continues its arc. The earth keeps spinning. You remain yourself. The only change is conceptual, a line we've agreed to draw across continuous time. Transitions are invisible. The real changes, the actual transformations, they're happening now, gradually, unmarked by clocks or calendars. By the time you notice them, they've already occurred. The midnight hour just gives you a convenient moment to pretend you can see what's always been invisible. The clock strikes 12. Nothing changes. Everything continues. The transition was always already happening. The well's depth. Stand at a well's edge and look down. The opening descends into darkness. You can't see the bottom from here, can't verify what lies in those depths. But people have drawn water from this well for generations. They lowered buckets into darkness and pulled up water. You can't see the bottom, but trust the water is there. This is the well's depth philosophy, and it teaches something essential about faith and action. Faith is acting despite incomplete information. The well requires trust. You lower your bucket into darkness without confirmation that water waits below. You could demand evidence first. Climb down with a light, verify the water's presence, measure its depth precisely. But the well's design makes this difficult. Its depth and narrowness prevent easy verification. You're meant to trust the testimony of others who've drawn water, the logic that wells contain water, the evidence of wet buckets returning from darkness. This maps onto how most action works. You rarely have complete information before acting. The job you accept might be terrible despite good interviews. The relationship you enter might fail despite promising signs. The investment you make might lose despite solid research. You act in partial darkness, trusting that what you can't verify is probably there, probably real, probably as described. Faith gets misunderstood as blind belief without reason, but the well's depth shows different faith, provisional trust based on incomplete but suggestive information. You can't see the water, but the well's existence suggests its presence. Other people report finding water. The bucket comes up wet. These aren't proof, but they're reason enough to act. That's faith, rational action despite incomplete information, not irrational action despite contradicting information. The well's depth philosophy distinguishes faith from certainty. Certainty means you know you've verified, you have complete information. Faith means you don't know completely, but act anyway, because the available information suggests action is worthwhile. Waiting for certainty often means never acting. The well's depth prevents certainty. You either trust and lower the bucket, or you stay thirsty, demanding proof. This becomes practical in daily decisions. You can't verify outcomes before choosing. You can't see all consequences before acting. You lower your bucket into darkness repeatedly throughout life, trusting that water exists in depths you can't verify. Starting a business without knowing it will succeed. Having children without knowing how they'll turn out. Moving to a new city without certainty about what awaits. The well's depth is everywhere. Faith is the willingness to act anyway. The philosophy also addresses what happens when the bucket comes up empty. Sometimes you lower it into darkness and pull up nothing. The water was lower than expected, or the well has run dry, or you aimed wrong. Faith doesn't guarantee results. It just enables action when results can't be guaranteed. Coming up empty doesn't mean faith was foolish. It means you tried something uncertain, which is often the only way to try anything at all. The well's depth also teaches about shared knowledge and testimony. You trust the well contains water partly because others report it. Human knowledge is mostly built on trust in others' observations. You didn't verify most of what you believe. You trust scientists who trust instruments, that trust principles, that trust mathematics you never checked. It's wells all the way down. Testimony and trust enable civilization, because individual verification of everything is impossible. But the well requires action, not just belief. Believing water exists in darkness doesn't help unless you lower the bucket. Faith without action is just opinion. The well's depth challenges the contemplative version of faith that stops at belief. Faith means lowering the bucket, acting on trust, committing to action despite incomplete information. The bucket might come up full or empty, but not lowering it guarantees empty. You can't see the bottom, but trust the water is there. That trust, backed by suggestive evidence and others' testimony, enables action. Lower the bucket. Act despite not seeing the outcome. Commit despite incomplete information. That's faith. Not certainty. Not blindness. Something in between. Reasonable trust that enables action when certainty is unavailable, which is almost always. The well's depth is the normal condition of human action. Faith is acting despite incomplete information. Lower the bucket into darkness. Trust that water waits below. Pull up what comes, full or empty. That's how living works. The well doesn't offer certainty. It offers opportunity for trust. Same as everything else that matters. The pilgrim's staff. A pilgrim begins a long journey on foot, hundreds of miles ahead, difficult terrain, uncertain weather. Before departing, they pick up a wooden staff. The staff provides support on uneven ground, eases the burden on legs and knees, offers stability when crossing streams. The journey becomes more comfortable, less painful, more sustainable. But watch carefully. The pilgrim with the staff walks slower than one without. The aid that eases the journey also slows the traveler. This is the pilgrim's staff philosophy, and it teaches something most people don't want to hear. Every aid comes with a cost. The staff's benefit is obvious and real. It reduces strain, prevents falls, distributes weight. Without it, the pilgrim might not complete the journey at all. The aid enables what wouldn't otherwise be possible. But the staff also adds weight to carry, requires one hand to manage, changes walking mechanics that might be more efficient without it. The help comes with burden. The advantage includes disadvantage. This pattern repeats throughout life, but gets ignored in our obsession with optimization and tools. We accumulate aids thinking each one makes life simply better. Technology to save time, systems to increase efficiency, medications to improve function. Each aid delivers real benefit. But the pilgrim's staff philosophy asks, what's the cost? Not in money, but in what the aid itself demands or changes or limits. Consider smartphones. They provide incredible aid, instant communication, unlimited information, navigation, entertainment. Real benefits that weren't available before, but the staff comes with cost. Constant distraction, reduced attention span, compulsive checking, social comparison. You can't take the benefits without the costs. The aid that connects you everywhere also means you're never really alone. The tool that saves time also consumes attention. Every aid comes with a cost. This isn't an argument against aids. The pilgrim needs the staff. Some journeys aren't possible without support, but the philosophy asks for honesty about the trade-offs. You're not just gaining benefit, you're also accepting cost. Sometimes the trade is absolutely worth it. Sometimes it's unclear. Sometimes we take on aids without realizing the cost until we're already dependent. The pilgrim staff also addresses progress narratives that assume each aid is pure improvement. More tools equal better life. More systems equal more freedom. More aids equal easier journey. But if every aid slows the traveler slightly while easing the burden, at some point, the cumulative slowness outweighs the cumulative easing. You're carrying so many helpful tools that you can barely move. This shows up clearly in organizational contexts. Each policy aids something, prevents problems, ensures fairness, maintains quality. But policies accumulate. Eventually, the organization moves slowly, bound by the very aids meant to help it function. Each individual policy seems justified. Collectively, they create paralysis. The pilgrim carrying 20 helpful tools moves slower than the pilgrim with one, even though each tool individually helps. The philosophy becomes practical in decision-making about what aids to accept. Not, will this help, but is the cost worth the benefit? The staff helps, but would you move faster without it? The smartphone connects, but what does constant connection cost? The system prevents errors, but does error prevention justify the burden? Some costs are invisible until you try removing the aid. The pilgrim doesn't notice how much the staff slows them until they set it down. The person doesn't notice how much the phone fragments attention until they leave it home. You don't see the cost of the system until you try working without it. The invisible costs are often the ones that accumulate most dangerously because they're never consciously evaluated. The pilgrim staff philosophy also suggests periodic audit. Which aids are you carrying? What cost does each extract? Is the trade still worth it? Some aids that once made sense might now burden more than help. The staff that was essential early in the journey might be unnecessary weight later. But we rarely reconsider aids once adopted. They become defaults, carried without question, costs unexamined. It eases the journey but slows the traveler. Both truths matter equally. The staff helps, the staff hinders. Not one or the other, both simultaneously. Every aid comes with a cost. The question isn't whether to use aids, it's which ones, for what purposes, with eyes open to the costs they extract. The pilgrim chooses consciously this staff, this burden, this trade-off, because this particular journey requires this particular aid despite its particular cost. Every aid comes with a cost. That's not tragedy, it's just truth. The question is, which costs are worth which benefits? There's no aid that helps without also hindering. The pilgrim staff reminds you, choose consciously. Carry what helps. Know what it costs. The phoenix myth. In myth, the phoenix lives for centuries, growing old, feathers fading, strength diminishing. Then, feeling the approach of death, it builds a nest of aromatic wood and spices. The bird settles into this nest and bursts into flame, consumed completely by fire until nothing remains but ash. Then, from those ashes, a young phoenix rises, renewed, beginning the cycle again. This is the phoenix myth, and it teaches something uncomfortable about transformation. Rebirth requires burning. Sometimes mercy looks like destruction. The phoenix doesn't gradually molt into renewal. It doesn't slowly transition from old to young. Complete burning comes first. Everything the old phoenix was must become ash before the new phoenix can emerge. The destruction isn't unfortunate side effect. It's necessary condition. You can't have rebirth without the death and burning that precedes it. This challenges the gentle model of growth that avoids destruction. We want transformation that keeps the good parts, improves the weak parts, adds new capacities without losing old ones. But the phoenix myth says some transformations require complete burning. The old form must be destroyed entirely before new form becomes possible. Not because destruction is good, but because some kinds of renewal can't emerge from partial remains. This shows up in lives during complete breakdowns. The identity built over decades crumbles. The career invested in collapses. The relationship foundation splits. The belief system that organized meaning shatters. These feel catastrophic, like everything is being destroyed, and from inside the burning, they are catastrophic. But the phoenix myth whispers, maybe this burning is preparation for rebirth, not just destruction. Maybe this is the necessary ash making that precedes renewal. The myth doesn't promise rebirth. It just shows the pattern when rebirth happens. First burning, then ash, then emergence. The burning doesn't guarantee the phoenix will rise, but the phoenix can't rise without the burning. That's the pattern. Whether your burning leads to rebirth isn't assured, but if rebirth is coming, burning probably precedes it. Sometimes mercy looks like destruction because the old form has become prison. The phoenix at the end of its cycle is weak, diminished, trapped in a body that no longer serves. The burning is release. From outside, it looks like tragic destruction. From inside the necessity of it, it might feel like mercy. The form that's burning has become constrained. Only through its destruction does freedom become possible. This doesn't romanticize suffering or suggest all destruction is secretly good. Some destruction is just destruction, leading nowhere, serving nothing. The phoenix myth isn't saying everything happens for a reason or all pain leads to growth. It's saying when rebirth happens, burning precedes it. If you're in the burning, rebirth is possible, but not guaranteed. The burning creates condition for renewal without guaranteeing renewal will come. The nest matters too. The phoenix builds its own pyre from aromatic materials. There's preparation, intentionality, even beauty in the destruction setting. Applied to human experience, this suggests some difference between chosen dissolution and forced destruction. The phoenix that builds its own nest and chooses the burning might have different outcome than destruction imposed against will. The rebirth phoenix isn't the same bird. It's new phoenix, young, renewed, but not the old phoenix restored. What rises from ashes isn't recovery of what burned. It's emergence of something new built from the same essential elements. Your rebirth after burning, if it comes, won't restore who you were. It will create who you become next, using the elemental material that survived the burning. Rebirth requires burning, not metaphorical burning, real destruction of old forms, real reduction to ash, real period of being nothing but scattered remnants. Sometimes, mercy looks like destruction because the old form has become unbearable, and renewal requires its complete release. The phoenix myth doesn't make burning comfortable. It just suggests burning might be beginning rather than ending, might be transition rather than termination. The ash stage is real. The destruction is real. But what rises from ash is also real. Sometimes mercy looks like destruction, not because destruction is good, but because what comes after, if it comes, required destruction first. The burning precedes the rising. That's the pattern. That's the myth. That's sometimes how transformation actually works. The sleeping body. All day, you move, think, work, act. Your body operates, responding to demands, burning energy, accumulating micro-damage in muscles and organs. Then night comes. You lie down, close your eyes, enter sleep. And while you're unconscious, while you're doing nothing, your body does everything. Repairs itself in darkness, grows in rest. This is the sleeping body philosophy, and it teaches something our productivity-obsessed culture desperately needs to hear. Productivity isn't the only form of progress. During sleep, the body performs intensive work. Cells repair damage accumulated during waking hours. The immune system strengthens and rebuilds. Muscles grow and recover. The brain consolidates memories, processes emotions, clears waste proteins. Growth hormone releases. wounds heal faster. None of this happens through conscious effort. It happens through surrender to rest, through doing nothing active while the body does everything necessary. Children grow during sleep. Literally, the growth happens at night, in darkness, in rest. Not during active play, but during passive stillness. The body builds new tissue, strengthens bones, develops systems, while consciousness is elsewhere. Growth isn't effort-based achievement, it's rest-based emergence. This challenges the equation of value with activity. We measure worth by output, contribution, visible achievement. Rest feels like waste, time spent not producing, not contributing, not achieving. But the sleeping body proves that rest isn't absence of progress. It's different form of progress, often more fundamental than what happens during activity. Your conscious efforts during the day create conditions, but transformation often happens during rest. The workout doesn't build muscle. The rest after the workout builds muscle. The study session doesn't consolidate learning. The sleep after studying consolidates it. The intense work doesn't integrate lessons. The rest period integrates them. Activity creates demand for change. Rest delivers the change. This philosophy addresses burnout and the modern resistance to rest. People push through exhaustion, refusing rest because rest feels unproductive. But the sleeping body proves rest is productive, just differently. Skipping rest doesn't increase progress. It prevents the progress that only happens during rest. The body can't repair damage while accumulating more. The brain can't consolidate while processing new input. Some progress requires stopping. The sleeping body also teaches about trust and control. You can't consciously direct the body's nighttime work. You can't decide which memories to consolidate or which tissues to repair. You surrender control, trust the body's wisdom. Let unconscious processes handle what consciousness can't. That surrender is essential. Trying to stay conscious and control the process prevents the process from happening. This extends beyond literal sleep. Rest periods, breaks, pauses, time away from active work. These are when integration happens. The best ideas often come not during focused work, but during walks, showers, or just waking moments. The unconscious processes running during rest deliver insights. Consciousness couldn't force during effort. The sleeping body philosophy suggests reframing productivity. It's not hours worked or tasks completed. It's cycles of activity and rest, output and integration, effort and recovery. The person who works 8 hours and sleeps 8 hours is more productive than the person who works 16 hours and sleeps none, not less, because the second person prevents the rest-based progress that completes the work-based progress. Sleep is also non-negotiable. You can't skip it indefinitely. The body will force it eventually. Fighting rest creates debt that must be paid. The sleeping body philosophy asks, why fight what's necessary? Why treat essential rest as optional indulgence? The body repairs itself in darkness, grows in rest. That's not laziness, that's biology. Productivity isn't the only form of progress. Sometimes progress means stopping, resting, sleeping, letting unconscious processes handle what conscious effort cannot. The body knows this. It's been demonstrating it every night of your life. Repairs itself in darkness, grows in rest. While you do nothing, while you surrender consciousness, while you stop trying to be productive, the most essential maintenance and growth occur. That's not wasted time. That's how human organisms work. Trust the sleeping body. Honor rest. Let progress happen in darkness. Some of the most important work you do is the work you can't do. That happens only when you stop doing and start being still. The sleeping body knows. Maybe listen to it. The mason's foundation. A mason digs deep into the earth below frost line, preparing the foundation for a building. He mixes concrete, pours footings, builds walls that will never see daylight. Days or weeks pass in this underground work. Then he backfills, covering everything he's built. The foundation disappears beneath soil and will remain buried for the building's entire existence. When the structure rises, beautiful and visible, no one will see the foundation. But without it, nothing would rise. This is the mason's foundation philosophy, and it teaches something about essential work that goes unrecognized. No one sees it once the building stands, but without it, nothing would rise. Foundation work is unglamorous. Digging dirt, mixing concrete, building forms for walls no one will photograph. The work happens early, before anyone cares about the project, before the visible structure makes the effort seem worthwhile. It's slow, technical, exacting. Get it wrong, and problems appear years later. Get it right, and no one notices, because everything just works. This pattern appears everywhere, but gets ignored in our celebration of visible achievement. The teacher's preparation that students never see. The infrastructure maintenance that only becomes visible when it fails. The emotional work done privately that enables public functioning. The research that underlies breakthroughs. The logistics that enable operations. Foundation work, all of it, essential and mostly invisible. The foundation determines what's possible above ground. Weak foundation limits building height. Uneven foundation creates structural problems. Shallow foundation risks frost heave and settling. The visible building is constrained by the invisible foundation in ways the building's users never recognize. They experience the limits without knowing their source. This philosophy challenges success narratives that ignore foundation. Overnight success stories focus on the breakthrough moment while erasing years of foundation building that made breakthrough possible. The musician's performance ignores decades of practice. The entrepreneur's exit ignores years of grind in obscurity. The writer's bestseller ignores decades of failed manuscripts. The foundation is erased from the story, making the visible achievement seem miraculous, unearned, disconnected from the preparation that enabled it. The mason's foundation also addresses the question of recognition and worth. Foundation work rarely receives credit proportional to its importance. The architect gets celebrated, the mason gets forgotten. Yet, without the mason's work, the architect's vision stays on paper. The visible creators receive attention, while the invisible enablers go unacknowledged. This isn't fair, but the foundation doesn't depend on fairness. It depends on someone doing the necessary work, whether or not that work gets recognized. In personal development, foundation work is the unglamorous daily practice, showing up when unmotivated, maintaining basics when no one's watching, building capacity slowly over time. This work is boring, repetitive, and doesn't create immediate visible results. But it's what enables the moments that do get noticed. The foundation is the thousands of practice hours before the performance, the daily writing before the book, the consistent small choices before the transformation. The foundation is also permanent in ways the visible structure isn't. Buildings can be renovated, redesigned, completely rebuilt while using the original foundation. The visible changes, but the foundation persists. Similarly, the foundational work you do, the character built, the skills developed, the habits formed, these persist through life changes that reshape everything visible about your circumstances. The philosophy also addresses the timing of foundation work. It must come first, before anything else. You can't pour foundation after building walls. You can't develop foundation capacity after you need it. The foundation work happens in obscurity, before success, before validation, before anyone cares. That's what makes it difficult. You're investing in work that won't be visible, might not be appreciated, and won't pay off immediately. But without it, nothing else is possible. The mason doesn't expect the foundation to be seen. That's not its function. Its function is supporting everything else, enabling the visible structure, creating stability that goes unnoticed until tested. The mason's satisfaction comes from knowing the building stands because the foundation holds, whether or not anyone credits the foundation for that stability. No one sees it once the building stands. The beautiful architecture, the functional spaces, the impressive height, these get attention while the foundation remains buried. But without it, nothing would rise. Every visible achievement rests on invisible foundation. The mason knows this. The foundation isn't less important for being unseen. It's more important, more essential, more fundamental to everything else. The building exists because the foundation holds. Your visible achievements rest on invisible foundations. The work you did when no one was watching. The basics you maintained when they weren't exciting. The capacity you built slowly over time. That's the mason's foundation, buried beneath everything else, holding everything up. No one sees it, but without it, nothing stands. The calendar's fiction. January 1st arrives at midnight. The calendar flips to a new year. People celebrate, make resolutions, toast new beginnings. But what actually changed? The Earth completed one orbit around the Sun and continued into another. The seasons progress, as they always do. You're the same person at 12:01 a.m. on January 1st as you were at 11:59 p.m. on December 31st. This is the calendar's fiction philosophy, and it reveals something about how we create meaning. January 1st is just another Tuesday, wearing a party hat. Time's meanings are invented. The calendar is a human construction, one of many possible systems for organizing time. Different cultures use different calendars. The Jewish calendar, Islamic calendar, Chinese calendar, all divide time differently, starting years at different points, counting months and days through different structures. None is more true than others. They're all organizational systems, useful fictions we agree upon to coordinate activity. January 1st has no cosmic significance. The ancient Romans originally started their year in March. January became the first month through political decision, named after Janus, god of beginnings and transitions. But that choice was arbitrary. We could have kept March or chosen July, or picked any other point to mark year's beginning. The significance we attach to January 1st exists because we collectively agreed to attach it, not because the date itself contains special meaning. This extends to all calendar conventions. Monday as week's start, weekends as rest days, the 7-day week itself, all invented. Other cultures use different week lengths. The Mayans used 13 and 20-day cycles. The French revolutionary calendar tried 10-day weeks. Our system won through cultural dominance, not inherent correctness. It's useful fiction that we now treat as truth. The calendar's fiction philosophy doesn't dismiss these conventions as meaningless. They serve important functions. Shared timekeeping enables coordination. Common reference points help organize collective activity. Celebrations mark time's passage and create communal bonding. But recognizing them as invented, not discovered, changes how we relate to them. When you understand January 1st as invented significance, you're freed from magical thinking about it. The date won't transform you. The new year won't automatically bring change. The resolution made January 1st has no more power than one made July 15th. The date is convenient marker, nothing more. Real change requires real effort, regardless of calendar position. This philosophy also addresses how we create meaning through invented structures. Religious holidays, national celebrations, personal anniversaries, all mark time through significance we've assigned. The date's meaning comes from shared belief in that meaning, not from the date itself. Christmas is meaningful because we collectively treat it as meaningful, not because December 25th has intrinsic significance. The calendar's fiction appears in how we periodize life. Decades feel significant. The 20s or the 50s seem like meaningful life stages, but these are arbitrary 10-year chunks. Nothing magical happens when you turn 30 or 50. The significance is invented, a convenient way to organize and reflect on time's passage. Life doesn't actually divide into neat decades. We just find it useful to think that way. The philosophy becomes liberating when you recognize you can create your own meaningful markers. If January 1st is just invented significance, you can invent your own significant dates. Start your personal new year on your birthday, or the summer solstice, or any date that resonates personally. The power isn't in the date. It's in your commitment to treating it as significant. The calendar's fiction also addresses anticipation and dread. People attach huge expectations to certain dates, waiting for things to become different when the calendar changes. But the date is just another day. The change you're waiting for won't arrive through calendar magic. It arrives through your actions, which can begin any day, regardless of what the calendar says. January 1st is just another Tuesday. Wearing a party hat. The party hat is real. The celebration is real. The gathering and intention and communal marking of transition, all real. But these are things we add to the date, not things the date inherently contains. Time's meanings are invented. That invention isn't fake or worthless. It's how humans create structure and meaning. But understanding it as invention frees you from the belief that meaning exists independent of your assignment of it. The calendar is tool, not truth. Use it as tool. Don't mistake it for truth. Time flows continuously. We section it with invented markers to make it manageable, meaningful, organized. The markers serve us, but they're ours, not time's. January 1st is whatever significance you give it. No more, no less. Just another Tuesday, unless you decide otherwise. The closed eye. Close your eyes. What do you see? Darkness, yes, but not just darkness. Patterns of light and color drift across your visual field. After images from what you were just looking at. Random neural activity creating shapes and flashes. If you press gently on your closed eyes, geometric patterns appear. The darkness behind your lids isn't blank. It's active, generative, full of potential. This is the closed eye philosophy, and it teaches something about perception and creation. darkness behind your lids is the canvas where dreams paint. Inner vision requires outer blindness. When your eyes are open, your visual system is dominated by external input. Light enters, hits retinas, gets processed into images you perceive as out there. This external focus is so consuming that internal visual generation stays suppressed. You can't see what your imagination creates while your eyes are busy processing what they're receiving. But close your eyes and the balance shifts. External input reduces to darkness. The visual system, still active but freed from processing external light, begins generating its own images. This is how dreaming works. During REM sleep, eyes are closed, external visual input is minimal, and the brain creates elaborate visual experiences from internal generation. Dreams aren't receptions of external information. They're creations of internal activity, paintings on the darkness canvas behind closed lids. This philosophy addresses creativity and insight more broadly. Inner vision requires outer blindness, not permanent blindness, but temporary withdrawal from external input to allow internal generation. The writer closes their eyes to see the story more clearly. The musician closes their eyes to hear the music internally. The problem solver closes their eyes to see solutions that external focus was obscuring. The closed eye works as meditation practice. Eyes closed reduces external distraction, allowing attention to turn inward. What do you see when you stop looking outward? What arises when external input stops dominating? Thoughts, sensations, mental images all become more accessible when you close your eyes and direct attention inward instead of outward. This isn't about rejecting external input. Eyes exist to receive it. But the closed eye philosophy suggests that constant external focus prevents internal access. If you never close your eyes, never reduce external input, you never access what can only be seen internally. The canvas remains blank, not because nothing is there, but because you never stop looking outward long enough to see inward. The darkness behind closed lids is where imagination becomes visible. Children understand this instinctively. Close eyes and imagine anything. The closed eyes provide the screen where imagination projects. Open eyes and the projection fades, overwhelmed by external visual input. The imagined image doesn't disappear. It just can't compete with the brightness of received light. This has practical application. When trying to remember something, people often close their eyes. Reducing external input helps access internal memory. When trying to imagine something, closing eyes helps the image form. When trying to understand something complex, closing eyes allows internal processing without external distraction. The closed eye creates space for inner vision. The philosophy also addresses modern resistance to closing eyes. Constant screens, constant input, constant external focus. Eyes rarely close except during sleep. But that means inner vision rarely gets accessed. Internal generation rarely gets space. Imagination rarely gets canvas. The closed eye becomes counterculture, a radical act of stopping external input to allow internal emergence. Dreams demonstrate what closed eyes enable. Every night, eyes close, external input stops, and your brain paints elaborate worlds on darkness canvas. Landscapes, characters, narratives, all generated internally without external input. You visit places you've never been, meet people who don't exist, experience physics that don't match waking reality, all painted on darkness behind closed lids. Inner vision requires outer blindness, not as permanent state, but as periodic practice. Close your eyes, Reduce external input. Let internal generation emerge. See what appears on darkness canvas when external light stops dominating. Darkness behind your lids is the canvas where dreams paint, where imagination becomes visible, where internal landscapes emerge. But only when you close your eyes. Only when you choose outer blindness to enable inner vision. The closed eye isn't rejecting the external world. It's periodically accessing the internal one. Both matter. Both contain different truths. But the internal one requires closing your eyes to see. Close them. What do you see? The last thought. You're lying in bed, drifting towards sleep. Consciousness begins loosening its grip. You're not quite awake anymore, but not yet asleep. And in that threshold moment, notice what your mind offers. The last thought before sleep takes you. What is it? This is the last thought philosophy, and it teaches something about what your unconscious mind prioritizes. Before sleep takes you, notice what your mind offers. The threshold whispers truth. The last thought isn't chosen consciously. You don't decide what to think about just before falling asleep. Instead, your mind settles on something, often surprising, sometimes revealing. An old memory surfaces. A person you haven't thought about in years appears. A problem you've been avoiding presents itself. A desire you've been suppressing acknowledges itself. The last thought emerges from depths, freed by the loosening of conscious control. This threshold moment is unusually honest. During full waking consciousness, you control mental content through filtering, suppression, direction. You think about what you choose to think about, more or less. But approaching sleep, that control weakens. The mind reveals what it's been holding, what it actually cares about, beneath the conscious priorities you've imposed. The last thought often shows real concerns disguised during waking hours. You tell yourself you're fine with a relationship, but the last thought every night is anxiety about it. You claim not to care about old wounds, but the last thought revisits them. You insist you've moved past something, but the last thought proves otherwise. The threshold whispers truth. Your waking consciousness works to hide. This isn't always heavy. Sometimes the last thought is simply pleasant memory, gentle fantasy, random association. But even those reveal something. What does your mind turn to when given freedom? What does it find comforting or interesting when conscious control releases? The last thought shows where your attention naturally gravitates when you stop forcing it elsewhere. The philosophy becomes practical as diagnostic tool. Track your last thoughts for a week. What patterns emerge? If the same concern appears repeatedly, your unconscious is trying to tell you something. If certain people or situations dominate last thoughts, they hold significance your conscious mind might be minimizing. The threshold whispers what waking consciousness won't admit. The last thought also reveals unfinished business, tasks left undone, conversations left incomplete, emotions left unprocessed. These surface as sleep approaches because consciousness hasn't adequately addressed them. The mind brings them forward one more time, hoping this time you'll notice, this time you'll handle what's been avoided. This works differently than morning thoughts. Morning thoughts often feel fresh, energized, forward-looking. Last thoughts feel deeper, older, more fundamental. They come from a place less shaped by daily demands and more connected to persistent concerns. The threshold between waking and sleeping accesses different mental layers than the threshold between sleeping and waking. Some spiritual traditions use this threshold deliberately. Notice the last thought, then try to shape it. Fall asleep thinking of something intentionally chosen. Some practices suggest falling asleep with prayer, gratitude, or intention, using the threshold as gateway to seed the unconscious. Others suggest simply observing what emerges, treating last thoughts as messages from deeper self. The last thought also connects to dreams. Sometimes dreams elaborate on the last thought, taking its theme and developing it through sleep narrative. Sometimes dreams ignore it completely. But tracking the connection between last thoughts and dream content can reveal how your unconscious processes concerns, developing themes across the threshold. Before sleep takes you, notice what your mind offers. Don't judge it, don't suppress it, just notice. The threshold whispers truth, shows what matters beneath conscious control, reveals concerns that waking consciousness might be avoiding. The last thought isn't usually dramatic or profound. Often it's mundane, fragmented, half-formed. But over time, patterns emerge. Certain themes recur. Certain people or situations dominate. The threshold is trying to tell you something, offering information about what really occupies your mind when you stop forcing it to focus on acceptable topics. Before sleep takes you, notice. The last thought is message from yourself to yourself. Pay attention. The threshold whispers truth if you're quiet enough to hear it. What will your last thought be tonight? You won't choose it. It will choose itself. Just notice what arrives as consciousness fades. The threshold is speaking. Listen. Breathe in room. Your lungs fill with air. You didn't consciously expand them. You didn't think, now contract the diaphragm, expand the intercostal muscles, create negative pressure. The breath happened automatically, effortlessly. Your lungs created space for air without trying. This is the breathe in room philosophy, and it teaches something essential about how things actually work. Your lungs create space for air without trying. Some things happen when you stop forcing. The breath is paradoxical. You can control it consciously if you choose. But you don't have to. Leave it alone and it continues automatically. In fact, the automatic breath often works better than the controlled one. Conscious breathing can become awkward, effortful, poorly timed. Automatic breathing adapts perfectly to what you're doing, adjusting rate and depth without conscious intervention. This reveals a pattern about effort and allowing. Some things require effort to make happen. Others require stopping effort to let them happen. The lungs creating breathing room is the second type. Try to force the breath and it becomes strained. Stop forcing and it flows naturally. The space for air emerges through relaxation, not through striving. This applies broadly to things we try to force that actually require allowing. Sleep is the classic example. You can't force yourself to fall asleep. Trying harder to sleep prevents sleep. Sleep comes when you stop trying, when you relax effort, when you allow rather than force. The more you try, the more elusive it becomes. Creativity works similarly. Forcing ideas rarely produces good ones. The best ideas often come when you stop trying, when you're in the shower or walking or doing something unrelated. The creative space opens when you stop forcing it closed through effortful striving. The breathing room of creativity requires not trying. Relationships demonstrate this too. You can't force someone to love you. Trying harder to make them love you usually pushes them away. The relationship space that allows love to develop requires relaxation, authenticity, allowing rather than forcing. The breathing room between people opens when effort stops controlling every interaction. The breathing room philosophy distinguishes between different types of problems. Some respond to effort, practicing a skill, building strength, developing knowledge. Apply more effort and you get more results. But other problems respond to allowing, sleep, creativity, insight, certain relationship dynamics, personal growth. Apply more effort and you get less results. The breath is the second type. This becomes counterintuitive because most problem-solving advice emphasizes effort. Try harder. Push through. Don't give up. That advice works for effort-responsive problems. But for allowing responsive problems, it makes things worse. Trying harder to sleep, to be creative, to force insight, to make someone love you. All of these produce the opposite of desired results. The breathing room requires trust. You have to trust that if you stop forcing, the breath will still happen. That trust is difficult because it feels like surrender, like giving up control. But the lungs create breathing room automatically when you trust them to. Conscious control isn't necessary. Often, it's counterproductive. This shows up in spiritual and contemplative practices. Wu Wei in Taoism, effortless action, non-striving in Buddhist meditation. Both point to the breathing room principle. Some things happen when you stop forcing. The effort to achieve them prevents their achievement. Paradoxically, not trying succeeds where trying fails. The philosophy also addresses anxiety and perfectionism. Both involve excessive forcing, trying to control outcomes through sheer effort. But many outcomes respond to allowing, not forcing. Health, for instance. You can support health through good choices, but you can't force your body to heal through effort. The healing happens in the breathing room, the space that opens when you stop forcing. Your lungs create space for air without trying. They don't force the air in. They create conditions, expand, and air flows naturally. Some things happen when you stop forcing, not as resignation or giving up, but as allowing what wants to happen to happen. The breathing room is space that emerges when forcing stops, where natural processes can function without interference, where things that can't be forced can be allowed. Your breath knows this. It's been teaching you 20,000 times per day. Some things happen when you stop forcing. Create breathing room. Allow. Let the natural process work. Trust that when you stop forcing, when you create space, what needs to happen will happen. Your lungs already know how. Maybe learn from them. The settling dust. Shake a snow globe and watch what happens. Chaos. The glitter and snow swirl wildly, obscuring everything inside. But then you stop shaking and just wait. Gradually, without any intervention, the particles begin to settle. Slowly they find their natural resting places, drifting down according to gravity and density. Within minutes, the chaos has organized itself into stillness. This is the settling dust philosophy, and it teaches something about resolution and patience. After commotion, particles find their place naturally. Stillness is self-organizing. The settling happens without your help. You don't have to guide each particle to its proper place. You don't need to intervene, direct, or organize. The system resolves itself through natural forces. Gravity pulls. Density determines speed. Each particle settles where physics dictates, and the result is ordered stillness emerging from disorder. This pattern appears constantly in life, but gets ignored in favor of action-based problem solving. When there's chaos or confusion, the instinct is to do something, fix it, organize it, force it into order. But the settling dust suggests another approach. Stop shaking and wait. Let natural forces do the organizing. Stillness is self-organizing when you stop preventing it. Think about a crisis or intense conflict. During the height of it, everything feels urgent, chaotic, impossible to resolve. Emotions run high, clarity seems impossible. But if you stop feeding the chaos, if you step back and simply wait, things begin settling naturally. Emotions cool, perspective returns. What seemed hopelessly tangled starts becoming clearer. The settling happens on its own when you stop shaking. The philosophy addresses the compulsion to act immediately during confusion. We feel we must do something right now to resolve the disorder. But premature action is often just more shaking, more chaos added to chaos. The settling dust suggests that sometimes doing nothing is exactly what's needed. Not forever, not as permanent solution, but temporarily, to allow natural settling to occur. This connects to the breath, to meditation, to any practice that creates stillness. When the mind is chaotic, full of anxious thoughts swirling, you can fight each thought, try to push them away, force mental organization. Or you can simply sit still, watch the thoughts, and let them settle naturally. They will, given time and non-interference. The settling is self-organizing. The settling dust also teaches about timing. You can't force particles to settle faster than physics allows. Stirring them more just delays settling. Trying to manually place each particle would take forever and probably create more disorder. The fastest way to settling is stopping interference and allowing natural processes to work at their own pace. In relationships, this shows up after arguments or hurt. The immediate aftermath is dust swirling, emotions high, clarity absent. The instinct is to immediately resolve everything, to talk it through right now, to fix it before anyone goes to bed. But sometimes that's more shaking. Sometimes the wisest move is to stop, step back, let things settle overnight. By morning, what seemed catastrophic often feels manageable. This settling happened naturally during stillness. The philosophy doesn't advocate for avoiding problems. It advocates for recognizing when your action is preventing natural resolution, when your attempts to fix things are actually the shaking that prevents settling. The snow globe won't settle while you're shaking it. No matter how good your intentions, stillness is self-organizing. That's not mystical. It's physics, psychology, systems theory. Complex systems often find equilibrium when external interference stops. Order emerges spontaneously from chaos given sufficient stillness. The dust settles, the snow globe clears, the mind calms, the situation resolves. Not through your forcing, but through natural organizing principles that work better without your interference. This requires trust and patience. Trust that settling will happen without your constant intervention. Patience to wait for natural processes to complete before acting. Both are difficult in cultures that valorize constant action and interpret stillness as laziness or avoidance. But watch the snow globe. After commotion, particles find their place naturally. You don't have to place them, you don't have to organize them. You just have to stop shaking and wait. Stillness is self-organizing. The chaos resolves itself when you let it. The dust settles when you stop stirring it. The clarity emerges when you stop preventing it through constant action. Natural forces organize what you're forcing only kept chaotic. After commotion, stillness. In stillness, settling. Through settling, order. The dust knows where to go. Let it settle there. Stop shaking. Watch. Wait. The snow globe clears itself. It always has. It always will. That's how settling works. The dream's logic. You're flying through the air, arms outstretched, soaring over familiar buildings. In the dream, this seems completely normal. You don't question how flight became possible or why gravity stopped applying. You just fly, accepting the dream's reality without skepticism. Then you wake up. Immediately, the wrongness becomes obvious. Of course you can't fly. The dream's logic collapses under waking rationality. This is the dream's logic philosophy, and it reveals something unsettling about reality itself. Flying seems normal until you wake. Reality is just the dream we agree on. While dreaming, the dream's internal logic feels completely convincing. You accept impossible physics, nonsensical narratives, people who are simultaneously themselves and someone else. The dreaming mind doesn't question these inconsistencies because within the dream's framework, they make sense. The dream has its own coherence, its own rules, and while you're inside it, those rules feel as solid as waking reality's rules feel now. But what makes waking reality more real than dream reality? Both are experiences generated by your brain. Both feel convincing while you're in them. Both follow rules, though the rules differ. The main difference is consensus. When you wake, you return to a reality other people share. The dream was private, individual. Waking reality is collective, agreed upon. This suggests that reality isn't as solid as it appears. It's a consensual framework, a shared dream we've all agreed to participate in. We agree that gravity works consistently, that time flows forward, that objects persist when unobserved. These agreements create stable, navigable reality. But they're still agreements, not absolute truths existing independent of our collective participation. The dream's logic becomes particularly interesting when you consider how much of waking reality is socially constructed. Money only has value because we agree it does. Countries exist because we collectively maintain the fiction of borders. Language works because we agree on meanings. Gender roles, hierarchies, status, all emerge from shared agreement rather than physical necessity. We're collectively dreaming these things into existence, and they feel real because we all agree to treat them as real. This doesn't mean reality is arbitrary, or that you can change it through wishful thinking. The dream's logic operates within constraints. You can't fly in waking reality because physical laws apply regardless of your preferences. But much of what you experience as fixed reality is actually consensus reality, maintained through collective agreement and subject to change if that agreement shifts. Historical examples prove this. Things once treated as absolutely real, slavery as natural order, divine right of kings, racial hierarchies. These were consensus realities that seemed as solid as gravity to people living within them. Then the consensus shifted. The reality changed. Not because physical laws changed, but because the collective dream changed its content. The dream's logic philosophy doesn't collapse into solipsism or relativism. It just highlights the constructed nature of much of what we call reality. You're living inside multiple overlapping frameworks. Physical reality with its unchangeable laws, biological reality with its constraints, social reality with its consensual rules. You can't change physics through belief, but you can change social reality if enough people agree to change it, because social reality is collective dreaming. This becomes liberating when you realize how much of what limits you is consensus reality rather than physical reality. The job market, educational requirements, appropriate life timelines, success definitions, all of these are agreed upon fictions, not natural laws. Flying seems normal in dreams until you wake to a reality where it's impossible. But maybe some waking impossibilities are just strong consensus, not actual impossibility. The dream's logic also addresses certainty and skepticism. In dreams, you're certain about impossible things. In waking life, you're certain about things that might be equally constructed. That certainty feels the same from inside. The dream feels real while you're dreaming it. Waking reality feels real because you're currently inside it. But what if waking is just a more stable, more widely shared dream? What if the difference is degree of consensus rather than fundamental kind? This isn't meant to induce paralysis or nihilism. You still need to navigate reality effectively, follow the rules that actually exist, distinguish between what you can change and what you cannot. But recognizing that reality is just the dream we agree on creates space for questioning which aspects are truly fixed and which are just firmly agreed upon. Flying seems normal until you wake, but maybe some of your waking impossibles are normal in a different dream, a different consensus reality waiting to be collectively agreed into existence. Reality is just the dream we agree on. So who's agreeing? What are we agreeing to? And could we agree differently? The dream's logic whispers, "You're dreaming now." You just don't realize it because everyone else is having the same dream. That shared dreaming is what you call reality, but it's still dreaming, consensus dreaming. Wake up. Or maybe don't. Maybe just recognize you're dreaming. That changes everything while changing nothing. The final philosophy. You've reached the end. 100 philosophical concepts, each pointing toward different aspects of how existence works, how minds function, how meaning emerges. But here's the final philosophy, the one that encompasses and releases all the others. This number is arbitrary. These words are vibrations. This moment is already past. Let go. You're already falling asleep. 100 is arbitrary. We could have stopped at 99 or continued to 101. The number feels meaningful because humans like round numbers, decimal systems, completed patterns. But the boundary is invented. The ideas don't actually stop here. Philosophy continues infinitely. This is just where we agree to end, this particular journey, this particular collection. The number is arbitrary. These words are vibrations, sound waves if spoken, light patterns if read, neural activations in your brain as you process them. They seem to carry meaning, to point toward truths, to represent ideas. But they're vibrations, patterns, signals. The meaning isn't in the words themselves, but in what your mind does with them. Different minds extract different meanings from identical vibrations. The words are vibrations. The meaning is yours. This moment is already past. By the time you read this moment, the moment being referenced has already disappeared into memory. You're always reading about the past, thinking about what has already occurred. The present moment is so thin, it's essentially non-existent by the time consciousness grasps it. Everything you've read, everything you've thought about while reading, it's all already past, already memory, already over. This moment is already past. Let go of the need to understand everything, of the desire to apply every concept perfectly, of the belief that these 100 philosophies have solved something or completed something. They haven't. They've just drawn your attention toward ways of looking at existence. Now let go. Let them settle into your mind as background, as perspective, as possibilities rather than prescriptions. Let go. You're already falling asleep. Right now, as you read this, you're moving towards sleep. Maybe immediately, maybe hours from now, but inevitably. The threshold approaches. These ideas will drift in your mind as consciousness loosens. Some will settle deep. Some will dissolve. Some will surface later in unexpected contexts. But right now, in this moment, you're already falling asleep, already moving toward the darkness that bookends this day, already returning to the silence from which you emerged. The final philosophy is release. Release of the need to hold on to all 100 concepts. Release of the belief that philosophy solves life rather than explores it. Release of the idea that understanding these patterns gives control over them. You don't control the river by knowing it flows to the ocean. You don't control the breath by understanding the lungs. You don't control existence by collecting philosophies. But understanding enriches. Knowing about the drop of water doesn't make you complete, but it might help you remember you already are. Learning about the mountain's patience doesn't make you patient, but it might help you recognize when you're already being patient without noticing. These 100 philosophies aren't keys to unlock existence. They're lenses to see existence differently. And now, having traveled through all 100, the final philosophy asks you to let them go. Not forget them, but hold them lightly. Let them work in background, informing perception without dominating it. The concepts are meant to dissolve into your understanding, not be carried as burden. This number is arbitrary. Stop here or continue exploring. Both are fine. These words are vibrations. They've disturbed your mind's surface, creating ripples that will settle in their own time. This moment is already past. Everything you've read is now memory, subject to all memory's distortions and transformations. Let go. Release the weight of trying to remember everything, apply everything, be everything these philosophies suggest. You're already falling asleep. The threshold is coming. The day is ending. The silence is approaching. The final philosophy is that there is no final philosophy. Just temporary rest stops in infinite exploration. This is one rest stop. You've paused here, looked around, considered some views. Now the journey continues, or you rest, or you return to where you started seeing it differently. The mountain stands, the river flows, the breath continues, the seed grows, the dust settles. All of it happens whether you're thinking about philosophy or sleeping or doing anything else. Existence continues its patterns with or without your understanding. But maybe now you see those patterns slightly differently. Maybe the drop of water reminds you of something when you need reminding. Maybe the bamboo's flexibility comes to mind when rigidity isn't working. Maybe the owl's perspective helps when you feel disadvantaged. Maybe not. The philosophies offer themselves. You take what serves and leave what doesn't. This number is arbitrary. These words are vibrations. This moment is already past. Let go. You're already falling asleep. The threshold between waking and sleeping, between reading and resting, between holding and releasing. Let go. The philosophies will work better when you stop gripping them. Understanding deepens when you stop forcing it. Wisdom emerges when you're not trying to be wise. You're already falling asleep, whether now or later, inevitably. The final philosophy is the first philosophy, is every philosophy in between. Existence continues. You participate. Understanding helps sometimes. Not understanding is fine too. Let go. Fall asleep. The philosophies will be there when you wake, changed slightly by the dreaming, settled differently in your mind, ready to be remembered, forgotten, rediscovered. This is the final philosophy, which is to say there is no final philosophy, just this moment already passing, these words already fading, this understanding already transforming into something else. Let go. You're already falling asleep.